Reno-Tahoe, always the place you go for action. But on this special week in the desert every year, the action gets louder, faster, and absolutely heart-pounding. There is nothing else like it in the world. Closed-course pylon racing across 7 different classes, bringing the cutting edge of technology, the legacy of flight, and military might. From the nimble Stihl drag racers,
First run here, Reno, yeah!
to the jets, 500 miles an hour, 50 feet off the deck, wingtip to wingtip. For the crowds, for the teams from around the world, and for these incredible pilots, this is maximum adrenaline. Welcome to the world's fastest motorsport at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races presented by Reno-Tahoe.
just when you thought it was safe for women and children to come out and see the sunrise in the morning, lo and behold, the Stihl bandits are here. The Stihl, Stihl bandits, dragsters, adventurous, excitement, variety are here. They're going to warm up the skies, and target time for that was right about now. They're going to go down to the staging area. Josh Richling is here. The officials are all in sight. All the equipment is where it should be. You're here. I'd like to say hi to all of our, or both of our fans this morning. How are you this morning? Thanks for being here. We're going to aluminum. Oh yes, I can testify to that. Aluminum bleachers in the early morning in Reno. Juan Brown is here too. The two of them are going to give you a lot of adventure. They're going to put you in the cockpit. We're going to run the way it's scheduled right now, and the schedule is coming in piecemeal just because of the situation that we have on the weather and whatnot. What we see right now is about 20 minutes of Stihl racing, drag racing, right in front of us. And then the biplanes with the calm weather, calm winds, and stable temperatures are going to run. That's tentative. And then we'll come back after that run with another Stihl event. So that's the way it's forming up. Juan and Rich are going to give you all the information that whenever they're ready to go, we're ready to go. So thanks for being with us. We're going to fire up things and kind of warm up the temperature a little bit and get your adrenaline pumping. By the way, you could go to page number 59 of your program. 59 of your program will give you a photograph of all of the pilots and the various styles of aircraft that they're flying. A lot of imagination in this class, and also a tremendous amount of skill. The more I watch it, the more I'm going, boy, the mind is going, the hands are going, the feet are going. It's all got to be in a coordinated basis. It is a very precise way to race. And the more I watch it, and the more I watch the variety of the aircraft and engines, well, Juan and Rich are going to tell you about that. But the imagination is just going wild in these aircraft. So, guys, welcome this morning. Whenever you're ready, we're ready. Let's fire up. Juan and Rich, while we're turning the aircraft around, a couple of our buddies first time popping something else about it. And a lot of people have not seen the Stihl series as we are used to going around the pylon here at Reno for so many years. We have brought the newest and 7th class of racing to us, and it's in your face, so to speak. So for all of our early birds who are here to enjoy the early morning temperatures, let's give them an idea of how this race course works, the drags, style, start, the turnaround, all the stuff you guys know.
Sure. My name's Juan Brown from the Blancoliria channel, and I'm here to help announce the Stihl drag races along with Josh. And let me give you a lay of the land here at Reno. So we have a 2,000-foot long course right between the runway and taxiway in the dirt. Down here to your left, where the aircraft are lining up, is the start-finish line. 2,000 feet down to your right is the turnaround point. So we're going to take 2 aircraft at a time, double elimination, drag racing. We're going to launch them from the start-finish line. Kevin Quinn's going to count it down, 3, 2, 1, see ya. You'll hear him on the radio, and they're going to go drag racing as fast as they can, side by side in a 75-foot wide lane each, to the turnaround point, 2,000 feet down the runway. They have to land on or beyond the turnaround point, come to a complete stop with their tail down. There's 4 judges down there watching, then spin around and drag race back to the start-finish line. The first aircraft that stops wins the drag race. You get eliminated twice, you're out. And from this process, through 19 aircraft, we're going to determine the Stihl Stoll Drag Racer for 2022. And here goes our first pair.
Joe Dory in lane 2 on the outside lane, and Tony Sanchez on lane 1.
So this is the beginning of our bracket racing to determine the bottom of the bronze racers. So Joe Dory is running a Piper Pacer with a 0320 Lycoming 150 horse engine. He touches down first. And Tony Sanchez is running the Just Aircraft Super Stoll with the Rotax 912. They both get turned around at about the same time. Josh, did it look like the Super Stoll landed a little shorter?
It looked like it might have, which could be expected, being that it's a little lighter. But these are both professional pilots in their normal daily lives, so I'm sure they've already planned this out.
Joe's already passed the Stihl home pylon, chopping the power. But the Super Stoll is catching up quick. Who's going to get stopped first? Look at that. It's almost too close to call.
I'm going to call it Joe in lane 2.
Joe, follow Tony, clear to second. Super buddy, guys.
So it's double elimination. They'll bring them back until they finally determine who gets knocked out.
Curly does not have oil temp to race. Come on up, Curly. Just wait for oil temp. We'll wait for you. There's no hurricane. We'll slow things down.
Cool morning this morning. The Rotax 912 needs another minute or 2 to get his oil temperature warmed up into the green before he launches.
Slow and fast, gang. When we're ready, Curly, you'll be ready.
So we're racing for a $30,000 purse here in the Stoll Drag races, and it takes a lot of sponsors to do that. And some of those sponsors that help us out with the Stihl Stoll Drag race is AOPA, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. Cub Crafters out of Yakima, Washington. Get your Stoll Drag ready aircraft right from Cub Crafters. Airframes Alaska for all your bush plane needs and modifications. And those expensive big wheels. Tempest Aero Group for all your aircraft accessories, general maintenance items. Flight Outfitters, this neat small company that produces these great jackets that we're wearing in the Stoll class, and a lot of other flight luggage type equipment, specifically for backcountry type flying. Wheelan Aerospace, which provides us these LED lights, which you see on our aircraft, which we use extensively in the backcountry to see and be seen. Clemens Insurance. Say hi to Jerry Clemens. He brokers a lot of insurance for us guys. McFarland Aviation. Talk to Brenda. She's here today at Reno. She's selling MT propellers. Sky Cowboy for the helmets that we use that's required in Stoll Drag racing, and we like to use in the backcountry as well. And Behringer wheels and brakes. You'll see a lot of Behringer wheels and brakes assemblies on these drag racing aircraft. Josh, who do we got up next?
We got Aaron Greer in lane 2 on the far lane, and Dave Curley on lane 1 on the inside. Dave Curley's out of Texas. Aaron is
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1.
Aaron's out of Washington in the 182. These are a greatly mismatched pair of planes, but they work together when they go like this because the 182's got so much power and the Just Aircraft Highlander has so much more braking.
And that's what we figured out on this 2,000-foot long course, is that it's a great equalizer between all these different aircraft types. You take a big heavy airplane like a 182 versus a super lightweight Just Aircraft Highlander, and you have a very competitive race. And look at that, they're getting stopped at about the same point.
I think from our perspective, they stopped at the same time.
Correct.
But the same point, I think the little guy, here he comes. The little lighter guy gets ahead real quick.
Quicker on the acceleration and quicker on the deceleration. And that's what we're testing, is the entire aircraft envelope in Stoll drag racing. How fast can you accelerate and how quick can you decelerate and come to a stop? But you gotta hit your mark. Good bounce, Aaron. Good turn.
Aaron follows Curly. Great job, boys. Curly with the win. Good job. Third attack. I'm off, Aaron.
Next up, we have Bruce Graham in lane 2 in his Carbon Cub. And on the inside lane, we have Andrew Patry in his Cessna 182. Kind of a rough-looking 182, but he has dumped a lot of money in it to try and beat all of his competitors, both in traditional Stoll and Stoll drag. So this thing's kind of souped up. It's got an MT reversible propeller. I don't think MT knows that he's using it for that, but it is really, really impressive when he can get it into gear. He's got to drop the RPMs down below 1,000 in order to get to work.
On drop. 3, 2, 1.
Carbon Cub versus the 182 with the reversible pitch prop. So watch this at the start or at the turnaround and see if
Pull off to the right a little bit.
Andrew can get that reversible pitch prop into reverse. It's a lot of muscle memory being learned to learn how to operate. He's got it.
You get around me there?
As that dust blows forward, you can see that that reversible prop is in fact working on that. He was going to try and use it on both routes today, both up and back. In the previous days, he's been trying to use it only on the finish.
Look at that, it took him a minute to get it out. Oh man, he lost that great time that he had hitting it in reverse. Cost him a second or two at the turnaround.
That
and
is
Bruce has
very
got a big
important.
lead.
Like that.
And Bruce Graham in number 7 outside lane 2. For those of you who don't know him, he's a Mount Everest climber.
Just go to the right.
Successfully.
Right now you can.
Ooh, I think Bruce got a scratch on that in lane 2.
Well, isn't that the luck?
Ooh, couple ammo.
Andrew Patry in the Cessna 182 is not afraid to drop that in. He'll break the gear off. He just spent a ton of money on a new titanium gear for that 182, and he wants to use every penny he put into it.
Taxi, Bruce, follow Andrew. Watch out for the blast.
Puts money in everything but paint in that vehicle.
Kathy G.
And here we have Kathy Page in lane 2 in her brand new Carbon Cub that she just finished building and flying Amazon. And on the inside lane, we have Brian Steck on lane 1 in his Legend Cub.
Speaking of Carbon Cubs, one of our sponsor, just inside the pit gate, they got 2 brand new Carbon Cubs on display. Pick one of them up and we'll have you racing by Sunday.
And they've got the new nose wheel. Cub, is that the NX?
Oh yeah, that one's very popular and it's a performer.
Okay, we got a course clear up and down. Judges are good. Are you ready, Ron? Are you ready, Kathy? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
So Brian Steck on the inside lane in the Legend Cub is still learning to fly his plane without slats. When he bought the plane. He flew it for a very short time, put slats on it, and has been flying it for all of his time with these slats on. Took it off here and realized this is a completely different plane than he remembered. And so he's still figuring it out. And Kathy's also still figuring out her brand new plane that she just got, just finished building. So these are guys just still trying to work out the details of their aircraft, which is pretty obvious with Brian Steck yesterday when he slammed it in and used every inch of that suspension.
Brian's already in the turnaround.
Brian is looking really confident today.
It's great to see the progression of these guys as they get, and gals, as they get more practice out here on the course.
Seeing that deep slip like that just indicates that he is carrying some speed.
Okay, that was a real quick turn by Brian in the #1 lane in the blue Legend Cub, and the judges are calling a scratch for the turnaround. So I assume that means incomplete stop.
Very unfortunate, but fortunate for Kathy.
Yes.
All right, next in lane 2, pulling out in the far lane is John Hogla and his Zenith 701. And it's got some other names happening. I can't remember. It's not a super stall. I asked him last night. It's got some other name.
701?
701 Stoll. I think it's just they call it Stoll. 701 Stoll. He broke a bungee gear. Missed 2 days of practice. He missed a day of qualifying. But he's back now. And we got Kevin Palmer in lane 1 and the Kid Fox.
Red
Rocket. Pretty
Rocket.
evenly matched.
And he's your hometown favorite, based right here at Reno-Stead.
Watch him brakes lock up in ball.
Northwest Air Repair shipped him immediately. I don't know how they got it here so fast. When he broke his bungee gear in practice, they were able to get it here quickly and get him back up and running.
And on that aircraft, the bungee's on the nose wheel.
That is right. I didn't even know it had suspension until he broke his.
And then come on down and check all of these aircraft and check out the rest of the wild suspension on that Zenith. It's quite a contraption. And I want to remind everybody, the Stoll Corral is down here at the far right, just past the jets. It's open to everybody that's got a ticket here at the Stihl Reno National Championship Air Races. And we've got a venue down there where you can buy
purchase all kinds of different swag down there in those pits, and it's really good. You can come up and meet the pilots. It's just a fantastic arrangement they've got down there where you don't need the pit pass.
That's right. Come get your Stoll swag down to the Stoll Corral.
And Kevin Palmer is pulling John Hakala, but it's not over yet. John Hakala's got that nose wheel. Although it seems like it would be a great advantage having that nose wheel, when he hits the brakes really hard, the weight shifts off the main gear, which is where the brakes are at, shifts it to the nose wheel and unloads the gear, which means the brakes aren't all that effective. And as you can see, they landed nearly close to the same time, and Kevin Palmer still made the turnaround quicker. So this is going to be a real tight race here at the end.
And that's one of the advantages of being a tail wheel aircraft, is you can spin it around really quick. Good turns. Kevin Palmer in the lead with the Red Rocket. Let's see who gets him stopped first. Gotta land on or beyond the start-finish line. What's it look like up there, gang?
Clear to taxi. I gotta watch a video on that one. Clear to taxi. Clear to taxi. We watch a video on that one. That was a great race, boys.
Too close to call. Gotta go to video.
Outstanding, and that's, I guess, where that nose wheel's helping a little bit there. That is fantastic.
You know, when I see it in your future, I'm just thinking about all your innovation. Nose wheel brakes.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna do it. I'll guarantee you.
That's, yeah. Put a Fred Flintstone brake on there. That'll work.
So John Hakala and John Humbert, both two real popular Zenith guys. I think they're both probably working on that.
We got lots of time. I'm gonna look at a video. Lots of time.
All right, looks like on the
Lots of
outside,
time.
Bruce Graham in the Carbon Cup, and Aaron Greer coming up again in the Cessna 182.
Again, double elimination before you're out.
Now Aaron just barely had enough hours last year to be a competitor in this sport. I think we require 250 hours, is that correct?
That's correct. Commercial, I think, but he had 300 hours last year, and he comes back this year, doubling it, 600 hours of flying time. Still one of our youngest pilots out here at the Stihl drag race.
I would think that most of those hours that he acquired, it was flying back and forth to and from the events that he was going to compete in, because he accumulated so many hours flying to Florida, Texas, all the other states that he goes to do that. Just really dedicated there coming out of Washington.
What a great way to rack up time.
I'd like to see a video of my crash on the turn if you don't mind.
I watched the low altitude.
Yeah, when we get back to pit we'll share videos. We looked at 2 videos, that was confirmed.
No, you're supposed to fly from one end to the other. You can't taxi on the way. Sometimes you wonder if these airplanes are even get off the ground, but no, there's no, well, if you touch down before the start-finish line, that's a scratch because...
Well, I'm thinking mid-course.
Yeah, the judges can't see that far.
We're clear west.
I think that is that gray area. People have asked me that before. Like, I don't think it's actually been addressed because nobody's really done it. We have had some planes take that long to get off the ground, so then we can't penalize them.
Skipping off at the taxiways sometimes.
And the nose wheel versus the tail wheel again. Get to see what those two can do against each other.
That's a pretty even match out of the hole. That 182 is going to accelerate. But with only 2,000 feet to work with.
Now remember, they're flying into the sun looking through a semi-dirty, scratched windshield. I'm sure that Cessna 82's windshield is probably older than I am by about 20 years. He's looking through that thing, trying to see things with the streaks in the sun. That is a hard place to see. Last year, they couldn't see anything, I think, at High Sierra, and also here, right?
Yeah, we had to get a wash boy down there to wash the windscreens in between heats. All right, Bruce has got a good lead on Aaron. In the Yellow Thunder Carbon Cub. But look at Aaron just throw it into the start-finish line with all that extra energy in the 182, but he's got to get it all stopped.
That's going to be the trouble for him. But wow, what an impressive stop he did make. I can't see it from my point of view. How about you?
Getting that 182 stopped.
Clear to taxi. We're going to watch 2 videos on that one. It was close. I have an idea, but we're going to watch 2 videos. Clear to taxi.
Wow, these races are all coming out so close that Kevin's has to keep referring to the cell phone video.
That is hard to believe. They were so spaced out, and Aaron was going so fast. He just didn't think he was going to be able to slow that thing down. That is incredible.
He just chucked it into the finish line there and hauled on them binders.
I did not see that happening.
Really need to see a fairly stock 182 perform like that.
Now, Aaron has a Just Aircraft Highlander that he just acquired.
Oh.
But he doesn't have enough tailwheel time to qualify to compete. That's the #1 problem. The #2 problem is that he flies hundreds and hundreds of miles to go to these different events. And as much as he would love to be flying the Highlander, he says, the 182, I can pack all my gear in. I can take the neighbor's dog while I'm babysitting and go to wherever I need to go, load up some firewood or whatever he needs. And he goes, and it flies twice as fast. So it's really a tough call for him to try and take that Highlander anywhere, since the 182 is just a wagon.
That's right. He's got to haul the beer for us to all these different events.
And he doesn't even drink.
Yeah, even better. That's right. Daddy says that's a bonus.
He is the designated pilot.
That's right.
The suspense is killing me.
No, not yet. Too high.
Pilot, you can go ahead and shut down in place.
So many of these pilots are professional pilots in their normal day jobs, being crop dusting pilots, airline pilots. We have quite a few of those. Most of the airline pilots, when you meet them, just takes a second and they'll let you know. And the rest of them have all kinds of various jobs. We'll let you know as we see them come through and tell you a little bit about what they do.
Okay, that's our first round of Stoll Drag racing. We got the biplanes lining up now. We're going to run a biplane race, and then we'll come back for more Stoll Drag racing after the biplane race.
It's Juan Brown and Josh Richling. Thank you. You will be back. We'll be back. All right, let's turn that microphone over to a gold medal winner. Not one, not two, but in the biplane class. Earl Allen, Captain Earl Allen. Two-time winner back in the 90s of the biplane class with a desktop speed of 205 miles an hour. Earl, come on up, get a microphone. We already got the pairings. We've got a sheet for you. We got a clipboard for you. The pilots are in position. We'll be calling down the time. All you great spectators, they are low and to the left. If you look down there, you'll see them line up 3 abreast in probably 3 rows. Clearing the area, and Earl is going to welcome back. Earl, welcome back. You great gold medal champion. Earl has done everything. He has raced. He has won the gold. And by the way, when you win the gold race, turn around, you get one of these gold jackets. Give him a big round of applause. He's got 2. He had to have one for himself and one for his wife. All right, we'll talk more about your great record, but let's talk about the racers. The number of laps this morning, and I'll find the location in the program. It's all yours.
All right, we're going to have a 6-lap race here. We got some real talent out there this time. In number 3, oops, they gave me the wrong card here. 2A, 2B. Okay, in 2B, we got Jeff Lowe on the pole position. Jeff has raced here for about 25 years. Next to him, we have 3-star Admiral Robert, 3-star General. Sorry, the Navy's coming out in me there. Anyway, 3-star United States Marine Corps General Robert Schmidl in 11X. Now these guys are really closely paired, so it's going to be a tight race. We got Alan Hoover in number 3 position. Dave Roffles on the 2nd row, number 80, which is my old airplane. We have number 44, Michael Brewer. Michael is, in fact, Thunderbird 3. And Scott McDonald, 847. And in the rear row, Andrew McMicker in 23. Now, something about this crew here, it goes to show you how much fun these airplanes are to fly when 2 guys who flew F-16s, F-18s, the 3-star General was part of the first group to go into the Gulf War, and for fun, they're out here flying pit specials. So this should be a really good race. These guys are real closely timed, and we'll have to see what we got. So what we're looking at, we got a red flag there. The red flag is a 5-minute warning. At 2 minutes, they will tell the guys and their crews have got to be removed from the field. And at the 1-minute flag, the red flag goes up. That red flag will drop in 1 minute, give or take whatever the starter chooses. That's so nobody can kind of time in their head that 1 minute. They have to wait for it to drop. And after they complete 1 full lap and come by the Stihl home pylon, that's when the race begins. So I can't see I think I do see the red flag. So they're about to power up and get this show on the road. If you take a look in your program, you'll see on page 64 a list of all the pilots. You can come down and meet them in the meet them in the biplane pit and introduce yourself. Everybody's really friendly, and meet some of our pilots when you got time.
Speaking of biplanes, speaking of racing, and speaking of Reno, the very first race of the very first day here at Reno, A guy won that race, and he's right here. Dave
That's
Holmgren.
right. Hey, Dave, here.
Yeah, right.
Tell him about it.
Good morning. And you got to know it's just killing me to not be in the cockpit today. But the team owner, aircraft owner, Jeff Lowe, Mr. Consistent in his 28th year of racing, is in the cockpit in the pole position. Number 6, Miss Diane. On the first heat, we had General Schmidl, who's in the center front row right now, coming up on me hard at the final turn and into the steel checker pylon, pulling off the course. I'm looking over at him going, it's going to be an interesting week. So he's got the middle position next to Jeff Lowe now.
You had a fighter pilot at your 6 o'clock position, I'd be nervous too.
I was puckered.
All right, back to Sky Champion, 2-time gold medal winner, technical inspector, pits pilot, pits builder. One of your airplanes is in the museum at McClellan Air Force Base in Sacramento. Class action, I think, the one you won the race in.
That's correct. We have the airplane down there on display for the rest of its life. It was kind of connected through the airline that I flew for, and we operated out of McClellan Air Force Base, so they wanted the airplane, and when we retired it, we donated it, and she'll hang there from now on, which is kind of cool.
Earl Allen, a very humble guy, jumbo jet captain, 747 captain for Southern Airways, Southern Air Transport, I should say. Very successful airline career and a general aviation guy all around. Antique aircraft, home-built aircraft, biplanes, open cockpit airplanes, cabin airplanes. He just loves aviation. Had his own strip for a long time, not down the road a bit. Moved out of there, I think you told me a couple years ago. Your own airport? Your own airport? We'll go back to racing. We'll get that later.
Danny's trying to talk to me, and I'm trying to look at the flag.
Take a quick second to plug the biplane raffle. If you want to win a ride in one of the racers, a Pitts S2 buy, a $20 raffle ticket, draws today at noon and tomorrow at noon for rides tomorrow and Sunday. Look for the biplane raffle vest out there.
It'll actually get you a chance to witness a race from above the race. You will be orbiting at 2,500 feet over the race. So buy one of the tickets, take a chance, and learn what it's all about.
Get a bird's eye view of the race. That's got to be too cool. I've envied the people who have won the T6 raffle over the years. They had the best seat in the house, and this year we got a T6 raffle again. We've also got a P51 ride and raffle for the P51 race. Sign up at the entrance to the pit gate. We had winners yesterday. We'll have winners again all throughout the course of this weekend. Big yellow ticket booth at the entrance to the pit gate behind the bleacher seating area. There you can purchase your pit pass for the day or for the rest of the weekend. And today is the lowest price it will be for the rest of the weekend. It's bargain day today. And the lowest price, it'll bump up a little bit tomorrow and Sunday as well. It is a great show on the ground behind the bleacher seating area. Entrance to the pit gate, buy your tickets and enjoy.
Okay,
right.
They're running up their engines now. We're getting real close to the race. As they run up, I want to state that I got Juan Brown here with me, who just announced the Stoll races. I got kind of talked into this just yesterday, so it's my first time. So I got Juan here to coach me, who just finished doing the Stoll races. And Juan also, like myself, is a biplane racer here at Reno. So, but now he mutinied and went to the Stolls.
The drag race at the start should be really interesting. Typically, number 6 on the pole position gets a good pull. The aircraft in center and right side front row are faster airplanes, but it's tough to pass, so the whole shot is critical. Jeff Lowe is counting on that in race 6 inside row.
Well, we just got notice that we had a no start and another one pulled off the race. So this is going to be really an interesting race. So now we're down to 4 airplanes. So 6 airplanes.
Okay, so that's number 29, Dennis Brown in the pits. S2 has pulled from the race, and I'm surprised to see General Schmidl, Bob Schmidl in Red Lady, number 11, is apparently not starting. So it'll be Al Hoover next to Jeff Lowe and Miss Diane on the front row.
Earl, back when we used to race in the day, we had no start, or we had to prop start our biplanes. Do most of these biplanes today, Earl, have starters?
I
think that's right. All the racers now have at least some sort of electrical system. I see the green flag is up, the green flag is down, they're racing. Go ahead, Earl.
Okay, here comes Jeff Lowe headed for the Stihl home pylon. Al Hoover right behind him. Good start for Jeff. He got the whole start there. Jeff behind him, and Christian Eagle in 3rd place. That Christian Eagle is piloted by Thunderbird 3.
Earl, I see Jeff has a really nice turn through 2 and 3. He's got half a backstretch almost on Al Hoover. We'll see how Al winds up. I know he changed his propeller yesterday to look for more top speed.
Yeah, he's actually closing on Jeff as they come around the number 4 pylon.
In the backstretch, you may see a pass happening coming into turn 4.
Okay, that little pass right we had in back stretch there was my old airplane passing the Christian Eagle. Here comes. In number 1, that number 1 biplane in our view here, the red pits, is the other woman.
Just past the checker pylon is the Christian Eagle Big Cat piloted by Michael Brewer. Now we should have Andrew McVicker coming through the checker pylon.
Now, what
And
I want
Scott
you
McDonald.
two to do, if I could, I didn't mean to interrupt, go away from us being a spectator, put us in the cockpit. What are you seeing in this type of weather conditions with the desert and the pylons? How does it look to you guys?
Well, on a day like today, the most important thing is after takeoff is, of course, we go for the Stihl pylon and then the number 1 pylon. Then we try and hold our steady turn, and the thing we come out looking for is actually the hangar doors at the guard hangars over there while we try and pick up number 4 pylon. Number 4 pylon is probably the hardest to see as you come out of the turn and roll into the backstretch. So the other woman going by the Stihl pylon, and Thunderbird 3 right behind them.
Earl, I don't know about you, but you've got a lot more experience in racing biplanes than I do, but you don't see much, Danny. That's the short answer to your question.
That's what I was getting.
With that top wing in the way, just finding the next pylon is a challenge. Going from 2 to 3, I find tough all the time. You're kind of doing it by feel for about 2 or 3 seconds while you're trying to keep an eye on where everyone else in the race is positioned. Right now, coming around turn 6, Earl, I see Al Hoover closing on Jeff Lowe and Miss Diane. There's going to be some good racing. Watch around turns 2 and 3. He's got a little bit of speed on him.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. It's really important for Jeff to stay in tight on that number 1 pylon. There he's doing it too. So he's not giving Al any space. We'll see what they can do on the backstretch.
Reminding our spectators that first lap didn't count. It was a shakeout lap. And on the official first lap, they did 1:80.
Okay.
Second lap, 1:81.
Take a look now. The Al is really pushing. It looks like he's going to get a pass here.
Can he make it stick?
Can he make
Has
it?
he made it stick?
What he's got to do is stay outside a little bit, give Jeff some room.
Right now, Jeff still has the inside line, but Al looks like he's found his speed. Maybe
Yeah.
that new prop is doing it for him. Coming around turn 6.
Yeah, as they head for the steel pylon, Al, now he's really pressing it. Now you can see the speed difference between the two airplanes.
Numbers in the cockpit don't mean too much, but I've been told that in the T6s, you need, flying a perfect line, you need at least 7 miles an hour to make a pass, and it's probably true here. These planes are not much slower than the T6s.
What an advantage to have the pole, to be a pylon polisher. You have so much going for you. Due to safety rules, everybody has to pass it way on the outside, but look on the backstretch back there.
Yeah, watch along the backstretch going into turn 4. Lap traffic can be crucial in holding a position or losing a position, and Al Hoover is ready to pounce. His fans
Look at that. They're just wing and wing as they come around the corner. This is Al's chance to turn that altitude into speed as he rolls out into the straight.
Now, for you guys who have raced there, you got airplanes all over the place. You're trying to pass an airplane. You're trying to hold off a Challenger. This is where it really gets really wild. And look for the pylon as well.
Right. So Jeff Lowe still has it, but Al Hoover closing on him. There's the lap traffic. Kristen coming through the steel checkered pylon into turn 1, 2, 3. This is where your big action is.
Give me your estimate of RPMs in both elite aircraft.
The RPM on the engine, he's turning about 3,200 RPM right now.
I know that if Jeff could find 3,200 RPM today, he'd be super happy. We've been seeing around 3,100 and change. He flies that airplane better than I do. The lap speed Danny mentioned a moment or so ago is about 3 or 4 miles an hour faster than my laps on heat 1.
As they make round forward pylon number 4, you can see Al's pushing it real hard. He's outside though, so that's a little bit of a disadvantage as they roll into the straight.
Tighter and tighter. Looks like he just found some dirty air.
Yeah, he just got some.
Yeah, that dirty air from previous traffic.
Okay, there's a white flag at the steel pylon. This is going to determine it. Al's got to really fly high, so he'll climb up on top of him a little bit and try and stay in as tight as he can. Now that little bit of altitude, he's going to try and convert to speed on the backstretch. So he's got.
You have to pay for the altitude though too. If you go up, you're going to lose speed. Yes, you can try to make an advantage later on, but it's going to cost you. You've got to have great tactics and know your capability in relation to the leader.
All right, this is the white flag. I see the white flag waving. So I guess that snuck up on us. This is the final lap. White flag is out. That dirty air, man, it's a factor when the air is calm and smooth like today. The vortices and wake turbulence stays around for a whole lap or more through turn 6. All right, I guess they may have waved the white flag early. I still see a white flag. Here's a checker. Here's a checker. Photo finish. It's holy cow.
That was close.
Your unofficial winner is to be determined.
Yes, it will. I'm not going to call that.
1 and 2 unofficially are Al Hoover and Jeff Lowe.
Here's what I found out. Don't let the biplane racers sit down for an entire day because they're going to go fangs.
That's
They
correct.
did not get a chance to fly yesterday, and now they're out for vengeance this morning. Aren't you glad you came out for this race early in the morning? Thank you. Wow. And 2 guys that put you in the cockpit who have been around the pylons. That is just great color. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny.
All right, the race is still going on. Sorry, we got a little, we don't want to neglect any of our racers.
I believe that's going to be, it should be Scott McDonald in 24/7. Kristen Eagle.
That's correct.
Well, while they're landing and while our folks may have to take a trip to the facilities or get something warm or cold to drink and a bite to eat while we land the aircraft, Let's go back into the capability of any of our fans getting into biplane racing. First of all, you see that the majority of our aircraft are pit specials, single place pit specials, and one of the reasons that is so popular is because Curtis Pitts designed such a great airplane for us. It was, I would say, before the RV series of aircraft, it was one of the most built home builds back in the day.
For good reason.
For a good reason. And there are so many that were built by home builders, by EAA members, in their shop, in their hangar, in their living room, in their bedroom, in the basement, that they're out there. They're out there, they're good value, they're strong aircraft, they can be purchased for a low price, and you can get into racing with one of the single place pit specials.
Here's Jeff Lowe clearing the runway in race 6, Miss Diane. His prop is stopped. I wonder if that was an idle, low idle setting or something else, but he's clear of the runway. And tomorrow, Earl, I may be looking at the middle front row because I kind of think that Al Hoover took him at the line. What did you see?
It looked like Al got him, I would say, by I think about a spinner length. That's about it. Anyway, as Danny was saying about the pit special, it's one of the few airplanes that you can afford to buy.
You can find a Pitts S1 for between $25,000 and $100,000. All of them in airworthy condition, more or less.
And when you buy a Pitts, it's something that affects you to the effect that once you've owned one, you're going to want one the rest of your life. I've had 9 of them over the years. I'm 76 years old, and I'm looking at another one. But anyway, it's one of the few airplanes that the public can come out here and race. It's an airplane that you can bring here. You can make it competitive for very little money by just changing the propeller and the cowling like that, and then take it home and fly it as a sport airplane the rest of the year. It's a very forgiving airplane, and it's just a wonderful piece of machinery. It gets in your blood once you've flown one.
Takes about 500 hours minimum total time to be able to qualify to come to the Pylon Racing Seminar in June. You need some time in the aircraft, you need some tail wheel time, you need to listen to the veterans, and you need to show some proficiency on the course and on recoveries, because these airplanes, although they'll forgive a lot, they will do exactly what you ask them to do. If you ask them to do something stupid.
Well, I got to tell you this. We had long conversations with a great designer, Curtis Pitts. And around a big table, maybe a place like Oshkosh, and somebody would say, Curtis, we love your airplanes, but man, those things are squirrely on landing and takeoff. Now, Curtis was a Southern gentleman. He spoke with a Southern drawl, and he talked very slowly and clearly to you. And he said, pals, there's no such thing as a squirrely airplane, just squirrely pilots.
I never get tired of hearing that, Danny, and you were fortunate enough to have met Curtis Pitts. I was not involved in those aircraft at that time, or maybe I was a little younger. You might have a year or two on me, but some fortunate experiences you've had.
All right, I'll let you gentlemen do that. Gold winner Earl Allen. Here is the neat thing right here.
It's a clean race.
It's
Earl.
a clean race, okay. And the winner is
Unofficial.
Al, unofficially, number 84, and Jeff Lowe in second place. Number 80 is my old airplane, or 88. 80, okay. And that's Dave Roloffs flying the other woman, 44. Big Cat, Michael Brewer, and that was the folks we had out there racing. So
Again, unofficial.
again, unofficial.
And a great heat. I'm disappointed, but excited to see that pass at the final. So I'm hoping to be out there tomorrow, and I don't know what I can do against Al once he's got the pole, but I'll do my best.
All right, we'll see you out there, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Captain Earl Allen, thank you so much. And Holmes,
Thank you,
Captain
Danny.
David Holmgren, they will be back. All right, we give this over here. Thank you, Linda Law, and her great team are here. And still recovering the biplane racers. If the runway is congested or things don't look good, go around. A landing is never an assured thing. Always the option to go around. Go around, settle down, do it again. All right, a little break for you folks. We still have an airplane in the air. The rest are exiting their course, going back to the pit area where you can view them by purchasing a pit pass at the yellow ticket counter booth behind the grandstand seating. That's the entrance to the pit gate, where we have five classes of racing. The biplanes are inside of the hangar, along with the F1s, Formula One racers. Outside are the sport class, some 40-some aircraft on display. The North American T6 SNJ Harvard aircraft, racing aircraft on display, and the mighty Unlimiteds, and a couple of show planes, a couple of nostalgic planes on display as well. It's great entertainment, great fun. Two classes of racing to our right as we face the Stihl checkered pylon. That is the jets who will be racing, and also the Stihl aircraft. Great show going on down there. And by the way, there is a very fantastic military display of military transport aircraft, helicopters from the military of all sizes and capabilities, including the Coast Guard. And for you guys, I cruised down there this morning, and there is an A-37 being judged with rocket pods under the wing. I thought, oh baby, this is really pretty cool. You have to get down there and see it. Now, when you do that, right in the middle of all of the military airplanes, our friend Dewey Larson, who goes to all the air shows with them, has got an FA-18 cockpit on a trailer. He takes it from show to show. It is in the colors of Tom Cruise's FA-18 from the movie Top Gun Maverick, which has just grossed $1.5 billion worldwide and only came out May 26th. Made by a pilot, David Ellison from Skydance Productions in Southern California. Flown by a pilot, a P-51 pilot. Tom Cruise takes flying very seriously and absolutely loves it. And the movie was in the can for 2 years, waiting for the theaters to open up again. They sat on a budget of $170 million production budget with no rate of return, but man, it paid off.
That's amazing.
Amazing
story.
Pretty cool stuff. So go down and see Dewey. Take your whole family. You can sit in the cockpit. You can be Tom Cruise. You can be a Top Gun guy. The same paint scheme. And Dewey and his whole crew will fix you up. It's a thrill of a lifetime. And you can say, Tom Cruise is not the only Top Gun in my family.
I feel a need. Can I go back and say one thing about the A-37? I never flew the A-37. I've flown some jets, and I've flown OV-10s, and a couple of fast airplanes, and talked to a bunch of Viper pilots. They said the A-37, Viper pilots, F-16 pilots, saying the only airplane they ever flew that had enough power, you could sustain a 6G turn until you ran out of gas.
Well, you know, the T-37 was a trainer, but they really gave the A-37, the attack version, I think double the thrust, because it's carrying a lot of armament on those underwing attach points, like you'll see when you go down and look at the military, or at the aircraft being judged for the contest. So go down and take a look of all that stuff. It's really, really amazing. And you go, that thing has firepower, Jack.
Amen.
Yes.
Thanks, Danny.
Okay. All right, these guys will be back. We're taking a break now. We're going to get back into some more action. Thank you for coming out this morning. Your official air show program is a piece of entertainment you will enjoy this week and for years to come. They're being sold in the merchandise area at certain merchandise booths, and also by volunteers who are walking around with hands full of those great, very informative, very entertaining programs. Get yours today. It's a really cool thing to have. And we'll keep you posted as to where various racing categories are on the pages in that program. You can see, I think it's on page 15, you can see the race courses, the various courses and their mileage, and the pylon locations in there. So it's a very cool thing, very entertaining thing to have, a great tool also for keeping you into the action. And it's a coffee table book. It is a souvenir program. You need to enjoy that. Stay with us on all of the racing activity. While we're setting up for the Stihl Stole drag race in front of us, I'd like to remind you throughout the course of this entire weekend, behind the bleachers, any gift that you want to buy for yourself is back there. Whether it's wearing apparel or jewelry, kids' toys, hats, pins, pennants, whatever it may be, it's back there for birthdays, graduations, anniversaries, or because Christmas is just around the corner. Here is where you do your shopping. These items are sold only here at Reno. They're high quality. The price is very fair, and it helps the races and it helps local charitable organizations. So it is a win-win situation. You get all the swag that you want to take home with you to cover the events that I mentioned coming up, including Christmas. So shop till you drop, all kinds of food items. I took a cruise through there this morning again. A lot of the food booths are open. They have hot food, some have coffee. And of course, Pepsi is our official soft drink throughout the course of the day. And a wide variety of everything. But throughout the course of the day, make sure you get around. There's a tremendous show going on the ground. In the pit areas, one to our left as we face the Stihl checker pylon, the other one to our far right. Military aircraft, the FA-18 cockpit photo opportunity, the judging aircraft, and the Stole aircraft. And that is again to our right as we face the Stihl Stole drag race.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Play your favorite games at JJ's and qualify for a square on the Thursday night football game board. Don't forget to check out JJ's Locker Room. Book your very own private football party. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun. Play at JJ's Sports and Spirits and you can win cash and free play. JJ's Sports and Spirits. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With a pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
Juan Brown is back. We're good to go on the race course, and we have action.
Stoll Drag Racing is back. The last couple of races we had were so close between 5 different cameras, we could not determine the winner between these two competitors right now.
Isn't that awesome how close they are? This is fantastic. Very mismatched vehicles. The Carbon Cup on the outside lane is so much lighter than the 182, but the 182 has the nose wheel and is really aggressive with Aaron Greer on the inside. Let's look at this turnaround and see who gets around first.
They're turning around at just about the same time. We're trying to get through the quarterfinals to determine who's going to be the bottom of the bronze here, but these races are just too close to call.
This Carbon Cub can out-accelerate the 182, but given a long enough distance, the 182 would always win. But we don't have the distance that the 182 needs to be able to get it slowed down, or I'm sorry, sped up as far as he can get it. Using those flaps, getting it slipped in there hard. He does come in way fast.
Who's going to get stopped first? Tail wheel down.
Very close.
On the end, let's go. Follow Aaron. You're a winner, Aaron. Good job, guys.
What a terrible way to do it. He scratched.
Bruce Graham, number 2 in the yellow Carbon Cup, scratched at the turnaround.
Which lane do you want, Bo?
Such a great race, having to do it twice. You get into that pressure and you push yourself to get as close to the line as you can, and those are the kind of mistakes that end up happening.
Well, we heard on the radio in preparation for this that 5 different cameras from 5 different locations could not determine that last race who was the winner. That's why they had to do it again.
Run them again.
That's a close call.
That is.
That is fantastic. And next we have Bo Ellis in lane 2, taking the far lane in his custom Legend Cub. Now, as you look at this plane, you may think, that's kind of a weird plane. I can't really figure it out because the tail looks like an old classic straight tail Cessna, and it actually is. He looked for somebody to build that plane for him that would allow him to have that there, and that the custom tail. He has a Cessna, if I'm not mistaken, that looks just like it. And when they're flying, you can barely tell them apart.
Yep, the Cessna 180. So the things that guys can get disqualified for at the turnaround are landing short of the line or not coming to a complete stop at the turnaround before turning around.
Or, if I'm not mistaken, is that true if they're off heading by more than 10 degrees?
That's correct.
Is he up soon? No, it's fine, Hal. It's just a tap.
We're going to send Hal out there up against Bo. Run these two again.
That'll be fantastic. For anybody out there that doesn't know, Hal Stockman turning there in lane 1 in his white Rans S7 number 3. He's the most famous man on the internet that's not on the internet. He doesn't have his own Facebook page. He doesn't have his own Instagram. He doesn't even know how to turn a computer on. So a couple of weeks ago, I was showing him that he has a Facebook page called the Hal Stockman Experience. He sat and looked at that for hours. It's been a year. He didn't even know it existed.
And they're off. Hal Stockman in the Rams S7 in the number 1 lane. A much lighter aircraft weighing in at just 600 pounds. Bo Ellis in the number 2 lane in the Legend Cub.
So the different techniques here is that Hal on the inside lane isn't using flaps and he isn't slipping. He's relying on prop braking because he does have a reversible prop. Oh, he got it stopped. Now, last year, Hal was able to put it on his nose last year trying to do that. That was close.
Go ahead and follow the conga.
Looks like Bo got a good lead at the turnaround. Good turns.
And you saw Hal carry the throttle much longer than Bo did. Looks like Bo's going to have that one with ease.
Bo with the win. Good job, Hal. Good job, guys.
Bo Ellis takes the win in the Legend Cub.
Remember when we come up,
Next we have Eddie Sanchez in lane 2 in the Just Aircraft Highlander.
If you get lane 1,
he's the black aircraft.
Guys that are going to lane 2 can go around you real easily.
And Harry Beaupre in the Yellow Kit Fox. Rotax 912 powered both aircraft.
We're going to the back of the line, Johnny.
Spirit of Lewis, he calls the Yellow Kit Fox. And the Devil Girl, Eddie Sanchez in the black Highlander.
I need a brake cool. I got a shot at him.
He named that plane after his fiancée. And I think that is the most perfect name because we all hang out with her, and I would say that that's pretty accurate.
We're clear to the east. Judges are ready. Harry, are you ready? You ready, Eddie? On the airdrop. 3, 2, 1.
That's Kevin Quinn, the chief instigator down there at the start-finish line, launching everybody. And once again, the layout of the land is we have a 2,000-foot-long course in between the runway and the taxiway out there in the dirt. And the objective is to drag race as quick as you can from the start-finish line to the turnaround. Land on or beyond the line right there.
I got a bad SD
Come to a complete stop with the tail down, just like that, and then spin around and race as fast as you can back to the start-finish line, 2,000 feet down the road here. And the first aircraft that comes to a complete stop with the tail wheel down after landing on or beyond the line at the start-finish line wins the drag race.
Harry has had some really impressive runs all week, but he's going up now against the number 2, I think, at one point qualifiers.
Good bounce by Eddie, but he got stopped well ahead of Harry.
Eddie got that one. Great job, Harry. Clear to taxi. Eddie, follow Harry.
So through a process of double eliminations, we're going to determine the ultimate Stihl stole drag racer competing for a purse of $30,000.
We got lots of time. Do a slow taxi. We got a lot of time. Come on out, Bo. And whoever Bo's.
So I heard Bo say, give me a few moments to cool my brakes. I think I can take him. Let's see if he comes back. Number of sponsors to help make stole drag racing possible, including AOPA, the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association.
Cup Crafters, as we see several of those out here.
Out of Yakima, Washington. Airframes Alaska for all your bush plane accessories.
Tempest Aero Group.
Flight Outfitters, where we get these great flying jackets.
Wayland Aerospace with those bright lights they got out there.
Clemens Insurance out of Kansas. See Jerry Clemens for all your insurance brokerage needs.
McFarland, distributor of MT props.
Say hi to Brenda and get a new MT propeller.
Sky Cowboys, all kinds of different accessories for backcountry and probably all of it.
including the helmets with headsets that are required here in Stoll Drag Racing and desired out in the backcountry.
And Behringer wheels and brakes. Outstanding brakes, but not only that, but probably one of the best looking ones out there.
And we invite all of you to come down to the Stoll Corral down on the far right side of the course, just past the jets, where we got all the aircraft and all the pilots accessible to the general public, and all the swag, t-shirts, sweatshirts available for sale. Seat jet down at the Stoll Drag Corral. Oh, and Steve Henry versus Bo, our fastest aircraft by far.
Steve Henry, arguably the winningest Stoll pilot of all time.
Running that 300 horsepower Yamaha Apex snowmobile engine and the Skytrax gearbox, producing that screaming 10,000 RPM.
Now both Steve and Tim, our top qualifiers, were not really ready today to race. They didn't think they were going to be racing at last minute. They threw them in. These guys are going to be the top of the gold class. So Steve, as you can see, is running his big fat tires, which he likes a lot better as far as appearance-wise and the way that it feels when you land. It just doesn't help on the braking as much. And Tim also had to make some changes in his plane. He wasn't able to do it either. So both guys are just kind of getting in there.
Now watch how quick he can get that thing stopped. Bam, he's done.
And he has Behringer brakes on that aircraft. Double puck. Double puck, double piston. Double fun.
Great run, boys. That was a beautiful run. You guys have the best slip in the game. Clear to taxi, Steve. Both follow Steve.
So Steve will definitely be the plane to beat for Stihl Stoll Drag champion. That's Yeehaw 6. That's the 6th just aircraft that Steve has built over the years. He's already sold number 7, and he's building Yeehaw number 8. So a builder and an extremely competitive pilot, all in one package.
Yeah, we're almost done with number 8. We were hoping to have it here, but it's not going to be finished quite yet. It's just how it goes.
Okay, the boys are working out in the brackets right now, determining who we're going to get up next as we work through the different bronze, silver, and gold brackets. And this year we've decided to run all the different classes together, so we got a good mix of aircraft.
He's going to take 2 minutes to get warmed up. Daddy, we're 2 minutes out.
For each drag race. So I think he said Tim Shellhorn, and I've missed the other one, but Tim Shellhorn is going to be probably your second fastest aircraft out here.
Yeah, and he's still trying to dial that airplane. It's a new airplane for him, just finished building it, still trying to dial the motor in, still trying to figure everything out. It's a really neat setup where he's using a lot of automotive parts, which they're allowed to do that, and experimental, and trying to bring kind of modern ignition and modern injection, fuel injection in, and making it all work. And it's not that he's having problems with it, but it's just new. He's got to figure it all out. And so each time you build a new aircraft, so even like when we're done with Yeehaw 8, even though the plane might be done, there's still a lot of things to figure out. How to fly it, how to operate that engine, what's the best for that.
And one of the technical challenges that Tim is having with all that electronics is keeping the electronics cool, especially when we're waiting in between races. So he likes to get down there and shut down and get those electronics cooled off.
That's exactly right. It's a little different, you know, some of the Reno air racers on the main track like to get their oil really hot up to temperature, and the hotter and they'll preheat their oil, as like in some of these classes I'm listening to get around and get those engines spinning faster. With the Stoll Drag, it's not so much of a concern because they'll heat those up pretty quick. As we see Tim.
And Stoll Drag racing is inherently hard on the aircraft. As you can see him pounding him into the start-finish lines here. Somebody was asking about shock cooling the engines, the way we jerk the throttles back all of a sudden. The aircraft is not cooled off for very long before they're right back on the throttle. So shock cooling isn't as big of a problem as if you were doing a long descent from a high altitude cold air descent.
And the airflow isn't all that great, being that they're coming in sideways.
Yeah, that's right. Scrubbing off that speed as quick as they can. And that's what we're doing. We're testing the entire envelope of the aircraft here. How fast can the aircraft accelerate? How fast can the aircraft decelerate? How quick you can get them stopped.
Plane 1, if you copy. I copy, Tim, come on out.
Tim looks like he's getting ready to taxi onto the field here in just a moment in Psycho Billy number 73.
Looks like he's going up against Eddie Sanchez and the Devil Girl.
These are two of our top qualifiers, two of the top 3 qualifiers. This is going to be a race. I don't recall if these two have been lined up with each other, do you?
Yeah, this will be interesting. Devil Girl in the number 2 lane. The number 2 lane is that lane that is farthest away from us.
Another interesting thing that Tim does when he does his turnaround, and we know we've talked about it being won or lost in the turnaround, is that Tim does a right turn. And I think he's the only pilot here today that does a right turn when he goes at the midway point.
Yeah, you'd normally go with the left just to go with the torque of the engine. No jumping the line. We don't have a dragster light pole down there. We just got Kevin and his big flappy arms and this call on the radio.
Are you ready, Tim? Are you ready, Eddie? On the arm drop, boys. 3, 2, 1, heel!
And they're off, 2 of our top 3 qualifiers. This is going to be a great race.
Tim Shellhorn getting the whole shot with that.
He is definitely pulling Eddie. Eddie held in a little bit longer.
With the EFI 0320.
Both excellent pilots.
Boom. Looks like Tim touched down first.
Eddie's getting really hard on those brakes because he knows he has to. Tim with his right turn.
Good turnaround. Let's see what the judges say.
And it looks like Tim's pulling it even harder on the way back, doesn't it?
Yeah. Throwing it into the full slip, sliding it into the start-finish line. See the flaps retract. Good turns, boys.
Wow, Tim got on that braking really, really well, and it's paying off.
Looks like he got him. Looks like Tim in number 1 lane.
Boys, Tim, you got him by hair. Good job, boys. Clear to taxi. Eddie follows Tim. That was a great race, boys.
I don't know if that's Tim's best run or not, but it sure looked fantastic.
You guys have is awesome. Just beautiful flying. Eddie follows Tim. Great race.
Psycho Billy.
So you can find more information all about this class of racing at the StollDrag.com website. We've got all the pilots, all the information, all the different events around the United States here. We put on several events, and in fact, we'll be doing the High Sierra Fly-In right here at Dead Cow Playa, not too many miles from here. Next month in October, we'll have over 1,000 aircraft show up for the fly-in, and dozens of aircraft doing Stoll drag racing over a 2-day period, right in the middle of October.
So is Harry Dupree going to go up against?
Who we got?
Is Harry going to go up against Bo Ellis again?
Oh, Bo's still in the running. And if you haven't seen the live feed from the air races here, put on by Airshow 360, it's outstanding. If you can send that to your folks at home that can't get to the air races, that's a great looking live feed. And that link is available on the Stihl Reno National Championship homepage.
Now Bo's plane, from my angle, always looks like his left wing is sagging a little bit. Is that just me or my angle?
I don't know. Could be that lane number 2's getting a little droopy on the left side there.
That could be as well.
Harry Beaupre in the number 1 lane. Spirit of Lewis. The yellow Kit Fox. Harry now based right here in Fallon, Nevada.
Harry, are you ready?
Bo, of course, from Bodad, California.
Bo's got some giant weights underneath the tail on that thing. It's impressive that he can lift that tail so aggressively on the start.
Yeah, he really picks that tail up. Good acceleration.
That is a slip there by Bo Ellis.
He throws it in, but the plane can't quite hold it, so it kind of comes out of the slip a little bit.
And Harry's a little lighter, trying to outbrake him. It's still close.
Look at that. Looks like Bo's got a good lead as he comes by the Stihl home pylon.
And Harry's carrying the power about another 50 yards.
Good turns from the turnaround judges.
That was a great run by Bo, being able to slow that plane down like he did.
Looks like
Harry cleared a taxi, Bo followed, so you got him by just a touch. Good job, boys. Great job.
Bo still in the run in the number 2 lane. If you've got your Stihl National Championship Air Race brochure or handbook here, we're on page 68 to see all the Stihl Stoll Drag racers, aircraft, and pilots.
Girl. Eddie Sanchez is going to be taking lane 2 in the Just Aircraft Highlander, followed by the Rans S7 of Hal Stockman.
Okay, last Stoll Drag race of the period. Good to see Hal Stockman back out and still running in Lawnmower 3, the white Rans S7 in the number 1 lane from Elko, Nevada.
And this is double elimination. If Eddie doesn't win this, he'll be done.
That might be it.
And I'm not sure what what his record is here, if he's been taken out yet. But these are both fairly evenly matched planes. They're both very souped up Rotax engines. One by Edge Performance and one by Hal himself. Hal's a master mechanic on heavy equipment, just retired, so he can spend full time building Rotax engines for himself. They keep telling him, you can't do that with the engine. It's not designed for that. He just says, oh, really?
We call those Stockmanized Rotax 912s.
We're clear to the east. Judges are ready. Hal, are you ready? Eddie, are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
And they're off. One thing to watch is when they start their slipping. Now, Hal is not going to use flaps, and he's not going to slip, versus Eddie, who's going to rely on the flaps and the slipping to reduce his speed, whereas Hal is going to be using prop braking. Oh, he put in a little bit of slip, so he's really pushing it. He's using prop braking and reversible prop to try and slow him down. This is going to be a tough race. Ooh, Eddie got to bounce down
Eddie.
there.
Now is Hal able to get his prop into reverse?
Wow. Well, Eddie stopped first, but Hal stopped shorter.
Yeah.
Let's see how this plays out.
Hang on, Hal. Good race. Eddie's got a good turn and a good lead. Wow.
That is fantastic. Eddie is really pulling him here. But it is not over yet.
Hal's got a lot of work to do with that reversible pitch prop. It takes a lot of muscle memory to deal with that prop.
Now Eddie is borderline off 10 degrees.
Did he not get her stopped straight? I missed
that. It does not appear from my angle that he did. The crowd will know better than we will. If he does not stop within 10 degrees of north.
Looks like you have a brake issue. Follow Hal for parking. Great job. Scratch lane 1 for Hal. And we have one lane 2 as well there with the heading. We'll talk about that in a bit. Let's taxi back. We're done for a period.
Okay, so that's going to be inconclusive. We had the brake problem with Eddie.
That makes sense why he turned the way he did. He had a brake failure.
And Hal had a scratch.
Oh! Well, this will be exciting to see them go again.
You got to keep going.
Yeah, I don't have a left brake, it looks like.
Stoll drag racing is really hard on the brakes and tires.
Stoll drag is clear of the course, requesting taxi back to staging.
Okay, that's your Stoll drag racing for today. I don't think we have another Stoll drag race later on today, so we'll be seeing you tomorrow as we winnow down through the brackets to determine who is going to be the Stihl Stoll drag champion here at Reno 2022.
It wasn't as bad, but it was like it was fading. Bruce has been having
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races presented by Reno-Tahoe.
Welcome to the desert here. Welcome to one of the most unique events in the world of sports, the Stihl National Championship Air Races. Our pleasure to bring you this stream coverage for you. Coming to you from live in the desert here. We just, if you've been with us already, been on the stream already, you saw some Stoll drag racing, and here we go. We are starting a Formula One race. This is 3B Formula One Silver Class Racing, and we are underway. 5 planes out there.
Yeah, Tommy, they're already running, and out to a quick lead is race 74, Sean Milkey from Fairbanks, Alaska. He's got the early jump on him. Again, they depart all together. We've got 5 aircraft, like you said here, Tommy, that departed. And this first lap, is, as with all Formula One, is a oil warm-up or a starter lap. So they're 1 lap around our up-close and personal 3.5-mile course. They can jockey for position, but the laps start counting and the times start counting when they come back around and pass the Stihl home pylon here in just a second. So they're headed down the backstretch right now between pylons 3 and 4, and they are jockeying for position as we look there, Tommy. Great shot of our leaders from our pylon cams out in the desert. And here you see them coming around front there.
Carl Robertson. Sleeper is the name of the aircraft. It's white.
And he's followed by 74, Sean Milkey out of Fairbanks, Alaska, the red and white. And then right behind them in the Atomic Pumpkin, Blair Hamilton out of Alberta, Canada in race 48, sitting 3rd. Followed up with the 39, race 39 of Monkey Ninja, JP Odell. Bringing up the rear. Looks like Scott Holmes in race 9. Outlaw.
Blair Hamilton in the Atomic Pumpkin, of course, came into this B class based on results from an A class race yesterday. So she'll be looking to move back up again. That's what's capable for all these pilots and team.
Yeah, what a great story there, Tommy. You see a great shot of her coming around the final pylon, headed for the home stretch. She's down here from Canada and connected with a group that's doing an awful lot of outreach to young women to get them into aviation. And here she is setting the example for others as a race leader. And we're going to jump back to our leaders back up front.
81, Robinson.
Great shot. Beautiful paint scheme with that airplane with the green and the white on there. Aircraft will be continuing to maneuver back in the field, and our leader is jumped out front and has just stayed there. Tommy, we talked earlier about the fixed pitch prop in Formula One. The other aircraft jumped off the ground a little bit faster than him, but obviously his prop selection is gotten him out front. We jump back to see 2nd and 3rd there with race 74, Sean Milkey, followed by Atomic Pumpkin and Blair Hamilton we talked about just a minute ago. Tommy looks like she's making some ground on him there a little bit in straightaways.
We're going 8 laps around our 3 and change course here. So still 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, you can see Blair, look at this as she descends now on the straightaway, coming back to the Stihl home pylon. She's going to make some ground on him on race 74. And see, look from that angle, looks like she's almost caught him, but here at Reno, as in all cases with closed course pylon racing, you got to pass on the outside. So Milky has the inside track, and she's got a little bit of work to do to get around him in these turns. Shot of them there. You can see her just gradually sneaking up on him in the straightaways. There you can see she's got some speed on him when she can go straight and level, but again, she's got to pass him on the outside. You can see him on the outside there as they're headed into that pylon number 4, which would be our 4, 5, and 6 around the west end of the course. And it looks like she's gotten out in front just a little bit, but again, she's high outside, taking the longer way around because she has to pass from the outside. And then, folks, if you think about it, you can't really see behind you from an airplane, so it's kind of hard to know when you get back around. And here you see Milky has taken that shorter route and pulled back out in front. But Tommy, they are neck and neck coming to the home pylon right there.
Absolutely, yeah, flying level. Blair Hamilton has the definite advantage there. She loses that advantage flying a longer race course every time they hit a pylon. There's 4th and 5th.
See another good contest here, Tommy. They're coming around. See race, that's back to race 74 in 3rd place and 2nd. You can see continuing to battle with Blair Hamilton as they go down the backstretch. Then we're going to jump back to our leader who's got a sizable lead, Tommy, back there in race 81. That's Sleeper with Carl Robinson down here from Longview, Texas.
Carl Robinson, another plane which qualified this based on an A-class performance yesterday. So he's looking to bump back up again and making a good case for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here you see Blair Hamilton. She's got a little bit more inched up, making her way around. Do they come out of that final turn right there and they're headed down the home stretch? She's got just about side by side. Now Tommy, going by our vantage point here, you can see in the camera she's pulling out front. Now I don't know if she'll get far enough to where she can cut in front around the corners or if she'll have to stay outside. So we'll just watch closely as they head into pylons 1, 2, and 3. Headed around the north side there. This is quite a race, Tommy.
Yeah,
really
this
exciting.
is the race within the race that is the most compelling at this point right now. 81, Carl Robinson and Sleeper still way out in front of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the yellow airplane there, and we're going to jump back to 2nd and 3rd as they go down the backstretch. Blair Hamilton has sizably put the lead on over race 74 and Sean Milky. It took her a while, but she got it. Now we're going to jump back to the leader out front, beginning to deal with some lap traffic here, Tommy.
Yep. That's not the clean air he wants, but it has to be endured if you're going to start lapping airplanes here, part of the system.
Yeah, just a beautiful shot of that airplane. He qualified at about 195 miles an hour initially, and so you can see the speed difference as he's beginning to encounter some of that lap traffic, who in some cases 20 to 30 knots slower in their qualifying speeds. So you see a little bit of speed difference there as he's moving around. So really this 5 airplane field now pretty much spread out around the course as we follow our leader coming through the final pylon here. Comes around pylon number 6 and headed for the Stihl home pylon. You can see he's just flying a nice tight course, and like you said, Tommy, this is currently a silver class grouping, and they're trying to bump up their times to get back into that gold class, as every class is here at Reno. The eyes are all on Sunday. It's about competing for that national championship.
And our 1 and 2 planes right now are both the ones who had bumped down from gold class here, so they are showing that they maybe have the capability to bump back up, and one of them will.
Right, and here we're going to jump back and look at Blair Hamilton in the Atomic Pumpkin. A great shot of that beautiful airplane. Fantastic paint scheme, and she has just done a masterful job of passing. We watched that race for so long with her and Milky, and now she's just flying a tight course, as is our leader, Carl Robinson, in race 81. And just both of them working on their times, because right now they're not necessarily competing with anybody for position, but they are competing against the entire field. It's all about Sunday, Tommy.
Getting the white flag will Carl Robinson with this pass of the Stihl start-finish pylon, so he'll be into his final lap there. Obviously getting a good time going here and a good average speed. We'll get that for you later if we can.
You know, Tommy, I'm noticing the line that he's flying is very tight against. He's being careful not to cut, because you cut a pylon and fly too close to it. You know, we have judges in every pylon, Tommy, that are looking up through those, what in essence are 55-gallon drum size containers on top of a 50-foot pole, and they're looking through that barrel If they see any part of the plane, then you've cut the pylon. And so our leader, Robinson, is doing a great job of staying tight, flying fast and low. You know, here at Reno, they say fly low, fly fast, turn left, and that's what he's doing right here over the desert at just under 200 miles an hour.
A lead like this, it gets a lot less complicated, and you can do exactly what you want to do. Don't stress anything. And he's headed for the checkered flag. He goes around number 6.
Yeah, coming out of that final turn, Tommy, wings level, nose down, throttles all the way forward, and there he is. That is the checkered flag. There's our unofficial winner. Coming around in second place, we've got finishing, you see that she's headed down the backstretch right at the moment. That's Blair Hamilton. And still some lap traffic between her and where Robinson finished, but she was a good more than a half a lap behind in second place. So you see her just now coming through pylons 4, 5, and 6 on the west end of the course. And great shot of her again, Tommy. The lighting here, the smoke, you can see a little bit of haze, but we've got a much better day than we've had all week, and Blair Hamilton's taking full advantage of that. Here she comes to the finish line to unofficial second place. Congratulations to her.
Race 48, Blair Hamilton, Cochrane, Alberta, Canada there in second place. Right behind, well, not right behind, but a bit behind Carl Robinson, our overwhelming leader here, an unofficial winner.
And here you see third place in number 70, race 74, Sean Milkey. Had that great race with Blair all race long. You see him pull up at the end of the race and head into the traffic pattern to return to land, and the other competitors had already pulled up. So that's going to wrap this one, Tommy. What a great race. Man, we saw some competitive races in a couple places. The leader got out front, but then back in second, third, and then fourth and fifth, we saw some great competition on the first few laps, especially the first half of the race.
A lot of pent-up desire on the part of these pilots to get racing, to start competing. That's what they come to Reno for, and that's what we're finally getting to do here with some regularity. We're going to keep our fingers crossed and hope for this to continue all day long. Let's take a look at this race one more time, and there is your winner.
There it is, and you can see the line that Carl Robinson took, and early on he was the class of the field. But initially, Tommy, if you recall, we talked about those fixed pitch props. The other aircraft, 2 of them, in fact, got out faster than he did, but it didn't take him about halfway around the first time to start putting that speed to work. And he started overtaking people, jumped to the lead, and again finished out front with more than a half a lap. And here you see some of that great race between 74 and 48. Just a great race. Blair Hamilton worked really hard to get by, passing on that longer route on the outside.
See, that was early on in the race when 74 still had the lead over Blair Hamilton.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of good technique here where 74 Sean Milkey was taking that inside route. He was flying tight to the pylons, and Blair had to really work. She had the speed advantage, but she could only really make ground in the straightaways, and taking that longer route around, often higher around the outside of the pylons, really held her up for a while, but she finally got it done. There's our checkered flag, I believe, with the, or there's one lap to go, I think, with our leader.
White flag. And just a perfect race for Carl Robinson. It was the way you want it to happen.
Yeah, you can see some of the great pylon cam shots that we have here with our crews out in the desert. The smoke getting a little bit better. Very good shot there from them on Sean Milkey. Race 74. You can see Blair Hamilton still. Here's where she finally got him coming down the home stretch, Tommy. Look at that. Did you see the acceleration finally work? She gets around, and as she headed into turn 1, 2, and then you can see she finally got by him, and there's our leader passing some lap traffic in the final closing laps of the race.
So Carl Robinson never really challenged during the course of this. Obviously a ride prop choice for him. The perfect prop choice in Blair Hamilton. She won the battle between the North Country. She from Alberta, Canada, beat out Sean Milkey from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah, there it is, and there's our checkered flag. Tommy's our... That's the white flag. Sorry about that. My mistake there. Saw the flag flying, and I got excited, Tommy. So
well, we're going to give him his full due.
Yeah, there's the checkered flag right there. There's where Carl Robinson and airplane he affectionately calls Sleeper in race 81. What a great race. Man, it's so good to be racing. The smoke has cleared a little bit, and here now you see our leader coming in to land as he's rolling out here on the runway. Just what a great race that he flew all the way around. You saw him, as you talked about, Tommy. Perfect choice on the prop. and the mixture and everything else that he had set up there. And we talked about these airplanes yesterday a little bit, but they're very small. It's like strapping on a flying go-kart. Small weight, but this is our oldest class, Tommy, the only continuous racing class, and they trace his lineage back to the midget racing of the 30s and 40s. So what a great, fantastic class this is.
The gateway class for those looking to get into racing here in Reno and elsewhere. It's many of these planes built by the owners right there in their own garages, and there's your unofficial finish order right there. Carl Robinson, 81. Sleeper, Blair Hamilton and the Atomic Pumpkin in second place. That's race 48. Sean Milkey and Fat Ass Cass. Race number 74. Scott Holmes, number 9. Outlaw in 4th. And J.P. Odell. J.P. Odell, the aerospace engineer from Tehachapi, California. Monkey Ninja, race 39 in 5th place.
Yeah, what a great race, Tommy. That was very exciting race, and what's good about today is we're going to get into some other classes here, Tommy. The visibility is cleared. We can see the north end of the course. So all week long, we haven't seen some of the faster classes like Jet and Unlimited, and even some of the sport classes. And here you can see coming up, Tommy, I believe we've got some Jet stuff coming up here in just a minute back on the live stream.
Absolutely, and this is what they talk about when they talk about the world's fastest motorsport. The Jet class on display here, 2 decades now. One of the official classes, the 7 distinct classes here at Reno.
Yeah, the only place on the planet, Tommy, you can see closed course pylon racing, shoulder to shoulder, the fastest motorsport in the world. Fastest motorsport in the world. So we are excited. Here you see a live shot from Jerry Kirby, call sign Jive. And Airshow 360 is a company that he and his wife, Leonard Sawyer, you see standing there outside of his jet in the gray shirt. And we're very grateful to have the on-camera shot from Mark McGee and Airshow 360, and then here in the fire truck. Tommy, this is quite a tradition here at Reno. When you win, you get toured in front of the grandstands, in front of the little fire truck, and there they are waving at us as they go by. Congratulations, guys. We're so proud of y'all. And those are some of our Stihl drag guys that just won here just a few minutes ago. And what a great thing that goes on here at the air races, Tommy, at the National Championship air races. Traditions like that really make this family of aviators just a fun place to be all week long.
Yeah, and that Stihl drag tradition is just basically getting underway here. And these guys have been racing all week. They can race in the middle of a blizzard. So, you know, absolutely. We've had them to rely on, and it has been great fun watching them in action.
It has, and I'm so excited. You see the jet grouping that's going to fly up there here in just a minute. And we're going to get to see those folks here in just a few minutes. They're getting in the aircraft. Canopies are still up. So it'll be just a few minutes before they get those jets fired up and then taxied out. And then in the jet class, Tommy, it's going to be a little bit different start where we saw the Formula Ones when we came online just a few minutes ago. They all depart together off the runway at the same time. The jet aircraft will all take off and they gather up in the air. Yep. And then much like the Unlimited class, they're going to circle around Peavine Mountain behind us. They're going to get lined up. They'll line abreast, and they'll come down the chute. And the pace plane will look and make sure everything looks good. He'll say, gentlemen, you have a race, and then it's on, and they go straight all the way down to the guide pylon. So we'll talk more about the course. We'll talk more about the rules for jet here in just a little bit, but it's going to be a great day to see some of these fast movers moving here. You know, Tommy, think about that. 50 feet above the sagebrush at 500 miles an hour. Can you imagine? Yeah. It's absolutely something.
You can almost reach out and grab a jackrabbit. It's that vivid.
Yeah,
it's
right?
that close to the ground there. It is really quite something. And we'll be in the cockpit with some of these racers, and you can see just exactly what it feels like, and it is truly breathtaking.
Yeah, between the visuals that we have, Tommy, this year are unparalleled. Not only do we have those cameras in plane, just like you see here, where we get to see over Jai's left shoulder the whole way, and you're going to see the ground right out zipping by at 500 miles an hour. We've got cameramen and pylon cams out in the desert in a couple places that give us fantastic views as these aircraft come over at 50 feet. And the folks here at JM Productions are doing a fantastic job of bringing you this race action here at the 58th Stihl National Championship Air Races. So we are just so excited. Man, Tommy, you know I'm the biggest fan on the whole front here, and I just can't stop smiling. You know,
you're in hog heaven, as we say back home in Arkansas.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be exciting. I am looking forward to this jet race. It's going to be fun.
This will be a C-class race here. That's the bronze class race. We're scheduled to have 6 planes competing. Oh, okay. Oh, now they're telling this is going to be a B-class race, so we will
silver grouping.
This will be a silver group, so we'll try to dial up the personnel, the heat sheet for that.
Yeah, that's definitely Jive Kirby.
So he'll be
Jerry Kirby,
one of
call
them.
sign Jive, and he's in their race 11. He calls the airplane Ivan, and what a great operation that they have going. But all the competitors in this grouping will be a lot of fun to watch, Tommy. And we've got the schedule is really moving around on us, folks. So if we sound like we're kind of trying to catch up, we really are, because part of what happened is all week long up until this point, we've had smoke from the mosquito fire coming into the valley here in Reno, and then also up here north of Reno where Stead Field is. And what that's done is it's limited a lot of our faster moving aircraft from flying. So the great folks at the Reno Air Race Association have really had to be flexible and on their toes. And so the planned schedule that we had really has gotten jumbled, so they're reacting and they're trying to get everybody all the qualifying and heat races that they can, and we'll get all that going. So, Tommy, I think we're going to talk a little bit about what the pilots are experiencing with the smoke.
That tells a lot right there. That's what sunrise looked like this morning. We are experiencing smoke from a not-so-distant fire. Pilots having to deal with that and everything else during this extraordinary week.
The smoke has really wreaked havoc in the schedules here with RAH and the Reno Air Race Association schedules. It's delayed races, it's delayed qualifications, it's caused a lot of problems for especially some of the bigger, faster classes in the later portions of the day.
This year there's a lot of smoke in the area, so it's kind of changing, when you can qualify, and hopefully you can qualify.
All I know about that fire is that it's messing up operations for us. I'm sure there's a lot of people affected by it, but it has shut down everything this morning for us, but it looks like we're going to get to go this afternoon.
The FAA requires 6 miles of visibility for the races. For a class like ours that's running slower, we can go as low as 3 miles, but we really don't like going that low, just because after the race we got to recover. We're all in the traffic pattern trying to get to the same runway. If we can't see each other, it's just not safe.
The visibility on the course is really not that bad. So our course is just over 3 miles in a whole circle, so that means we're really not looking at any more than just over 1.25 miles straight line. And when we have 6 miles visibility, which is what the requirement is, way more than we need.
Of all the things you never thought you were going to pray for at Reno, which is wind, because we always have wind, except for now. So we're praying for wind, and hopefully the wind will come up and blow all the smoke out, and we'll be able to just be wind blown, but we'll have air races.
Some of the words from our pilots talking about something they have absolutely no control over, and that is the wind and the smoke. These atmospheric conditions have sort of upset the apple cart with regard to our schedule here, but we're working through it as best as we possibly can. Our aim, of course, to bring you as much racing as possible. Their aim to race as much as possible. Everyone's on the same page. We just need some cooperation from the elements.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tommy, here on the screen now, we're getting a good look at last year's gold race from 2021. Give you a good idea what we're going to see here in just a few minutes. This is the start. You can see this again was Jerry Kirby, call sign Jive, looking over his left shoulder right as they start the race and headed down the slot, headed for the guide pylon. You can see he's maintaining eyes. He keeps looking over his left shoulder. You can see, look at the shadow on the ground there, Tommy. That's what we talked about. Descending down to 50 feet over the sagebrush, 500 miles an hour. And now coming into the shot, you see some of the other competitors. They come around the guide pylon. And folks, if you haven't been here, that guide pylon is actually in the foothills on the northeast part of the course. The elevation is higher up there, so they come around that pylon and they're actually descending and diving into the valley down the north end part of the course. And here you can see our competitors coming around, headed southbound through what we call the Valley of Speed. Tommy, it's going to be exciting here in just a few minutes when we get to see this live again. And this was our gold race last year. You see how competitive the jets were, and there's our great pylon cam shots from right there in the desert as they're coming over. You get a good look at those pylons. And here they are coming around the final pylon, headed for home and ready to come back to the Stihl home pylon start-finish line. So it's quite a class here in the jet. This class is dominated by the Reno-Tahoe L29s and L39s. And then here is a shot from the guide pylon up there in the foothills that I was just describing there, Tommy. And there's a look at it here today. You can see the bright lights there, Tommy, to the right. Part of that is to help our competitors identify where the pylon is. The pylon's actually the tower with the orange, and then the barrel, if you will, up on top. But those big bright lights are beside a number of our pylons, and that just helps our pilots see them. It's all about safety here, Tommy.
Absolutely, and, they need all the help for visuals that they can get out here this week, and those go a long way to do that. You went out to the terrain out there this week.
I did. I didn't
you got an idea for how high that part of the course is compared to the rest of the course. The Valley of Speed is truly a valley.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tommy, I wasn't quite out at the guide pylon itself, but I was on the north end of the course, and the terrain difference from the angle we just showed you, you can see it's elevated, but when you're up there, it's even more than it looks like from here. So truly, when they come around that guide pylon on the very first start of the race, and they're making that's the first time they can come out of their lanes and turn left and head into the course, they are actually diving into that valley. The elevation drop is pretty significant. It allows all the aircraft to accelerate. So there's a lot of strategy involved there, Tommy. You're coming down the slot, if you will, down the chute, excuse me, and they've got to stay in their lane. When they get to the guide pylons, the first place they can turn left, and that's really where the acceleration, the adrenaline's up, and man, it's going to be exciting from there on. One of the things that I got to talk to Robert Gibson, Hoot Gibson, the former astronaut. Remember we talked about before, he was part of the one of the pilots that when this class was an exhibition back in oh gosh, that was back in 2000.
Yeah.
He was flying MiGs at that time, and then he later competed in this class when they decided that swept-wing aircraft really weren't probably as safe as need be here. So one of the rules here is no swept-wing aircraft, no afterburners. And so that's why you see the class dominated by these Reno-Tahoe L-39s is what we're seeing taxiing out here. There's a number of L-29s here as well. And basically what he told me is in this jet class, coming down the chute, throttle comes up to about 106% RPM. You keep the EGT, or the engine gas temperature, which is one of the things in a turbine engine that you watch. Keep it in line. You set the friction lock on the throttle, and in the jets, unlike our Unlimiteds and some of our others, the throttle pretty much stays set, basically wide open, and then they just fly the jet. So there's a lot of pilot skill, and these aircraft obviously very evenly matched because most of them are very much the same airplane.
Watching our planes making their way out onto the runway. As you mentioned earlier, Rob, they'll be taking off individually and get lined up in the air back behind Stead Airport here in the Reno direction, Peavine Mountain, and descend on this course. That's when we'll get a good look at the true fastest motorsport on Earth.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, Tommy, this is talk about the course just a little bit. You know, we're going to fly 6 laps. You can see on the screen there. Basically an 8-mile course, just a little under, about 47 miles, and they're going to do an air start, and they depart in qualifying order, and then they're going to circle around. We believe this class will have 6 competitors in it. You see a good split screen shot there of over the shoulder, and then the external shot of race 11 with Jerry Kirby. And that's the camera that we're going to be able to show you throughout this whole race, folks, that is going to show you the in-cockpit view, and you get a good look at the outside of that airplane as he's coming by. So I'm seeing 5, well, there's the 6 aircraft. So right now Jive is in the 5th position, at least as far as how they're taxiing out.
Still looking for number 54, are we not? Yeah, there she is. Yeah, Vicky Benzic.
Yeah,
should be.
Benzic there. So I think we're and they're in reverse order there, Tommy. So I think we're all set to go with this group. So it's going to be exciting to watch this go for this week. You know, everybody here in the stands, you saw that shot just a few minutes ago. There's the hardcore race fans are out here today. The weather's improved, and you can just feel the electricity in the air here, Tommy. We are going racing today in Reno, and we're having some fun. I'll tell you what. And there comes our pace plane. Red, white, and blue triple nickel. You can see that right there as it goes by. You see it has 2 pilots in it. Racers obviously don't have a back seat pilot, but our pace plane does, and that's just another set of eyes to help with observation and make sure everything's good. It's all about safety here. So they're going to taxi down, and then they'll line up, take off, and then like we said earlier, Tommy, they'll circle around and get gathered up, and eventually we will have them coming down the slot. So we'll, folks, we're going to bring that to you here in just a few minutes. Once they get airborne, takes them just a few minutes to do that. You know, Tommy,
kind of a treat to have jet racing this early in the day.
Yes.
Sort of hold it off till later generally, but we are working our best through the schedule here and try to be as fair as we can to all the teams as they try to progress to the final medal rounds on Sunday. And
right,
that's a big job. That is a big job. You can't please everybody.
And look at
everyone knows that.
Look at that shot right there, Tommy. You talk about what happens at Reno. You've got T6 World War II trainers that's part of the T6 class. You got a Pilatus taxiing there, which is part of some of the civilian general aviation aircraft. And you've got our jet racers taxiing by, taking the runway. Reno just has, it's like no place else in the world, Tommy, you know, let alone the racing part, just the aviation community that here is unlike anywhere on the planet. We're so honored to be part of that here today.
Absolutely, and it is a mix. It's a mix of the traditional, the legacy, the military history, all the technology that's moving aviation forward. It's all here. It all comes together here. Probably the only place on Earth where it comes together like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the aircraft taxiing out as they're getting ready to set on the runway there.
That is race 35 right there, Michael McCauley and Honeywell, 30.
And you'll see them come to a stop. There's our pace plane, the red, white, and blue aircraft there as it gets ready to go.
And we'll have 6 jet airplanes racing here.
Again, Tommy, this is a silver pairing or a B pairing here in the jet class. And Tommy, here on the, we were looking at the pace plane here a minute ago in the red, white, and blue. It's piloted by Mike Steiger out of Cypress, Texas. So he's traditionally been our pace pilot and a lot of experience.
Former gold champion.
Absolutely.
In, American Spirit.
Yeah, unlimited stuff. So super experienced racer, super experienced jet pilot. In fact, he is a airline pilot for his day job when he's not out here, you know, turning the adrenaline up. So a lot of experience, and that really helps the rest of the guys here. And there you see our pace plane on the roll, on the takeoff roll, and you can kind of see the other aircraft as they taxied out there. Just pull off to the side, and then, like we said a minute ago, they're going to depart in qualifying order, and then they will continue to follow. So we get to see her, and she's got the yellow and blue L39 Delphine right there.
Top qualifier in this B race. Here's Jerry Kirby, Jive Kirby.
And again, folks, that's the great shot we're going to show you all race long over his shoulder. And coming up behind him, David Sterling in race 8. Again, another L39 Delphine out of San Diego, California. There's Alexander Ekman in Red Thunder, race 7. On screen there, Tommy.
Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. We do have an international field here. A lot of our different races. Scott Gusikoff, Milan, Michigan. 84, the Tumbling Goose.
Tumbling Goose. I love the names of these airplanes. It's fantastic. And bringing up here at the 6th spot in race 35, Michael McCauley out of Boca Raton, Florida. Again here in another Aerovoda hoodie.
Race control, jet pace, visibility looks great. Jet pace, roger.
You can see there's a great shot of the Honeywell aircraft. See the pilot in the front. The seats are taken out in the back, so we'll talk about that here in just a minute. But we saw that again. The jet class here, they race our 8-mile course, 6 laps, speeds exceeding 500 miles an hour. It is a great course. They do an air start. We saw them all take off right there. They departed in qualifying order. They're going to circle back behind us on Peavine Mountain, form up on the pace plane, and then they're going to end up line abreast on the pace plane, come down the chute, and head from south to north. And then you're going to hear the pace plane eventually will tell the pilots, gentlemen or ladies, you have a race, and they must stay in their respective lines. Here you see a good graphic of our course there with the pylons laid out for you. That's our 8-mile course, and they come down that chute. Here you see them lined up. There's the pace plane in red in our depiction. You see the airplanes lined up. They've got to stay in those lanes, Tommy, all the way to the guide pylon. There's where they have the race. The guide pylon's right there at the start line. That's the first time that they can turn left. They can accelerate ahead, but they cannot turn in front until the guide pylon. And again, like all of it, they have to pass on the outside. Here's our Microsoft Flight Simulator virtual lap. Just great job done by our folks creating that, so you get a really good feel here from the third-person view behind of what it feels like. as you can guess, Tommy, that pole position is really a vital place to be.
Absolutely.
As we get on there.
All our races, it's exactly where you want to be from start to finish if you can manage it. We have seen them racing just really wingtip to wingtip in the jet class, 50 feet off the deck. It'll take your breath away.
Yeah, it will. And there are some restrictions that are on this class, Tommy. They're limited to production aircraft, so can't do any experimental or home-built type stuff. No swept wings, no afterburners, and like we talked about, the ejection seats are disarmed. They can burn up to about 200 gallons of race, where we talked earlier about Formula One burning 5 gallons, so obviously a big difference. And then the FAA safety regulations to help keep this safe: 525 max miles per hour, minimum of 50 feet, and as they come close to the final pylons and down the home stretch, they're limited to 250 feet. So there's really narrow as they come around those final turns. Tommy, this is going to be exciting, and we'll get to see that here in just a couple minutes.
No racing like it anywhere else in the world. Get ready for Jet Class 1B. This is Silver Class Racing. As our pilots are all up in the air, getting lined up and ready to go, we'll take a quick break and come back.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno Air Races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one, and then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future, and there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air. And that's what the scholarship program's all about.
I just, I've always really liked things involving planes. I used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, and all that stuff. And then evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved to go up and then look at the world below you, because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future. There's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And I want to learn how to fly. Monumental, life career. And I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year, and so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
And the fury, the sound of the fury we can hear here in Reno is the Jet Class B. Looking for our picture to clear up, and there they are. They are lined up. They're ready to race.
Yeah, they are on the course, Tommy. They're making the turn at the guide pylon. We're watching all 6 aircraft come around the corner, head down the north end of the course. They're going around pylons 4, 5, and 6. That's the farthest north on our biggest jet class course. As they circle around, you see a great shot there of the aircraft as we're talking about them diving into the valley of speed, and now they're headed southbound. They're all going to descend. They accelerate, and they're headed down, headed for pylons 7, 8, and 9 as they make their way back here towards the front.
Vicki Benzing, that's race 54. She started in the pole position, and she is holding on to that lead for now. Robin 1 is the name of that airplane.
Yeah, and they are just accelerating up to speed now, Tommy. They're really getting rolling. And we've got quite a little gaggle back there for second, third, and fourth position. They're all jockeying. Again, remember, they got to pass on the outside here, Tommy. So the aircraft are just now about 1 circuit around. They're getting to their fully accelerated speed. Qualifying speeds on this silver grouping about 430, 440 miles an hour. They can get them up close to 500, and there we get a great shot of Vicki coming back through the pylon near the pylon cams up there in the foothills, and you see her there on the north end of the course accelerating away. She seems to be pulling away from the field just a little bit. And there we got a great pack there at second, third, and fourth. You can see Jerry Kirby in race 11 and Ivan down there on the bottom. He looks to have the inside track, but we'll watch them, and here we get to see Vicki Benzing. She makes her way around the final pylon.
Vicki Benzing getting fly that clean air here. We've got a good condition for racing right now, something we haven't had all week long. It is a thrill to watch these jet pilots, these jet airplanes in action here as she crosses in front of the Stihl start-finish line. The red and white airplane, Red Thunder, Alex Ekman from Brazil.
Yeah, Tommy, it's definitely quite a battle there for second, third, and fourth. It looks like second's kind of pulling it back out a little bit. We're going to jump back to Vicki Benzing in her yellow and blue. She calls it the Robin 1. It's a Reno-Tahoe L39. Great shot. I mean, folks, you can just see the junipers out there in the foothills, how low they are at just under 500 miles an hour as they're circling around. And Vicki's just doing a great job. She's flying a very tight course. Again, Tommy, just like the other classes, they're trying to bump up to get into the gold class. All the eyes are on Sunday, where the gold and national championship is. Vicki holds a very tight line as she makes her way down through the valley of speed.
Trying to complete lap number 3, which will mark the halfway point of this race. They go 6 laps, which go very, very quickly for 46 miles and change total.
Great shot of her. She comes back by the Stihl home pylon start-finish line. You can see second place there, third place, both our red and white airplanes. And then now the yellow and white Scott Guskov 84, the Tumbling Goose, has passed Jive Kirby, who's made his way back into 5th place. And there's a great shot here again back at the guide pylon area, Tommy, with Vicki Benzing in our leader.
Into her 4th lap right now. She's making quick work of this race here. Again, this is B-class racing. They qualify for the silver medal. Vicki, of course, looking to move up to gold class on the basis of her results here. We'll have that all sorted out later today after all the results are official.
Absolutely. Tommy, we're so excited that we are racing today with these faster classes, but you can still see some of the smoke in the air. So those aircraft are almost 6 miles north of us on the north end of the course. So that's why it's a little hazy on those long shots, but man, we're racing and we're getting to see it. So this is so exciting. Folks, we haven't been able to do this all week, so you can feel the electricity in the air. Here's a good battle for second here, Tommy. Look at this. Wow.
Race 7 and 8, Sterling and Ekman. Man, this is a good race here.
Yeah, it is. And again, he's trying to get him on the outside. Having that inside track down low is the place to be, and it's just hard to pass in the turns here, Tommy, unless you've got a lot of speed. But like we saw before, strategy comes into that when you accelerate off of the foothills there down around the north side, and then especially going down the valley of speed. Being able to get the nose down, throttle up, get some acceleration, they can make those passes. These jets going over 440 miles an hour, there's a lot of G being pulled as they go around those corners. G, like 3 to 4 times the force of gravity, if you will, Tommy. And but when they can unload it, that airplane can accelerate a little bit down the valley of speed. So we're getting to see a little bit of competition here between these two guys. They have been neck and neck all the way around.
Yeah, the race for second is on, that is for sure. David Stihl appears to have the lead right now. We won't know until they pass right in front of our position here and get a good bit.
Yeah, he had him going into those pylons, but that shorter turn with the underneath, he gained some back, but it looks now like he's made the pass. Tommy, we'll see as they go into pylon number 1 if he's going to get around him. Yes, it looks like the pass was made, and now we're going to jump back to Vicky Benzing. So, like you said, Tommy, she had the whole shot right off the guide pylon coming out down the chute, and she has held that all the way around today. Man, you gotta love that sound, don't you? That is so exciting. Man.
Wait all year for that. Finally, it is here.
Jet airplanes
Full
flying at
racing.
50 foot off the deck, Tommy. This is what we come for. What the fans are here for. And now, for those of you that are airplane junkies like me, you can smell that JP4 in the air as they're coming by. And there's nothing that smells like speed other than jet fuel. And here, Vicky's coming around to the finish, Tommy.
Getting ready to take the checkered flag in the Robin 1, the L39C. Vicky Benzing from Monterey, California. No problem.
Here we come with second and third, Tommy. Look at that. Looks like David Sterling finished in third.
Yeah, Ekman was able to overtake there. Race number 7.
Race 84, Tumbling Goose looks like he's unofficially in fourth. And then coming around the final corner here, we'll see him come through the camera shot here in just a second, is race 11. Jerry Kirby. There it is right there.
One more jet on the course right now, the Honeywell, the L30. Race 35, Michael McCauley from Boca Raton, Florida.
We'll see him zip through the camera shot. There he is right there on screen, Tommy. There we go. And that brings all 6 of them, and they all pull up to circle around the land. What an exciting race.
Oh, man.
Man, we saw Vicky Benzing pull out fairly early and hold the lead, but there were some battles going on back in the field in this race, Tommy.
Wow, the second place was hotly contested there. A great battle between David Sterling and Alex Ekman, races 8 and 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was some great passing going on. And here you see our unofficial jet results. Tommy in first place, Vicky Benzing, and the Robin 1, as you said.
Yeah, Alexander Ekman. Actually, Brazil trying to, appeared to edge out with race number 7, the Red Thunder. Edge out David Sterling, race number 8. Right there, named race number 8. The Tumbling Goose, Scott Gustikoff in 4th place. Jerry Jive Kirby and Ivan in 11th. And Michael McCauley, Honeywell, race 35 in 6th place.
What an exciting race, Tommy. I mean, this is silver class racing, but that doesn't mean the adrenaline's not there and they're not trying to bump up into the gold. And it's all about competition here at Reno. And Tommy, nowhere else on the planet. I mean, truly, they say it's the fastest motorsport in the world. And it truly is, and there is no place else on the planet that you can do closed course pylon racing like we do here in America at Reno at our national championship air races sponsored by Stihl.
And the jet category now entering into its 3rd decade now. It seems like when it was always the new kid on the block for so many years. Now the Stihl drag racing is the new kid on the block, and jet is firmly established and certainly a crowd favorite, fan favorite, and so tremendous to be able to share it with you live from our racing coverage here in the desert at the Stihl National Championship air races.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tommy, we saw 6 aircraft fly here, and there we are looking at the replay. There they come down the chute. They're headed for the guide pylon up there in the foothills, and you can see, and then they make that turn. And here's the first lap as they come around the final pylons headed for home. And here you can see that grouping that we had up front between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. Hotly contested for quite a few laps, Tommy.
First 3 laps was very tight among those 3 before it became a 2-plane race for 2nd place. Vicky Benzing, I mean, with the number 1 position, number 1 qualifier, taking full advantage and a clean, flawless race run by her.
Absolutely. Like we said earlier, she got the whole shot. She jumped out front, stayed there, flew it very well. And there you see some of the passing. You see at that point, Jive Kirby was in the mix of the race for 2nd and 3rd. And there's Vicky again from our pylon cam up there in the foothills as she zips by. And folks, I hope you get an appreciation with these camera shots, how low and how fast this racing really is. I mean, this is full bore adrenaline type racing that goes on. And here you can see Vicky coming around the final pylon, headed for home as she comes back around, headed to the north. And just what a great race by Vicky and the whole field here. A lot of great competition. Like you said, Tommy, a lot of pent up. We got to get out there and do it, right?
Urge to race it has gotten out of hand. I mean, that's what these people are here for. That's what the fans are here for. Everybody's so happy that it's going on now. Congratulations again. Our two planes that battled it out so hard for second place. David Sterling in race 8, Alex Ekman in race number 7.
And here you see part of the race where they were getting really close, and Ekman really was able to finally get by him right here, Tommy, as they came up the home stretch past the Stihl home pylon, excuse me. And then when they made their way around that next time, he had it squarely in hand. There again, our leader, Vicky Benzing. So it ended up with her first, and Ekman second, and then the rest of the field kind of following behind. But here you see Vicky coming back again past the Stihl home pylon there, and what a race. And there she is landing now, Tommy. They've circled around, and she's rolling out here on runway 26 right in front of us in race 54.
Back live now with Vicky Benzing, as we say, and she has been a fixture around here for a long time, a very accomplished pilot in multiple classes through the year. She has proven that she can win just about any format.
Yeah, and that's true. And here you see the rest of the field beginning to land. Look at the great shot here of aerodynamic braking. You see the speed brakes out on the bottom, folding up on that airplane, but continuing to hold the nose off. And what that does, Tommy, is that allows the aircraft to slow, using the whole bottom of the wing and the bottom of the aircraft for drag to slow down, flaps deployed, and that just saves the brakes, right? You just kind of hold the nose off as long as you can. And in race 8 there in David Sterling out of San Diego, California, just putting on a air show here for us on his landing roll.
Yeah, you save that equipment. We got a lot of racing left to go from this week here. You don't want to overstress anything. If you keep the brakes cool, you're ahead of the game.
Yeah, no place else but Reno. You're going to see jets racing on a course, immediately followed by T6 World War II trainers that we're going to talk about here in just a minute. And this is a unique race that doesn't occur anywhere else as well, Tommy. This is not just T6s racing on our course. This is T6 1 versus 1, what we call T6 drag. So that's a unique race here to Reno. A lot of history with that class, and a lot of tradition is built into having that class and that course here. And we're going to talk about that more here in just a minute. But it is such a contrast to see these jet racers rolling out on the runway at the same time. Our beautiful T6 historic warbirds are taxiing out. And we're going to get to talk about some of the history of those airplanes.
They do have one thing in common, these jets and those T6s. They were both very high-level trainers for military use.
Absolutely. And the T6, you know, it's nicknamed, Tommy, it's known as the pilot maker. And it's been said that that airplane or that airplane type has really trained more pilots than any other aircraft type in history. And a lot of that has to do with our greatest generation in the World War II era and the times that followed beyond that. And we're going to talk about the T6s quite a bit as we get into that class here a little bit, some of the history. But what you're getting to see here, you see the aircraft aren't just taxiing straight. They're kind of having to weave side to side. Part of that's because it's a tail dragger, and it's really hard to see over that big radial engine that's up front. So you got to turn a little bit with the rudder and be able to see over the nose, and then you turn it the other way to look the other way. But our folks are doing a great job of taxiing, getting those aircraft out. The interesting thing about the T6, Tommy, we called it the pilot maker, but a lot of the World War II pilots, when they went through training and made it through the T6 and then they got assigned into a P40 or a P51, there was quite a number of them went back to their instructors and said, why didn't I just get put in the P51 to start or the P40? It's way easier to fly than the T6. And part of that is the job that the T6 did of making masterful airmen of our veteran heroes and creating the pilots that actually won World War II and created the freedom that we have today. These very airplanes that you see in front of you played a huge role in the freedom that we enjoy in the United States today.
Yeah, it's really remarkable to think of all the celebrated pilots who have done time in those seats right there throughout there to get their careers going, to get their training, their final. This was the final trainer, I guess, for a lot of these guys.
It was definitely one of the advanced trainers of the World War II area. They were built by North American Aviation in Inglewood, California, and Grand Prairie, Texas, which is in the DFW area. And they produced just tons and tons of these aircraft. In this class, Tommy, all these aircraft have the original 1,340 cubic inch 9-cylinder Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine. Stock, these aircraft produced about 600 horsepower. Race configurations, some of these are getting upwards of 800 to 850 horsepower. So a lot of upgrades in the engines, but again, this is kind of a stock class. They run regular avgas. There's no funny fuels, no exotic fuels, no nitrous injection, no water, none of that exciting stuff that goes on in some of the other classes. But it really creates a spec class that's very flat, very equal. So it's airplane against airplane and pilot against pilot. Tom, you see our competitors sitting out there at getting ready to go. They're sitting on the taxiway, and what we're going to see here is a 1 versus 1 pairing here in the T6 drag, and we're going to get to see them depart here in just a minute. So we're going to wait and see who gets paired against who. Again, folks,
yeah.
we're kind of working with the Reno Air Race Association as they are adapting to the smoke-impacted schedule that we've had all week, Tommy.
We can see out there 43, that's Midnight Miss, Joel Stinnett, the retired pilot, business owner from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Going to be in one of these drag races. Still getting all, as you say, our final 8 sheets together. Everything's being improvised at this point. So we understand that 43 Midnight Miss will be going up against race number 2, Bare Essentials, Chris Lefebvre in the Harvard MK4. Also in a race will be race 73, Lauren Marburg, Miss Humboldt Honey. So Lauren Marburg and Miss Humboldt Honey will be going up against 25, Vicarious, Jason Carlin, the North American S&J 5. And there's some of the planes in our sport class. We've yet to have a good sport class race that we could cover for you so far. We're looking forward to bringing sport into today's lineup today. It's looking really, really good right now.
And Tommy, we're getting some of the pairings lined up here on these T6 1v1. So folks, this is what's called T6 drag. They're going to depart, get airborne, they'll get west of the field, and then basically they just come straight down the straightaway towards the home pylon. And we're going to get to see aircraft race 2, that's Bare Essentials, with Chris Lefebvre out of Caldwell, Idaho, and we're being told he's going to pair up with 43 Midnight Miss 3. That is Joel Stinnett out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. So we get to see those two go against each other, and then race 25, which is Vicarious, Jason Carlin out of Orange County, California, is going to pair up against 73, which is the Miss Humboldt Honey, as you said, Tommy, Lauren Marburg out of Indianapolis, Indiana. And here you see the aircraft maneuvering onto the runway. We're getting ready to depart. So it'll take just a little bit for them to get airborne and circle around and get back to the race, but we'll keep working on making sure that we've got the pairings here all set up and ready to go. You see this aircraft taxiing out there. We talked a little bit about the taxiing and how hard that is to fly. You know, they say about the T6, Tommy, that you're not done flying it until the engine's off and you're in the chocks, because it sometimes is more complicated and more challenging to fly this aircraft, actually taxi it, than to fly it. So it is it's a very heavy tail dragger. It has a high center of gravity during taxi. Fairly easy to ground loop, and that's, again, we talked about how it developed and developed pilots into very astute and competent airmen as they went forward. The original aircraft is a 2-seater, has a spot for a student and an instructor. Here today, you're going to see it flown just by the pilot, the competitor here. It was flown by our Army Air Corps and Air Force. The S&J version of this aircraft is the Navy version. You see that in number 25, race 25 out there, Vicarious. It's an S&J 5. And here you see our first 2 competitors departing here, Tommy.
There they go. That's going to be race 43, Midnight Miss. Lauren Harburg. And Bare Essentials.
Bare Essentials.
Chris Lefebvre. And race 2.
The Bare Essentials in race 2, Tommy, is another version of the T6 Texan. It's actually called a Harvard.
Yeah.
It was licensed, built in Canada. So basically the same airplane, but it's a Harvard Mark IV. And so the aircraft really was, for the Allies during World War II, used not only throughout the American armed forces, but with our allies as well. And there you see a great version here being flown by Chris Lefebvre in race 2. Bare Essentials is the Harvard Mark IV.
Chris Lefebvre, the policeman by trade.
Yeah, I'm so grateful for our first responders. We have a lot of them here on site today helping with provide safety for the National Championship air races here. So you saw the aircraft depart together, and then they're flying our up close and personal 3.5 mile course as they make their way around. So it's a head-to-head drag race, if you will, that goes around the course. And you can see the Harvard in race 2 Bear Essentials has quite a lead as he's coming around the corner there. You can see back in the back part of that shot, Midnight Miss, still coming around, and out in front there is Chris Lefebvre. There's a great shot of our leader in race 2. Headed toward the home pylon here to get the checkered flag.
Number 2, Chris Lefebvre, Midnight Miss. Excuse me, Bear Essentials, and 43 Midnight Miss. Lauren Harburg in second place.
Finishes second. So Tommy, one of the really cool things, our fans may have heard some of that sound as those aircraft went by. Here's our next 2 competitors starting to talk. We'll talk about them here in just a minute. This is race 25. This is a Navy version, the SNJ in the blue aircraft with the 25. Jason Carlin, and he's paired up.
It's going to be Miss Humboldt Honey, 73.
Yes, Lauren Marburg out of Indianapolis, Indiana. So Tommy, you hear those props go by, you can hear that crackling sound, and then there's the low rumble. Folks might be wondering, why is this airplane so unique? Very unique way that this airplane flies with they're turning that 9-foot long Hamilton standard metal prop. The tips of those props are actually going supersonic, and so that crackling is the little miniature supersonic booms that you're hearing off of that. So those 2 competitors are up and airborne, and they're headed around the north end of our course. Tommy, pylons 1, 2, and 3 of our up close and personal 3.5 mile course. It's a little bit closer than our last race, but again, the SNJ Navy version, Vicarious by Jason Carlin, looks like he's out front at the moment, Tommy.
Trying to stretch that lead just a little bit. Again, this is a 1-lapper. This is a drag race. That's what they say about that. They're loud. They're heavy, and they're a handful. And it gets a lot more apparent when you get one of these full field races and they're all together, because it is basically a spec race. I mean, they are the same piece of equipment for each entry, and that's pilot skill is so much part of the equation.
Yeah, and here you see Miss Humboldt Honey, the North American T6 yellow aircraft, beginning to make some ground as they're coming back around. So we'll see. This could be close when we get around the end, Tommy. Look how close they are coming around that final pylon.
73 looks to have almost caught up with race 25 there.
You're making a run on him there, Tommy, as we can see him coming around the corner. Look at that. He's definitely got the acceleration going on the outside. I don't know if he's going to catch him.
Good time, running out of time there. So it's going to be 25.
Wow. 25.
Vicarious, Jason Carlin.
Held him off, Tommy, at right there at the end. So there's our winner of our second grouping of our T6 drag. What a unique and historic tradition here at the National Championship.
Look what we have on deck here. We've got some sport class racing on the schedule, and it looks like it's going to have to. So you see the wheels are turning for sport class. We can't wait to get these airplanes up in the air. We'll have the heat information for you and much, much more. Racing continues because the conditions are right. So great to have you with our live coverage, our streaming coverage from the Stihl National Championship Air Races. And we are moving forward, coming right back.
That's almost right, but what happened was there was a number of them that pulled out in late August, and then there were about 4 that were coming across country and had to stay where they were because one of them lost a cylinder, another one lost other things, and we are down to 34, but we got 32 planes racing. So I gotta say, that's a big lineup. We have 4 classes. We have the gold, the silver, the bronze, and the medallion. The first race today will be the medallion, and we have 8 racers per race. And just to give you a little insight, we've over the years evolved. We started back in 1998, and our winner back in 1998 won at 307 miles an hour. And our airplanes today, there are 3 of them They're in the 400-mile-an-hour club. So Jeff Lavelle qualified at 404 miles an hour, just to give you an idea. They've come 100 miles an hour since our inception. So anyway, yeah, this race now that's coming up is going to go around Peabine and come down the chute. It's going to have an air start. And it'll start on the large course, and we do that on purpose. We learned over the years that gives them an opportunity to get spread out based on speed. And then when they come past the home pylon here, the Stihl home pylon, they transition to the T6 course, the same course you saw these planes just flying on right now. And that's the medallion race, the medallion group. There are primarily RVs, and they run around that medallion course, and it's right in front of us, so it's real nice, because when they get on the back side of the big course, these little teeny airplanes are tough to see. So we have a couple of rookies this year, and it's going to be fun. There's 2 rookies in this race, in fact, and pretty soon we'll be seeing them starting from the left. So anyway, we do have a pace plane for the medallion and bronze that is a Harmon. Well, it's not a Harmon. I think it might be an F1 rocket, but it's a rocket. No, it's a Harmon rocket. And it's flown by Chris Scheich. And he's going to pace those 2 races. But then the silver and
Okay, Sport Medallion rock stars, you're looking good. Keep hold what you've got. One minute to go. Seven, bring it up a bit. And 150, you joining us? Okay, looking good. Hold it steady. Medallion looking good, looking good. Gentlemen, I believe you have a race.
went the wrong way. He went...
our other rookie, Johnny Painter.
White flag, white flag. 777, 714, 744, 54 is on your right. You're clear at 744. Seven's on your right. Checkered flag, runway 8, wind 090 at 3. 777's on your right. L44's off. 7's off. Alright, pace is over the approach into runway 8 at 7,500. 4, off and off.
Last racer off course.
lead cool down over runway.
Stripes and bright stars, through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, and the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, Satan's back for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Alyssa. And Section 3 for holding Old Glory. Great job, you guys. At this time, I'd like to introduce Brad Telling, the Chairman and CEO of the Reno Air Racing Association.
Thank you, Roy, and good morning, race fans. Obviously, all your prayers have been met. We arrived at the field this morning, and visibility had finally improved so we could have a fabulous day of racing. I thank you all for your patience and support. So, what enthusiasm can you show for who wants to go racing today? Thank you very much. We only get to do what we do so we can show it all to you. We have been delighted. This is the 58th running of the Stihl National Championship Air Races, and we're delighted to have Roger Phelps with us out. We'll be speaking later this morning in our opening ceremonies, representing the Stihl Company, which has been our presenting sponsor for many years and has been a wonderful, wonderful partner. Thank you, Roger. But talking about partnerships, as you all understand, no activity like this can happen without thousands of volunteers, dedicated staff, and a board of directors which gives me advice, counsel, and support throughout the year. They work tirelessly as volunteers to make this happen, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize each and every one of them. First of all, on the far stage right, I guess it is to me technically, Tony Lagatetto, not only a director, but the chief operating officer, and as I've said many, many times publicly, I could not be doing the things I'm doing as CEO without Tony as my partner. He has been absolutely fabulous and is just a stalwart supporter, intimately knowing all the details of how these races have to be pulled together. Next to him, our former director of operation, Matter, and our vice chairman, Terry. Thank you for everything you've done. Terry, for those of you who haven't gotten your programs yet, is this year's Person of the Year, and we'll be honored to present his jacket to him for his tireless service over the years. Next up, Mark Bailey. Mark Bailey, a veteran and a wonderful advisor, and most importantly, the treasurer. Somebody who keeps track, keeps us on track, and all our taxes filed and everything well coordinated so that we can stay legal and work to be solvent. Last year, as we said, we actually had a better year than we've had for over a decade. This year may be challenged, but this group is working tirelessly to make certain this event continues. Mark, thank you for all you and your firm do for us. Next, Joey Scolari. Joey, previous chairman, as I should say Terry Matter was, they were smart in the old days. They stayed chairman for 2 years and moved on. I need to talk to him about that and get some better advice. But Joey's been past chairman. He's been on the board for over 20 years, I believe. And he has, throughout all the time I've been involved, been a tireless, not only supporter, but mentor for me and guidance, and I deeply appreciate it. Among our newer board members, Todd Donahue owns and operates a great firefighting service. He understands what smoke's all about. And so he has been terrific in our operations. Todd, we welcome you and thank you very much. Sue Gardner, who's been previously FAA Special Events and with whom we worked for many years, helping to keep this event alive, adapting to the circumstances and changes. And after she stepped down from the FAA, I asked if she'd be willing to join us. Faye is a recruit from my previous chair, John Agatha. I'd met her only once or twice before through EAA, but I've gotten to know her better. Faye has just been a fantastic supporter, and as a matter of fact, she runs many of our sub-operations, and Faye, thank you for everything you've done to make it. Tony Marini, Senior Vice President with Caesar's Outfit and head of the row, has been a tireless supporter and present for a long time on our board. We appreciate it. And indeed, I believe the row is still supporting Stihl, and I'm pleased to announce as the T6 class president, they're now the host for the T6 class. Thank you very much. Mary Beth Sewald. Mary Beth has homes in 2 places, here in Reno and down in Nevada. She's the head of Nevada Chamber of Commerce and previously excellent in communications. Broadcasting has brought all her skills to bear for us, and thank you, Mary Beth. And finally, last but hardly least, we got up to the T's, Bobby and I. Bobby Thompson, run Minden Airport, has been an air show performer, a racer. She understands everything we're doing. So to all of my board, thank you very much. Give them a fabulous and big round of applause. Today is Military Day. All of us know that freedom is not free, and what we have to enjoy in this country is kept safe by our military. And just as I mentioned about our scholarship recipients yesterday, when you meet the men and women who join the military and protect our country, and you meet our scholarship recipients, you understand that notwithstanding what we may wonder about the younger generation, this generation gives me hope that our future will be in good hands well into the future. I thank you. They'll all be introduced and sworn in shortly. But on a personal note from me, thank you very much for being with us today and your dedication to our country going forward. As a special treat that we a number of years ago, we have Military Appreciation Day hats that are available. I believe, Tony and Roger, are you going to be down in the veterans area later and distributing them personally on behalf of our principal sponsor and our COO? And if I can, I'll be joining you, and they're available to people as they checked in. It's Military Days, you are free, so as you presented your ID, you should have received a hat. I'm very pleased to say that this does not actually cost the Reno Air Racing Association anything. We have a sponsor, a good friend of mine, Ed Finnegan, who's got a little tag on the side. He's well away from here, he's back in Illinois, but he has worked with me with EAA to support our veterans in the same way for years, and I asked him if he'd do the same here. So hats off to him, and a hats off to all of our military present here today and our veterans. Thank you for your service. Today is National POW MIA Day, and as we know, a consequence of war was many, and it was particularly pronounced in the Vietnam War, became POWs under insufferable conditions, and many are missing in action. And their remains, notwithstanding best efforts to bring them home, have not necessarily made it yet. I would ask all of you for a brief moment of silence to recognition the special service that they've done. Those that have come home, both with occasionally both psychological and physical wounds, and those who never made it back. Please, just a brief moment of silence, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And in a similar vein, we're honored today to be here by the Vietnam Veterans Unit 989 with their traveling display and many Vietnam veterans. And the young man over there who's waving is actually wearing his battle fatigues. They are 53 years old. I think it's damned impressive that he can do that, so thank you. But this organization is dedicated to making certain that none of our veterans get forgotten in the way that I'm afraid many of our Vietnam vets did when they came back to this country during a tumultuous time. So I thank you all, gentlemen, very much for being here. We thank you for your service. Let's have a big shout out for the Vietnam Veterans Association of America, Chapter 989. Now, I'm glad we're back racing, but I'd be remiss, especially today, if we didn't talk about it. How many people were here yesterday to see the F-22 Raptor show? Show of hands and a cheer. Wasn't that plane fabulous? Damn noisy, too, I must say. It's even noisier than a T6, and I love that noise. So we're very lucky. Both the military static display is enormous and well worth your time to get down there to see everybody. But more importantly, we have today both the F-22 Raptor and the F-18 Super Hornet. They're here as full demonstration teams, and in addition on the program, they will each be joined doing heritage flights, obviously the first with the P-51 and the second with a Bearcat. Much of this, you know, we talk about our September family, and just to reinforce what a September family is, in those legacy flights, they'll be flown by the Hintons, Dad and son, Senior Steve and Junior Steve, two extraordinary aviation pilots who've dedicated a lot of their time to keeping these planes alive, well, and showing the talents and the capabilities of these aircraft to remind us of what the past is like, and the military is here to show us what the future will be. So thank you very much. I think you'll find all of these extraordinarily exciting, and we're delighted to have them here. With that, I would like to have the honor of introducing Colonel Todd Hudson. Todd, would you, well, I'm going to come to Todd, give him the microphone. And he is going to complete the swearing-in ceremony for our new cadets. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much personally for being here. Colonel?
Thank you very much. All right, raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me, according to regulations and the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congrats, guys.
Colonel Hudson, thank you very much. Cadets, welcome to the service. Thank you for your service. May you have a distinguished, long, and successful career. I wish you all the best, and thank you very, very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the folks from Stihl are a huge, huge supporter of this, the National Championship Air Races. It is my honor to introduce to you Roger Phelps, the Corporate Communications Manager for Stihl.
Thank you. Good morning, Reno. How are you? There we go. There it is. Hey, don't worry about the smoke. I talked to Fred. I assured him that if it got too bad, we would just mobilize all of you. We'd get Section 3, give everybody a Stihl blower, and we'll get rid of the smoke. No problem. You know, it's for several years now, it's been our absolute pleasure and honor to be the title sponsor of this race. The excitement, the displays, the incredible action that you see out here. But the number one question I always get is, why would an outdoor power equipment company come out here and sponsor the air races? And it's simple: speed, power, precision. It's all about that. That's what you'll see today in every single aircraft that goes by here. The speed, the power behind it, the precision of these amazing machines. And it's the same thing with the Stihl equipment. It's what really drove Andreas Stihl back in 1926. When he went out into the forest and he saw guys using hand saws and axes, and he said there has to be a better way. So he went out and invented the world's first electric chainsaw. Now, there have been a lot of changes over the years, but we're still family owned. We're in the third generation of Stihl family ownership, and we're still committed to putting power tools in the hands of the people to make their lives easier and safer and help them with their daily lives. But I can tell you something, though, that as good as the equipment might be, there's something even more important, because it's the team behind the machine. If you look at the military aircraft, you look at the race planes here, you look about any piece of machinery out here, it's just like the aircraft carrier that I served on. It doesn't go anywhere without the people. And today we're also celebrating people, and we're celebrating at Stihl the same way. We're celebrating the real people who use our equipment, like the firefighters over the hill that are using the chainsaws right now to fight that terrible fire. Or the real people who sell our equipment, your local Stihl dealer, the retailers in your community, because we don't sell through the big boxes, because we believe that America's small businesses are at the core of our economy. And finally, the real people back in Virginia Beach manufacturing Stihl equipment. That's right, in Virginia Beach, made in USA. The reason we do that is because we believe in America. That's why we build in America. So 80% of the Stihl equipment that you can purchase in the United States was made right here in Virginia Beach. But with that, I'll tell you what, the best part of it is being part of your lives, and today it's all about the racing. So what do you think, Fred? What do you think, Reno? Let's go racing!
Thank you, and as I like to say, thank you to all those small dealers that make it all happen. Prospect Equipment on London Avenue in Mission, British Columbia is where I get my Stihl equipment. Let's go racing indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, the next voice you're going to hear is that of Danny Hollywood Clisham.
All right, equal time for me, Roy Happily. South State Road. South State Road.
Close racing. This is the fastest motorsport in the world, right here in Reno, Nevada, the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races, presented by Reno-Tahoe.
From here in Reno-Tahoe, our live coverage continues. Stihl National Championship Air Races here. Coming up, we have some F1 action, Formula One, Gold Class, Class A. This is the third race in this class. The special week here in Reno. It's been good tight racing so far. We have had 2 fantastic races, and you can see we are very near our starting time, Rob Lowe.
Yeah, we are, Tommy, and this is going to be exciting. This is a gold pairing that we're going to see here in Heat 3A for the Formula One, and this is going to be a great pairing. They're out on the runway now. You can see the red flag is up, so they've gotten their 5-minute warning. The aircraft, you can see, are starting their engines. Tommy, again, in this class, we do a standing horse rate Grand Prix type start. So we've got 8 competitors. They're on the runway. As you can see, the front row has 3 aircraft, 2 in the middle and 3 in the back. So a total of 8. We'll go through those competitors here in a minute, but let's talk a little bit about what this class is. We race on our up close and personal 3.5-mile course. We do 8 laps. Speeds get over 250, 270 miles an hour. And in this class, we've got our top competitors in Justin Metters and Limitless, and Steve Temple and Frayed Knot will be in this class. We'll get to see that. These racers trace their history all the way back to the midget racers back into the 30s and 40s. And on this 3.5-mile course, they're going to fly with a minimum of 5 gallons of fuel. And they're going to have the rules required. It's a monoplane that is a single wing, 666 square feet, fixed gear. They all have the same Continental O200 engine. And here, Tommy, you can see the course with the takeoff. Again, when they take off the first time around the course is what we call the oil warm-up or the starter lap. And then when they come back by the Stihl start-finish line that you see right there, the race is on. That's when we start counting laps. That's when we start counting time.
Well, it's been a great rivalry so far, Rob. We have been back and forth between 2 planes, Limitless, Justin Metters, and Frayed Knot with Steve Temple. That's race 34 and 31. A terrific rivalry. They each have 1 win this week, so it's dead even right now. And we look very much forward to this rivalry continued and expect to fully continue all the way till Sunday in the race for the gold, but plenty of other contenders out there as well. And our field of 8 who are about to tee it up and get it going in this F1 3A race.
Absolutely, Tommy. We're going to see the top 8 out of the total of 17 racers that we have here this year in Formula One. And again, they're all running that same Continental O200 engine, same as you might see in a Cessna 150, Tommy. And then these have the fixed pitch prop that we've talked about all week. Again, the choice of that prop makes a big difference. Whether it's like starting at a bicycle with what gear you choose, get off fast, and we're going to get to see our lead competitor here, Justin Metters, I believe.
Yeah, Justin Metters before the race talking about this rivalry and what it means to him all week long to be here in Reno doing what he does best.
Race 31 is back, which is fast airplane, so he's our main competition right now. We're less than 1/10 of a second separating us right now, so we're really close. So it's probably going to come down to tactics and takeoff to see who's going to be in the front.
Justin Metters won the most recent race, the 2A race here. And before that, in the first race, Steve Temple with Frayed Knot was the winner there. Both of them within a mile an hour as far as their race times, official times for those races. So it is just too close to call at this point. Who's got the best idea to deal with it this time around? We're about to find out.
Absolutely we are. Justin Metters, such a great story. The airplane called Limitless. Justin with a paraplegic flying with hand controls only. And here you see Justin Phillipson on the screen, race 79, no strings attached. He'll be in 3rd place. He's the 3rd aircraft there on the front row for us today, Tommy.
And we have 8 teams racing in this one right now. That's Steve Temple and Frayed Knot. That's race number 2. We've been talking about Steve. Race 31, excuse me. That's in position number 2.
Position number 2. So that makes up our first row. We've got Justin in 34, in race 34, Steve Temple in race 31, and Justin Phillipson in race 79. And then we jump back to the next row where we've got race 99, Timothy Cohn, and I just love the name of this airplane. What Airplane Honey? You know, that's awesome.
What airplane? Yeah, you love that name. You know, there's a story behind that. It's a very exciting plane to watch, as well as Casset 3s. Most of these airplanes in here are.
And then also on the middle row there, where we only have 2 aircraft, Tommy, is race 27. That's Kent Jackson out of Washington, D.C. He's in the Casset 3 as well. He calls it Once More. And sorry, there it is, the yellow and white Kent Jackson right there.
As soon as that green flag goes up, we are going to be racing out here today.
I believe that should be race 52, Trent
Feisty.
Woodworth in Feisty, you bet. And then the white and green race 21, known as Blackjack, piloted by Josh Watson out of Wilton, California. So we're keeping our eye on some of those flags. We see the flags in that shot there are back a little farther. The big white Ford truck there near the front row is the flags that the pilots are watching. Those are the starter flags. And so the red flag has been up. Tommy, that goes up at 10 minutes and then at 5 minutes, and that gives them a warning. And I believe now it's going to be the red flag is coming down. So the next thing that's going to happen is when that green flag goes up, so does the power. The brake pressure goes up and the adrenaline in the cockpit goes by. And again, we're going to all depart at the same time. Here we go, Tommy, we're underway.
Watch this front row here, race 34, 31, and 79. Limitless, freight knot, and no strings attached.
Don't forget, this first time around the course is a warm-up lap, but they can jockey for position, so that prop choice is all important here and how they get airborne. And you see our top two competitors right there. Freight Knot's getting the early jump, but he's done that every time, Tommy. And then what we've seen before is Justin Metters has been able to catch him a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. Not out of the race. Race 79, Justin Phillipson right there with them as well.
Joining the fray right there, race 79.
Tommy, we're up and running. We're headed around pylon number 1 for the first time. Again, they can jockey for position on this first time around the course. And like all the closed course racing here, you have to pass on the outside. So what you see right there, our top two leaders, Freight Knot out front. Race 31 has the inside track. So Justin Metters, if he's going to pass him, he's going to have to pass him on the outside, which is the longer route, and it takes longer to get there. So we've seen yesterday Justin made some tweaks, and he was able to gain some speed. But again, these two look very, very close. And as you said, Tommy, they're within a knot of each other on the qualifying speeds.
And it took him the greater portion of this race just to engineer a come from behind, similar to the position he started in the last race 2A.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you see our two leaders coming around the final pylon on the first lap. They're coming to the Stihl home pylon, start-finish line, and now we're officially underway. Laps are counted, time is counting as of right now, Tommy, and the race is truly on.
First of 8 laps we're into right now, and we will watch this duel at front. No doubt other great races within the race will emerge as we go through these 8 laps, and we'll try to keep you on top of that as well.
So here you see again Freight Knot down low. Steve Temple is taking the inside track. Justin Metters is a little bit higher, but look there, Tommy, he's beginning to gain a little ground. Look at that. He's got some speed on him, and Justin's starting that turn as he heads into pylons 4, 5, and 6. And they are neck and neck coming around that corner. And I believe that Justin Metters may have made the pass right there, but Steve Temple still has the inside line. So let's wait till they roll out, and there it is. Justin Metters is out front. Boy, he found some speed today, Tommy. I'll tell you what.
Found it early on. Again, as we said, it took him several laps to engineer what he just did right there. And man, he has taken a commanding lead.
Absolutely. Now, don't take this the wrong way, but this is still Friday. It's all about Sunday, so these competitors are often holding back. They're not showing all their cards today, so it's all about competing and moving from heat to heat so that you're in the right position for Sunday when all the marbles are on the table.
It is a 4-day chess game, to be sure, trying to get yourself a gold medal, and it would be multiple gold medals for either of these 1 and 2 racers here, 34 and 31 Metters and Temple. They have both won.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe Freight Knot has just decided to pull it back or if he's got some other issue, but Justin Metters is pulling away unlike anything we've seen all week long. So, and then now if we look back here just behind first and second, this is our race for 3rd and 4th, Tommy, with Justin Phillipson in race 79 there, followed by the red, white, and blue.
Timothy Cohn.
That's right. Timothy
What airplane hunting. And he's gaining a little ground on Phillipson.
He is. This looks to be a tight race. And again, he's right in trail, so a lot of times they're going to follow each other around, look for the line. You know, it's not a lot different than NASCAR, where you kind of follow your competitor to see where they're going to take the line and see where you get the opportunity to make a pass. And that's what we see here. Here you see the different altitudes that they're choosing to go down the north side of our course here on our 3.5-mile course. And we're coming up just about to the halfway point, Tommy. Not quite, but we're getting there.
Justin Phillipson on a bit of a roll here. He's just come up from the B class into the gold class here, based on his last race, his 2B race. So. All right. We just see that now Steve Temple, race 31, has really fallen all the way back. We don't know if there's some sort of difficulty or
Or if he's just choosing to do that, but I can't imagine that. I'm sure there's something going on with the aircraft there, but he is significantly slower than the whole field at the moment, Tommy. So the battle we were watching there a minute ago turns into a battle for second and third, and we continue to see that on the screen here with Timothy Cohn and Justin Phillipson. And you see Cohn continuing to take a little bit lower line, although he's trailing, and then just trying to find that place where he can make that move. But again, once he gets there, he's going to have to pass on the outside. And I think he's just trying to find the best place to finally use the tactic and get around him. They look to be very evenly matched airplanes, Tommy.
Let's see if he can get some speed as they are now flying level.
Oh, there he goes. Look at that acceleration.
He's doing it.
Yeah, right as they go by the Stihl start-finish line, he really had, Cohn had some speed built up there, but again, he's got to kind of get on the outside. So we'll watch here as they head around the north end of the course. I'm sorry, the east end of the course, headed for the north straightaway to see where we can go. And it looks like Phillipson's still able to hold him off just a little bit through the turn, Tommy.
Phillipson from Vacaville, California. The Cohn bought airplane hunting, also a California plane from Fresno.
Definitely the closest competition on the course. The field of 8 has spread out pretty much around the entire course right now, Tommy, as we continue to watch our battle for second place here. And you see Cohn is still stalking him. He's still looking for that spot. Look at the different strategies right there, Tommy, as they come around pylon number 6, headed for the home straight. And here you see Cohn again. He's able to make some ground on those straightaways, but he just doesn't quite have the oomph to get around him in the turns yet. And there you can see them passing some lap traffic as they continue to battle for second. They're passing the yellow aircraft of Trent Woodworth in race 52 in Feisty.
Yeah, Justin Phillipson looking to pull away a little bit right now, so he may have found something a little different or some not ideal air encountered by Timothy Cohn.
Yeah, decided, hey, we've got 1 lap to go. I'm going to put it, you know, pull out the stops just a little bit, because remember, it's all about Sunday and working your way from today to tomorrow on Saturday and then to Sunday. They all want to be in the position to be in the gold race there Sunday. But again, Cohn here is trying to fight back, and there they are passing Afraid Not, virtually one of our fastest airplanes on qualifying, and something's up with that airplane today, Tommy, for him. He's 30 to 40 knots slower than the field right now.
And let's not forget Justin Metters, who is
white flag,
race B.
And there, our leader just took the white flag as we continue to watch second and third there. And there we jump back to Justin. He just passed the Stihl start-finish line, Tommy, for the white flag on his final lap here of 8.
This will be 2 victories in a row in Gold Class Racing F1 here. Lost the race on the first day, won yesterday, and looking like the odds-on favorite to repeat again today.
Yeah, he's doing a great job flying a very tight line, being very consistent. And he is very, very consistent as we continue to watch him there. Then we're going to split screen what you see on the right side there, Tommy's our battle for second. And we see Cohn continuing to, he's got 1 more time around to do that. But right as we, on the left side of the screen, you see Justin Metters coming to the checkered flag, and Justin has won this heat, Tommy. But the rest of the racers are going to finish now. We're going to zoom in on the battle for second, where Cohn and Phillipson are really battling it out, Tommy.
Phillipson in the green and white plane, the red, white, and blue plane is Cohn, and Cohn will not be shaken off.
No.
He is sticking with this. He's going to make this go down to the final second.
And you just saw a second ago on that shot, more lap traffic that they're dealing with. Here you see Cohn try to pop up, trade some altitude, and over the last 2 pylons, he's going to dive down and try to see if he can get some sort of acceleration to try and get him at the end. It looks like Phillipson's going to hold him off, but Cohn's got a head of steam, Tommy. Here we go.
He's got a
man.
Missed out on second.
About 2 or 3 plane lengths, but he had it going. Man, he did his best. I think those were just so evenly matched the entire race. Here we see the rest of our field continuing to come across the finish line. And wow, what a race that was. Boy, not what we would have called ahead of time.
No.
If you had to lay some money on that, we certainly wouldn't have expected Afraid Not to do whatever happened there. And man, but we saw some great competition and some great head-to-head racing, Tommy.
Yeah, the first 2 Gold Class races in F1 were all about positions 1 and 2. This is about 2 and 3, and man, we'll take a good race wherever it happens in this field.
Yeah,
that was a lot of fun.
So exciting, and it just played out to be everything that we anticipated it to be. And just watching these aircraft on this up close and personal, our fans here in person, you see there in the stands. Now that the smoke's cleared, we're getting a few more folks out, which is a good thing. And they have just the excitement that's going here with the racing, Tommy, today, where it's cleared out enough that we can race all the classes that are on the schedule. The folks here at the Reno Air Race Association have done a masterful job of being flexible and tactical and getting the schedule put back together in a different way than they originally planned. So let's go back and look at the race. Here we see Freidnot out front in race 31 in the white airplane. He got the jump. He got the hole shot, Tommy, off the ground, and Justin Metters was right on him all the way. We've seen that. I think that's prop selection between those two. Yep. That's what we've seen all week long. And then Justin Metters got around him, and everything seemed to be fine. And then here you see Freidnot just begin to slow back. I don't know if he was overheating, some other issue in the airplane, but eventually he ends up finishing the race 30 knots or more slower than the rest of the field. Justin Metters just flew masterfully out front. Again, qualifying and staying on top, not just to finish in first, but that time and that speed all matter for as we work our way to Sunday.
Yeah, that number 1 spot played out all within the first lap and a half, so that was pretty much done. But here was the race that we really had our eyes on for second place. Justin Phillips and Timothy Cohn.
Yeah, race 79, race 99. It was tight the whole time, and Timothy Cohn was just stalking him, and he just had the unfortunate luck of having to pass on the outside, and he never could quite get enough oomph to get around him. He would accelerate like you see right here on the straightaways, and he'd get close, but then Phillipson had that inside edge, which is the key part of pylon racing, and you got to pass on the outside for safety. And there it got really close right there about midway through the race, and Cohn was right on his tail, but then it kind of evened out from there, and Cohn made a run for it as we got to the very last. In fact, coming around the pylons for the last time, Cohn was making a run at him, but he just never could get quite closer than 2 or 3 plane lengths, and it was just what a great competitive race, Tommy.
Absolutely, and Justin Phillipson certainly on a roll. He had just come up from the silver class, from the B class to make the A class for this race. He made a good point that he deserves to be here.
Yeah, that was Justin Metters just taking the checkered, and here you see the finish here for the battle for second. And there's our winner of this heat, Justin Metters. Out of Mineral Wells, Texas. That's where he bases the airplane, lives in Weatherford. And I'm fortunate to call him a neighbor kind of where I live, so it's kind of fun to see him having success here. And we talked about Justin. What a great story. His airplane's called Limitless, and that's by design. Justin was unfortunately in a motorcycle accident several years ago, or many years ago. And his passion for competition, his passion for adrenaline got him into racing, and he eventually is now flying the Limitless Snowshoe SR1 with all kinds of precision, and here he is as our winner, Tommy.
Yeah, there's our unofficial results as they stand right now. Justin Metters in race 34, Limitless. In first place, Justin Phillipson. Race 79, good race there, no strings attached, able to edge out what airplane, honey? Timothy Cohn, race 99. Jake Spidell in quad nickel was 4th place. Once more by Kent Jackson, race 27. Trent Woodworth, race 52, and Feisty in 6th place. 7th place, Joshua Watson in blackjack, and Steve Temple in Freidnot. Something up there, as you said, Rob, some sort of difficulty. We'll see if we can find out what's behind that before we watch this gold class race again. Formula One gold racing has been fantastic this week, and we've seen more of it than any other class. That's just the way the elements have rolled out for us, but boy, the elements are in our favor now. There is more racing coming to you live from here in Reno-Tahoe at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With the Pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
How's everybody doing? Look at the people in the stands here. You guys look fantastic. Having a good day? Woohoo! Got your sunscreen on? Who does not? Put your sunscreen on. I just did a few moments ago. And I've got to remind you as well, everybody, no smoking. There's no smoking on the airport grounds or in the stands or anywhere. That includes cigars and vaping stuff and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So please, we ask you, please, no smoking. All right, keeping an eye out for that fire truck. If you see it, start yelling and making some noise, because we got a great crew that is on board that machine, and they're going to be coming around the corner into our grandstand area here in just a few moments on board that 1979 Toyota fire truck. That thing actually served in Japan and then was bought by a collector in New Zealand, and then Eric Lamoth bought it and brought it here. It's all original, and it's a great team that's on board there. So they're going to be coming around here in just a moment. Peppermill is Reno's premier AAA four-diamond resort and been named one of the top 10 best casinos in the nation by USA Today's 10 Best. Tickle your taste buds in 9 award-winning restaurants. Unwind and indulge at the 3-story Spa Toscana, featuring an indoor caldarium and sun deck. Sip your favorite cocktail. Enjoy live music or party until the sun comes up. There they are, coming from the right. Of course, coming from the right. I was waiting for the left. Give it up for your Jet 2D winner. Race number 54. They had a speed of 447.520. Vicky Benzing. Hey, sweetheart, you're looking great. Oh my gosh, you know, she's such a wonderful person, and of course bought Clay Lacey's P51 Mustang. She was hoping to have it here this year. Unfortunately, it's not quite done yet, but pretty much guarantee it'll be here. We got special plans for next year with a number of the vintage race planes that have been here for so many years. And so I encourage you to get ready for 2023 Reno race. It's going to be fantastic. Vicky Benzing, she's going to go down, they're going to turn around, they're going to come all the way back, and I want you guys to make a heck of a lot of noise for her when she's on her way back. Oris, the official timepiece sponsor of the 58th Annual Stihl National Championship Air Races, and one of the few Swiss watch companies to remain independently owned, is proud to introduce the 58th Reno Air Races Limited Edition watch in celebration of 58 years of air racing here in Reno. The limited edition piece, as well as their full line, is on view and available for purchase at the Oris Airstream trailer in the pits. Be one of 100 individuals in the world to own this very unique timepiece. Make sure you install Concord batteries to spend more time flying. Dependable service and proven performance crafted for quality in the USA. Concord, the official battery of the Reno Air Races.
All right, getting ready for the next race, which will be the Unlimited race, Steve. Hitting in the pace plane, that is a CT-133 T-Bird, and then in racing colors, it is a Bardall Special, back the way it looked back in the 60s. That's Steve Couch's. Next, Jeff Lavelle. Sweet and Lovely is what that airplane's called. He's from Washington. Next should be Mark Booty. The airplane called Spam Can, a P-51 Delta. He is from Rancho Cucamonga. Then the Bell Racers are back. Patrick Nightingale, Pretty Polly, the P-63 King Cobra. He's from California. And then our crop dusting buddy from Syracuse, Kansas, the legendary John Dusty Dowd Jr. His airplane known as a Shanty Irish, an A-model P-51, get a load of that. And then another commemorative airplane with the colors of E.D. Wiener. This was Bardall Miss. It carries a patch on the side of the airplane on the color of that plane back in the day when it was yellow and black checkerboards. We're remembering Reno nostalgic. Okay, Tom Nightingale is next. The airplane called Bunny. He's from Rancho Cucamonga. And then rounding out the pack, coming in low for your left, Ken Gotchel. From Ventura, California, the P-51 called Man of War.
And here she comes on her return trip once again. Grandstands, make a bunch of noise. Box seating, make a bunch of noise. Once again, your Jet 2D winner, Vicki Benzing. Race number 54 in that cool 79 Toyota fire truck. Here they come.
Right now, Roy, with that, we're going to talk about racing unlimited aircraft. What we attempted to do while the aircraft are forming up is to get what we call the RRR class, Reno Remembers Racing. We are making an effort to put aircraft in the air that were racing here the first 2 decades of racing, 1964 to 1983. They had outlandish paint schemes. They were colorful aircraft. And while I love to honor military units and military pilots, a civilian racing P-51 in the old colors is very exciting to me. So there was a gentleman by the name of E.D. Wiener who raced a P-51. It was first in yellow and black checkers, race number 49. It is the airplane that is fielded by our president and CEO, Fred Telling. It is being flown by Michael Flieger. And it carries the race number 49 with a little patch of checkered. And what we tried to do is change the end number back to the day when this was called Bardall Miss. Not Miss Bardall, but Bardall Miss. Now there's another one in the air, the white airplane that led us off. That is Bardall Special, an all-white airplane that has everything but the authentic name because the name or the number was a duplicate of one of our other race planes. So we had to get creative, John Mazzola, and change the 8 with a little black tape to a 3. Okay, now that makes it all legal. So we hope to get Clay Lacey's aircraft, his purple P-51 in the air, Vicki Benzing flying, but you heard what Roy said about that. And we'd hope to get Old Yeller, Bob's yellow P-51, the great Bob Hoover, who used it as a pace plane pilot for many years. But we are building on RRR, Reno Racing Remembers. And I will give you this information. If you go to Google on your device and look for a book called Gentlemen, You Have a Race. I checked it out. It is available on eBay at various prices. It is a hardcover book done by John Tigler. And in detail, it tells you everything about the first 20 years of racing here. And you'll see some of those nostalgic paint jobs that we are bringing back at this time. So I love to see it. I love the tradition. I love the old sponsors we had. By the way, John Mazzola, Jr., the other paint scheme that was used by, some call him Ed Wiener, but most of the time I think it was E.D. Wiener. It doesn't matter. He was a cool guy. Was zebra stripes on a P-51. White with black zebra stripes. No doubt that was his airplane. At any rate, that's what we're doing. Thank you to Fred Telling, our president and CEO. By the way, an unpaid position by Fred Telling, our president and CEO, who contributes his own P-51 to race here as well. And in addition, John, he is the president of the T6 class. That guy can carry a tremendous amount of load. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to listen for the racers to come around. And They will be coming down over our right shoulder. They will be heading for the guiding light. That's a high-intensity light just below the ridge line at about our 1 o'clock position or so. At that speed, surrounded by other aircraft, and the terrain we're looking at, it is tough to line up. There's a lot going on in the cockpit, a lot going on in your mind, a lot going on with your motive skills. So that guiding light is a great help. We're going to put you into the cockpit, hopefully, and calmness to the unlimited class of pilots. So,
thanks for having me here.
All right, while we're waiting for the signal to come in down the chute, why don't you tell us a little bit about what you know about the aircraft in addition to what I mentioned?
Well, you know, these airplanes that are coming down the chute here in a minute are, you know, just good stock Mustangs. You know, little tweaks here and there. I wouldn't say they're full-fledged unlimited gold airplanes, but, you know, they'll go out and put on a good show.
All right, we've got all the engines, no radial engines, this particular one. You know what, we'll go back while we have time. When, after World War II, when racing resumed in Cleveland, which was the forerunner of, listen now, here they come. All right, Steve Hinton, the senior, is up at the CT-133 as they come around now into that guide pylon, the guiding light. You got to get involved with this because you're going to be in your spot. You see it right now. It looked like Bardall Special was first to me, right?
Yep, looked like Bardall Special was in the lead, and followed by Jeff LaBelle and Sweet and Lovely. Looks like somebody's trying to make a pass for third place, but didn't quite make it stick.
All right, you see the sun gleaming off the wings. Now, what you great spectators tell us is you want to hear the sound of the engines, whether it's a radial engine or an Allison or a Rolls-Royce engine. So we give our spectators what they want. So right in here, John and I will be quiet because here comes John, it gives me great pleasure to see a Bell fighter racing again. As I tried to mention before, after World War II, when racing resumed in Cleveland, the forerunner of Reno here, victorious, winning the gold in 1946 was a P-39, flown by a couple of factory test pilots, and they won the gold that year. I think the average speed was 373 miles an hour, and right on their tail was Tony LaVere in a P-38, about 370 or so. They had a good future in front of them. One of their test pilots died coming back from Buffalo to Cleveland after an engine change, and Bell thought they better not lose any more test pilots and pretty much discontinued their support of P-39, P-63 racing. But they were very prevalent during the day, and they did very well as well. They couldn't race. They took the light Q fuselage, 4,900 pounds, and put the big P-63 engine, pumped it up, four-bladed prop, 2,000 horsepower. Let's pick up the field.
Yeah, here you see in the lead, Stephen Couch is followed closely by Dusty Dowd. Looks like Dusty's putting the coals to it. We've got Jeff LaBelle right behind them. He sounds like he's a little higher up on the power. And we've got Mark Moody, race 0, Spam Cam. And we've got that beautiful Allison-powered P-653. Then we've got Lady B, flown by Michael Flieger. And then we've got one of the Nightingales out there in Lady B. And then we've got Ken Gottschall in Man of War.
So the P-51 Alpha model, John Dusty Dowd, legendary pilot, crop duster, just a fun guy, aircraft restorer. He's got the Allison engine. That's one of the original models of the P-51, and it's got the Razorback on it before they went to a clear canopy behind, which, by the way, is an advantage in racing. The Razorback will give you an advantage over the teardrop canopy.
Yeah, it does. You know, I raced this airplane in 2017, and you know, you push the power up on it, it likes to go. That frame canopy is a lot more aerodynamic, and that higher deck on the fuselage just gives it a little bit better control. So you can see Dusty's starting to catch up to Steve, and we'll see what he has to do.
And again, the P-51A, very rare. It was an attack model, actually, and it goes back to budgets during World War II. Very rare indeed. And again, Allison Powered, the Rolls-Royce, had not entered the picture yet. To make the Mustang take advantage of its wing and aerodynamics. Once the Rolls-Royce Merlin was mated to that airframe, it became a hot fighter. The Bell Fighters did good for the Russians. We, on the Lend-Lease program, gave them a lot of aircraft. They did their dogfighting down at 10 to 15,000 feet. High altitude didn't matter. The Allison just didn't have the two-stage supercharger. So listen to this. All right, look on the backstretch.
Yeah, you can see Dusty's trying to make a move.
John, now we got some.
Yeah, I mean, these guys came out here. They wanted to put on a show, and here comes Dust, making a move on Steve Couches.
Steve Couches with big white airplane, a little easier to see.
Yep, looks like Dusty's just made that pass.
That's the Bardall Special in the nostalgic paint scheme. That does my heart good. You need to get down in the pits and see that. John Dusty Dowd is used to being low. He thinks pylon racing is too high.
He does. He says he gets up there and satellites are going underneath him.
You gotta love a guy whose name of his airplane is Shanty Irishman.
Yep, Dusty flies a beautiful line, and here comes Steve with Jeff Lavelle trying to make that pass for second.
All right, coming in from your left, yet another bit of orchestrated music. Merlin Magic.
It looks like we have a P-63 coming by next. We'll be quiet so you can hear that sound.
All right, the music continues. All right, we're coming up on the white flag lap for the leader. All right, look on the left down the Valley of Speed to your left. As the wings go level and the speed goes up. Don't scrub off into that speed.
Yeah, take a look at Dusty Dowd's line. It's just a beautiful line. This is what us as pilots are always trying to strive and do when we're out there.
All right, it looks like Shanty Irish. Then the Bardall Special, the white aircraft.
Yep, Jeff Lavelle right behind Bardall.
All right, let's go through the speeds. First lap, 249, then 228. After they level out, 221. Correction, 320. I got my threes wrong. 349, followed by 328. Speed 321, 319, 333. All right, we are unofficially in a leader change, and the leader will be looking for the checker flag. Oh, this is so great. The unlimited class. There's the distinctive tail of the P-63 in relation to the P-39. All right, the race team in the air gets the white flag.
Yeah, here comes Dusty.
All right,
7 and 8.
Yep. I see, look, you got a commanding lead in the Shanty Irish. And the A model P-51 unofficially does it. The Bardall Special.
It's followed by Jeff Lavelle.
still racing. Eyes on the race course, blowing to your left.
Yeah, if you look out at 7, it looks like Mark Moody's coming around. Looks like he'll take 4th place. Back to your left, coming around 7, 8, 9. That looks like a P-63.
Very innovative aircraft. The engine sits behind the pilot. There's a drive shaft between your feet that goes out to the propeller, and through the propeller hub was a cannon for air-to-air combat.
Yep. Here comes Michael Flieger and Lady B and Ken Goff. Nope, got that wrong. That's Tom Nightingale, and here comes Ken and Man of War. That looks like the end of our unlimited race.
All right, way to go. All right, give them a big round of applause, not only for the sights, but also the sounds and the nostalgia of putting old paint jobs, not old paint jobs, but classic racing paint jobs on aircraft, and we're going to expand on that next year and have more of the distinctive paint schemes and paint colors on aircraft that were very active in the first 20 years. And again, John Mazzala Jr., son of John Mazzala Sr., and nephew of Bill Mazzala, our great friends, all Chino kids. Thanks for joining us here. And again, I'll tell you to go back to Google. And the book is called Gentlemen, You Have a Race. John Tegler, T-E-G-L-E-R, was the author. The first 20 years of racing here at Reno, you'll see some of these nostalgic paint schemes, but Tegler did great detail on all of the races, all of the pilots, all of the ground crews. He was just meticulous, and it's great, great entertainment. Gentlemen, You Have a Race, which of course, John, was what Bob Hoover said year after year. He was the pace plane pilot in his yellow P-51, known as Old Yeller, and he would guide them in and say, "Gentlemen, you have a race," and they would be off. So that's why the book has that name, Gentlemen, You Have a Race. Easy to remember. John Tegler's the author. It's available. I found it at different prices, so shop around and get the price you like best. It's a coffee table book, hardcover book. It is great. I go through it every winter. I love it. John Mazzala, second generation pilot technician. Give him a big round of applause. He comes from a great family.
Yeah,
great
thank you for having me.
Chino kids. Thank you, John. Appreciate your help. All right, recovering our aircraft. Everybody's going to sit down on a tail wheel except for Pretty Polly. It has a nose gear. Very unusual for World War II fighter. We did have bombers that had nose wheels on them, but Bell was very innovative, putting the engine behind the pilot with armor plating between it. And also, you got in and out of the cockpit on either side through car doors, hinged just like your car or truck. Another innovation from Bell. Couldn't excel in high altitude environment because it had the Allison engine. Didn't have the advantage of the Rolls-Royce two-speed supercharger, but they were used by the Army Air Corps. They were used by other of our allies, including the British, but mostly the Russians, who used that airplane to be able to score more shoot-downs to the enemy in World War II than any other airplane they had in their military inventory. And I heard a quote from Stalin the other day, and he said, without the American Lend-Lease program, we couldn't have won World War II. And remember, The Soviets, the Russians, were our allies in World War II. Things do change. All right, thank you for that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed that symphony in the sky. Look at the Bardol Special in that nostalgic paint job, carrying a camouflage number 8, made into a 3 because we have duplicate numbers in the racing. But that's Hollywood, and that's Reno Air Racing. We do our best to make it work. Sometimes it's sleight of hand. Get a load of that paint scheme when it comes back taxiing in front of you, and go down to the pits and see the Bardol Miss. A lot of people say, no, it was Miss Bardol. No, it wasn't. It was Bardol Miss. And again, you can learn about that, those paint schemes in the book, Gentlemen, You Have a Race by John Tigler. Roy, happily, we're going to turn it over to you.
Okie dokie, thank you very much. You know, the Alberta International Air Show is excited to be back at Reno, and continuing our partnership with RARA and bringing air racing to Canada. Currently working with Sport Class, or looking to expand classes in 2023. 2023 will see the event adding the International Trade, Career, and Investment Attraction section called Ville Aero. Combining the name of our home airport, Villeneuve, along with our desire to bring the future of aerospace to reality, Ville Aero is an international event for the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, as well as the Pacific Northwest Aerospace Alliance, to showcase investment opportunities from all 5 states, 2 territories, and 3 provinces in our economic region. Villeneuve is also a proud name in racing, with such icons as Gilles Villeneuve and his son Jacques Villeneuve, as they dominated Formula One, Indy, and other forms of motorsport. We're also continuing our memorandum of understanding between the great state of Nevada and the province of Alberta in developing and promoting artificial intelligence and beyond line-of-sight drone testing. Alberta is also a great place to vacation. Come to Edmonton or Calgary, stay for the races and trade fair, and then book some time off to enjoy the best backyard in North America. Alberta is a great province to explore, from the majestic Rocky Mountains and national parks in Banff and Jasper to one of the world's largest dinosaur collections in Drumheller. Endless areas for fishing, hunting, and exploration, an unspoiled wilderness spanning the entire province, and our family and friends in British Columbia and Saskatchewan. The Alberta International Air Show runs from August 4th through 6th in 2023. We'd love to see you there and show off the best backyard in the world. Perform Air International is proud to sponsor the National the National Aviation Heritage Invitational. Perform Air has been serving the aviation industry with repair and overhaul services for over 30 years. As it approaches its 60th anniversary, Wings of Hope is building its future on a rich history of using aviation to change and save lives. Stop by the Judges Tent to meet Wings of Hope President and CEO Brent Heinrich. And don't forget to visit the Wings of Hope Cessna 206KY on display by the Judges Tent and meet her pilots and learn of her incredible history. Visit Wings of Hope's website at www.wingsofhope.ngo to learn more about becoming a supporter of our mission. You'll be part of a global effort to change and save lives through the power of aviation. Three resorts, one experience. Discover award-winning dining, world-class entertainment, luxurious spas, and over 4,000 incredible rooms and suites spanning 6 city blocks in the heart of Reno. Experience the best Reno has to offer with live entertainment and shows. Make our world your world at The Row. The National Aviation Heritage Invitational welcomes the Ellsworth Getchell Foundation as a returning sponsor. The late Ellsworth Getchell owned and operated a beautiful Hawker Sea Fury for over 4 decades. Ellsworth was a regular at air shows throughout North America, including demonstrations with the United States Navy for tailhook legacy flights. This year, the Ellsworth Getchell Foundation is sponsoring Nahee's Hap Arnold Trophy for the best warbird restoration. Make sure you stop by Nahee Display to see some outstanding vintage, classic, and warbird aircraft. While you're at the Nahee Display, ask for information about Getchell Foundation scholarship programs for young people who are interested in learning to fly. Or check out the Getchell Foundation's website at www.ehgfoundation.org.
If I could draw your attention to the airplane passing just in front of the steel checker pylon, look for that patch of yellow and black checkerboard and the number 49 from the days when E.D. Weiner sported that paint job on the entire aircraft, as we're Reno Racing remembers. We're going to expand on that team. By the way, our CEO and president of this organization, he owns that airplane, and he finances it coming here from the East Coast, from Spruce Creek, to support racing. It's named after his wife. It's called the Lady B. She is Barbara Telling. And we think that great leader, unpaid position. Also the leader of the T6 class. Wow, this guy,
busy guy.
A big load. Thank you, Roy. Back to you.
Well, our friends at Honda welcome you to the Reno Air Races and Air Show with the Honda Jet Elite S, the most delivered aircraft in its class for 5 consecutive years. With an established reputation for performance, efficiency, and comfort, the Honda Jet has been embraced by the aviation community since its very first flight in 2005. The latest Honda Jet Elite S, introduced last year, has continued to push the boundaries by taking steps forward and expanding the aircraft's capability. It's the fastest jet in its class with a maximum cruise speed of 422 knots, and it flies the farthest with 1,437 nautical mile range. Make sure you stop by the display and look at the beautiful Honda Jet Elite S for yourself in the pit area. Sierra Office Solutions, serving Northern Nevada office technology needs for the past 25 years. Sierra Office Solutions is a Xerox company providing market-leading Xerox office technology, and we offer mobile cloud, remote worker solutions with the most up-to-date security and IT services available. Make sure you contact us at 775-828-2679 to arrange for a no-cost evaluation and assessment, or visit us at sierraoffice.com. You know, you shouldn't worry about rising prices when it comes to grocery shopping for your family. Visit Grocery Outlet in Lemon Valley or Spanish Springs, and you'll find all the ingredients to cook a complete healthy meal. They have fresh meat, produce, and sides at savings of 40 to 70% versus traditional grocery stores. Stop by your local grocery outlet today and enjoy a one-stop shopping experience, all within your budget. Full plate, full wallet, you can't lose. Liberty Military Housing is here to serve those who serve our country by providing military families with comfortable, well-maintained homes in communities right across the United States. We take pride in our highly trained team of professionals and strive to bring out the best in each other so we can do outstanding work to positively impact the lives of our military families. At LMH, we are an employee-owned company that offers excellent benefits, training, development, and opportunities for advancement. If you're ready to grow your career, visit joinlmh.com and check out our amazing job opportunities. As the fire truck goes by with Formula One 3B heat winner at a time of 2:06.153, Carl Robinson in race 81. They call sleeper. Let's give it up for him as they come through on the fire truck. And as they go by at a high speed on the fire truck, here comes Philip Steinbeck in the amazing GB1 Game Bird. The GB1 Game Bird is an FAA aerobatic category type certified aircraft produced under FAA production certificate. Currently 35 airplanes are produced and flying with 10 more on order. Look at the way he is throwing this airplane around the sky, and look how precise that airplane is being flown by Philip Steinbeck. This aircraft is amazing for aerobatics, as you can see right here. Competition aerobatics up to the unlimited level, freestyle aerobatics, formation training and aerobatics, upset recovery training, sport aerobatics. Precise and predictable slow speed characteristics and behavior combined with available power provides unique ability for immediate recovery out of nearly every situation with minimal, if any, altitude loss. As he comes into show center, watch as he pulls back on the stick, starts going vertical straight up into the sky. And look how he kicks in the rudder, and look how much rudder authority that airplane has as he just pirouettes on his wingtip, rolls the airplane around upside down, pulls back, starts heading towards Mother Earth, trading off that altitude for airspeed. And listen to that machine sing. Again, look how slow he can move that airplane, hardly any airspeed, and look how that thing rolls. Brings up the throttle, and just like that, it starts to accelerate. The Game Bird's viceless spin and spin recovery characteristics instills confidence in the pilot. As you can see, crisp aileron handling over the entire speed range. A great positive centering makes stops precise and clean. Superior rudder authority offers comfortable and safe spins and crosswind landings. Again, watch how slow he flies that airplane upside down. He is inverted, hanging by the straps ever so slowly. Now he rolls the airplane quarter turn. That's the top side you see there. Another quarter turn. Pulls back on the stick right by the Stihl home pylon. Up he goes. Roll the airplane around. Such precise flying. Again, that rudder's so big, and he's just hanging there. It makes it look like one of those RC planes that are made out of foam, just kind of hang there. Now back up he goes. He does a couple quarter turns, top side of the aircraft looking at you. Now he's going to hold it right there, kick in the rudder, perfect hammerhead stall turn. You see how clean he did that? That's the GB1 in the skies here at Reno. 25-gallon fuel capacity when you're doing aerobatics gives you lots of time up in the sky. 600-pound useful load. And are you ready for this? 10 positive and 10 negative Gs for this machine through the skies. This is kind of cool. It has both a single and 2-seat canopy that can be swapped within 20 minutes. So if you're flying by yourself, you put the single canopy on as he flies backwards through the sky. If you are taking a friend with you, you put the 2-place canopy on, and it takes about 20 minutes to do that. And check out the roll rate, up to 380 degrees per second. Coming back down, this time to our right as he accelerates the GB1. Here he comes. Look at that thing roll. Woohoo! How do you know which way is up and which way is down? A couple of quarter turns, pulls back and shows center, and again, going right up in the sky, he's going to slide across one way and then the other as the Game Bird rolls around. Now, most unlimited aerobatic aircraft, like you see here today, that are not great cross-country machines. Put it that way. They're not fun to go from here to there with. A Game Bird, of course, is totally different. The freedom of composite structure design allows for optimized ergonomics and aerodynamics. It has a baggage compartment. Not very many aerobatic airplanes have one of those. And of course, a large UV absorbent canopy allows unrestricted visibility from either seat. The cockpit, the seats are reclined 30 degrees so it can absorb those Gs. 10-inch pedal adjustment range, ergonomic flight control position, safety seats and seat belts, electric trim for ailerons and elevators, dual flight and engine controls. It's got comm, transponder, and navs that are usable from both seats, and it even comes with pouches for those small items that you need to have with you. Again, look how fast this thing rolls. Right side up, upside down, right side up, upside down, and into the sky. And again, snaps the airplane on the way up. Aircraft comes with Garmin G3X avionics. It's got an engine monitor, includes range and endurance calculations, weather, traffic, flight planning, maps. It has a 900-pound useful load, and at full fuel, it can carry 81 gallons of fuel. Cruise at 200 knots, has a 1,000 nautical mile range. Look how he just stops the airplane in the sky. It's not moving, and then still gets to roll the airplane around and back upside down. That is absolutely incredible. All right, there you go. What a paint scheme. Does that ever shine in the skies here at Reno as he rolls up right over top of the Stihl home pylon. Again, he holds the airplane. Now he starts flying it backwards. He's hanging it upside down now. What more can that airplane do? Aircraft you see flowing here today is the prototype. First flight was in 2015. Has just over 1,000 hours total time on it. If you head on over to the GB1 booth, we've got serial number 2 there, owned by the late Joe Clark, and serial number 28, owned by Philip's friend and business partner, Stuart Walton. Turn around and around and around is right. You know, the Game Bird is completely built in our facility in Bentonville, Arkansas. Currently have a team of 65 people completing one Game Bird about every 3 weeks or so. Currently, time for a new aircraft is 6 to 8 months. And if you'd like to find out more or check out the videos and whatnot, check out GameComposite.com and you'll get all the information you need. As he brings the aircraft in he's just going to let it side slip, bleed off some of that speed. And there we go, a perfect landing. Give it up for Philip Steinbach and the GB1. All right, he's going to taxi that machine in here, and we'll let him get shut down. And of course, you got to turn off the master switch and the radios and the lights and all that good stuff. And when that canopy opens up, I'd appreciate it if you made a lot of noise for him, because that is a lot of work up there, flying that airplane like that. They say a 12 to 14 minute routine, like you just saw, takes so much energy. It's like working 8 hours on a construction site. He's soaking wet as he gets out there. The canopy comes off, the straps come off. Yes, let's give it up for those Steinbeck and the GB1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you a man whose life has been totally immersed in aviation. From Pierce, South Dakota, gentlemen, Jim Pites and the Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierce, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Since its first solo flight 47 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 18,000 hours of accident-free flight in more than 151 different models of general aviation aircraft. All right, he's looking through the side of the aircraft. Now he's looking through the front of the aircraft as he does a great, big, beautiful Barnstormers loop. You know, 2022 marks Jim's 30th year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. As he goes into the sky, to our right, the airspeed bleeds off and kicks in the rudder. There's a beautiful hammerhead stall turn. Jim flew a Kristen Eagle and Extra 300L for many years. Now he enjoys performing in a 450 Stearman, a Harvard Mark IV, a P-51 Mustang, and of course the ever popular Aerobatic Bonanza. Jim continues to be amazed at the crowd response that he gets from flying the Aerobatic Bonanza. People don't expect to see a four-place family airplane known for its cross-country capabilities, flying inverted, doing rolls, or going vertical. You know, Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. One, two, three, there's 4 to inverted, 5, 6 to knife edge, 7, the 8-point hesitation roll. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors of the International Council of Air Shows. He served 2 years as its chairman. He currently serves on the ACE committee and also an aerobatic competency examiner. Jim also mentors many new aerobatic pilots. And Jim is proud to have received the highest honor given in the airshow industry, the ICAS Sword of Excellence. While watching Jim perform for you today, keep in mind this is not your ordinary Bonanza. This is the very rare 1986 F-33C that is built and certified for aerobatics. The Beechcraft Bonanza has been in continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Of 17,000, only 179 were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, November 14 Juliet Papa, the airplane Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Jim's Bonanza is powered by a stock out of the crate 300 horsepower Continental IO 550, turning a Hartzell 3-bladed Super Scimitar propeller, and the aircraft weighing in almost 3,000 pounds. It's certified to +6 and 3 negative Gs. Amazingly, Jim's Bonanza is not equipped with an inverted fuel or oil system. To make this performance possible, he has to be a master of energy management and is proud to list the legendary R.A. Bob Hoover as one of his most influential mentors and friends. Jim is a highly experienced aerobatic pilot, and this is definitely not your typical stock Bonanza. So all you Bonanza pilots out there, don't do this with your airplane. As he rolls the airplane around, look at that beautiful air show smoke trailing behind that incredible Bonanza. Okay, where'd he go? Jim. There he was, gone. I hope not. There's no place to land out there. Where'd he go? Hey, Section 3, can you see Jim? If you can see him, make a whole mess of noise for me, please. Well, I don't hear Section 3 making a whole bunch of noise. Well, we'll just keep an eye out for him, because he's kind of went off in behind the bleachers on us here and disappeared. So I'm not sure what the heck Jim Pites is up to. Oh, there he is. Of course, just like his friend and mentor used to do in the P-51 Mustang called Old Yeller, Jim Pipes pops out of Hoover Gulch in salute to the great Robert A. Bob Hoover. Now, watch what he does here. He's going to pull up, he's going to roll the airplane, and up goes the landing gear. Well, he's upside down, so the gear goes up. Believe me, he's okay. Jim Pites would love to thank his sponsors, Hartzell Propeller, the leader in aircraft propeller systems, built in honor in Piqua, Ohio since 1917. SiriusXM, from wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical, weather, and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Aspen Avionics. Avionics able to withstand the punishment imposed by an aerobatic routine and then still allow Jim to safely make it back home in the most demanding instrument conditions. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft. Made in America since 1952. Phillips 66 Aviation Products. At home or on the road, it's always Jim's choice of fuel. And Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art, full-service FBO located in his hometown up here in the great state of South Dakota. Stop and visit Jim and his amazing staff at Mustang Aviation. I'd just like to remind you once again, please, no smoking. No smoking anywhere on the airport grounds. That is the rule put out by the authorities. So please, no smoking. That includes cigars, vaping, gadgets, and et cetera, et cetera. So please, no smoking. And of course, at all times, please remain behind the fences or ropes separating the spectator area from the aircraft flying display area. It's there for your safety, safety of the performers and the racers. So please do not cross that fence. Make sure you stay well hydrated. Put that sunscreen on, especially for those of us up front here on the back of your neck. And don't forget the little bit on your nose, too, that makes your one big nostril into two nostrils. A doctor, I think it was last year, came up and said, that's called a insert name here. Oh, okay. As you can tell, I can't remember what it's called. And of course, this is a no drone zone. No drones at all, except for down at the STEM area. They have some drones down there that you can experiment with and learn, but that is in a safe and closed area. So please, no drones. If you brought one, go put it back in the trunk of your car. That's where it belongs while you're here at the airport. My friends, look to the right. Here he comes. Jim Pites taxiing in, and you can see, you look at that Bonanza, it looks like every other Bonanza out there. But once again, this is not a normal Bonanza. So you've got one, don't try to do these rolls and loops and everything else that Jim Pites does. This is a very special machine.
That Bonanza has something no other Bonanzas have.
What's that?
Jim Pites.
That's right. That looks like your Formula 1 3B winner, Carl Robinson, number 81 in the cassette you call Sleeper. Congratulations. And there is Jim Pites with that little window that he opens up there as he taxis by. Again, what an amazing guy, what an amazing airplane, what an amazing performance. He has been here for a number of years, and he is back indeed, truly, by popular demand. All right, we're going to let him go taxi around by the Game Bird, the GB1. And just like the GB1, you got to get stopped. And I was going to say, turn off the air conditioner. I'm pretty sure he has an air conditioner on board that aircraft. Probably turn that off. Turn off the radios, turn off your electrical, the master. Take a deep breath. Undo the belts and then step out. And I know you're going to send him all sorts of appreciation and love for what he's done for us here today. The door is open. There he is, my friends. Make a bunch of noise for the incredible Jim Pites. And that beautiful, beautiful Bonanza. Great job once again, my friend.
All right, thank you to Jim and thank you to Roy Haffley. Please do not kill the messenger. Here's my information for you from race headquarters. Right now, because of the conditions on the field, right now, all racing is suspended. Now, there is more to that. They may, based on the race course, the drag strip, they may put together a Stihl Stoll drag race. Again, because it's within the safe confines. If the weather that you and I see out there lifts back to a certain minimums, it is possible that the Formula Ones and the biplanes may race. All this is probable due to the weather, the visibility, and purely safety. Now, what that will do on our last bit of information from race control, we will stick to the hard times on our military demonstrations. And so far, it may change. That will mean that the FA-18 Super Hornet will fly at 250. That will mean that the F-22 will fly at 340. Will that change? Can it change? It did all day a couple of days ago. It did last yesterday, and it may today. Now, the reason I tell you this, there's a lot of entertainment going on the ground. If you wanted to be entertained, the area behind the bleacher seat is wide open for shopping, food and beverage, and facilities. As we face the steel checker pylon off our right shoulder are the invitational aircraft that are being judged. Military aircraft, classic aircraft, antique aircraft, warbird aircraft, float planes, and an A-37 attack aircraft with rocket pods underneath it. Pretty cool. Then the big military display. Transport aircraft, helicopters of all sizes, all free to your right as we face the steel pylon. Now down there as well, in the middle of all the military airplanes, is Dewey Larson. Dewey Larson travels with us on all of the air shows. He's got an FA-18 cockpit on a trailer, and you get your photo opportunities. It's in the paint scheme of Tom Cruise's FA-18 from the motion picture Top Gun Maverick. $1.5 billion of income so far. So if you want to be a Top Gun like Tom Cruise, head down to your right. In the middle of the big military display, you can see a C-130 with a big number 9 in fluorescent colors. That's the area of the military. Great military machines, free. Dewey Larson, right in the middle, will give you a quality picture of you mimicking Tom Cruise in the motion picture Top Gun Maverick. So, and then to our left, as we have told you throughout the course of the day, 5 classes of racing aircraft through the pit gates, a lot of photo opportunities, the Unlimiteds that you just saw perform, the sport class racers, and then the T6s as well to our left, and then you go down to the shade of the hangars, and there are the Formula One racers and the biplane racers. So don't go away. Throughout the course of yesterday, if you were here, it went up, it went down. It went up, it went down. We could do some things, then we couldn't do some things. And believe me, my dear spectators, our great friends, it is all based on safety, your safety, our safety, the pilots, their flight crews, their families, and the responsibility to do a great job for you, to do a responsible job for you. So if you feel like moseying around, taking a look around, there is a show going on. It is on the ground, and it is all here for you.
Our title sponsor, Stihl. You know what's coming up at 1:30 this afternoon?
Yes, I do. I saw it on the schedule.
It is. It's the Stihl Timberworks Lumberjack Show.
Yes.
Right over there. Yeah. as I point to our broadcast right. Look for the big spar trees with the flags on top, and you're going to have guys that are going to be climbing up there and then almost like free falling back down. You're going to
I mean, just amazing things that these folks are doing to be competitive and overcome the hurdles it takes to go fast and be the national champion, the Stihl national champion of Formula One.
If you're that committed to it, if you're that addicted to it, it's something you cannot not do. That's the whole motivation behind these guys. They have to race, and they're ready to race. We are racing now in our Formula One Gold race.
There we go, Tommy. And here you see race 79, Justin Phillipson, like we've seen in earlier heats. He has that prop selection that gets him out just a little bit faster. You see Justin Metters on the right side of your screen. A little bit slower start, but we know from what we've seen Justin do, he has a little bit top end speed. So we'll see how that plays out. He's a little bit of a ground to overcome that he gives up to race 79 on the start. Here's a little bit farther back in the pack with race 54, Jim Jordan. In the white airplane, you see him gaining some altitude. That's all strategy, and you see them as they head down the back part of the class. Remember, this is the first lap. This is our starter lap or our oil warm-up lap, Tommy.
And we'll come around past the Stihl start-finish pylon, and we will start our first of 8 laps momentarily here. We still got Justin Phillipson occupying the ahead spot right now, but that black and white snowshoe, Justin Metters right behind.
Absolutely, and you saw going up that home stretch there, Justin really was beginning to accelerate on there as the other aircraft are kind of stretching out. Here you see a great shot of these two aircraft, wingtip to wingtip, with Jim Jordan there on top. See a good difference between the two types of aircraft, the wing shape. Tommy, composite in Jordan's race 54, a little bit more. And there you see Justin Metters just passed for the lead down the backstretch, Tommy. Look at that speed go. He is just rocketing by him.
That is the earliest he has taken over the lead in all these races, but he did it in each and every one of them. So not a great sign for the rest of this field here as it stands right now, but you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, that snowshoe SR1 for Metters is really rolling this morning. You know, the air's cooler today, Tommy, so those engines are making better horsepower. That air is denser. You can cram more air into your cylinder, and you get more RPM and thrust the fuel off of that prop, and off they go. We are seeing some fantastic racing here.
These F1 racers also dealing with the most wind speed they've had to deal with during the course. It'd be a little lumpy out there. That's something they factor into the entire equation. It's baked into it.
Yeah, the live stream showed a couple races before this, and those folks came back and were talking about how bumpy, how turbulent it is. There are hills surrounding the valley of speed, right? And the wind coming off of those hills really tumbles as it comes down into the valley. So these aircraft are flying through some turbulent air this morning. The wind's blowing from the west at about 20 knots or so today, Tommy, and it's cool. But man, these racers, we're getting a fantastic gold race. Here you look again at Justin Metters, race 34, our leader. He's just continued to stretch out his lead here in this gold race. He has been working hard all week, and this is by far, Tommy, how the most he's been out in front in a heat race.
Once again, Justin, it was our 2018 national championship, won the gold medal here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Justin's from Mineral Wells, Texas, just west of the Fort Worth area, Tommy, and he's brought his whole crew, and boy, they've got that thing rocking and rolling. There's race 54, Jim Jordan in that beautiful white casset, and look how pretty that is against it. Today, it's just, even though the wind's blowing, it's crystal clear and visibility unlimited today, Tommy.
Jim's had a great week as well. He has been the runner-up in each of our races, I believe.
He is currently running back in, looks like third place at the moment.
Yeah, he didn't get the start he had in our previous races from Thursday on.
Just outside of your shot there a minute ago was race 79, who's a little ahead of Jim, and he's making some ground. We'll see that catch up here in a minute, but we jump back to our leader, who's headed down the northernmost straight section in our course, and we had, earlier in the week, we talked to some of the racers, and one way they described it, you see Justin enter the course here, start that turn. This race really is 2 straightaways and 2 turns. The turns are hold about 3 Gs. So you and I, Tommy, sitting here, gravity pulls us at 1 G, 1 times the force of gravity. So when they make those 180-degree turns, they're pulling about 3 Gs. So it's 2 3G turns followed by 2 very short straightaways. And there you see our leader beginning to pass some of the lap traffic.
Yeah, he is more than halfway through as he is into lap number 5 of 8 laps he'll run in this F1 race. And Justin Metters flying the, we always speak about the power of the pole position here. He always gives it up at the start of the race, but he gets it back and uses it to great advantage.
Yeah, that strategy we talked about at the opening, Tommy, really does come into play. And here you see Justin Metters just working this to perfection. Look at the speed overtake on the slower traffic here. And again, we have to pass on the outside here at Reno, which is the safest place to be. The slower traffic has the inside track, but the speed, that difference between Justin and the competition there, just significant as he just rockets by.
Absolutely running the line he wants to run.
Here you see another beautiful shot of that 3G turn, 180-degree turn around our smallest up close and personal track.
Congrats to all these pilots, the full field of 8 who have made it this far to this gold race. That is your goal when you arrive in town here on this special week here, and they have done the job. They've gotten the job done. This is back to race 5-4. That's Jim Jordan. So far this week, he's always finished in the runner-up spot here in our A class, our gold class racing.
And you see Jim here working his way. That is today, that's the upwind leg, if you will, as they fly into the wind, and begins to start his turn around pylons 4, 5, and 6, and make his way back past the Stihl start-finish pylon.
It's Miss Men, the Cassett 3. Race 54, Jim Jordan.
There he is passing some lap traffic, so you see a speed difference there with Jim as he makes his way around in race 54 and headed back to around pylon number 1. Great shot of that pass high on the outside as he makes his way around him. You can hear those Continental 0200 engines, Tommy, on our pylon cams and our fantastic microphones set up here. You could. That was Jim passing Sean Milkey, a rookie in race 74, and there's our leader coming back across the Stihl start-finish pylon, Tommy.
All right, already in lap number 7, going very, very fast is Justin Metters. Of course, that's his reputation.
Seeing the white flag wave out there, Tommy.
Final lap, then white flag wrap.
We are about to crown a national championship. Boy, here, Tommy. I am excited.
It goes too fast for me, obviously. I had him one lap back of that, but man, oh man.
There he is, Justin Metters in race 34 out of Mineral Wells, Texas. He is about to become the next national champion, the Stihl national champion, as he comes to the checkered flag here, Tommy.
Unofficially 2 gold medals now for Justin Metters, the great Justin Metters. Race 34, Limitless, the Snowshoe R1.
Here we get to see some of our other finishers coming around pylons 4, 5, and 6, turning to the home stretch, headed for that checkered flag. This is really, really exciting. That's race 79, Justin Phillipson, followed by race 54, Jim Jordan. So the places are still shaking out. The racers did stretch out across the course all the way around. That's race 81, Suede Ron out of Springfield, Georgia, in sleeper. Look at this beautiful yellow airplane coming here. Rolling wings level, nose down, accelerating, wind on their tail.
Race 52, Steve Temple and Feisty, another Cassett.
They pull up to land. That was just an incredible race, Tommy. Let's go back and take a look at the start here. You see, as we talked about earlier, Justin Phillipson, race 79. He got off the ground early, but race 34 and Justin Metters quickly outside of him, setting him up, trying to figure out the speed. Here's where they make that first turn into the wind, accelerating up the backstretch. You see Justin Metters already beginning to show that speed difference with his aircraft and the prop selection as they make the first turn down the short portion of the Valley of Speed that these guys fly in on our smallest up close and personal course. And then Justin got out front and just held it all the way, Tommy.
This is an 8-lap race.
Terrific pilot, obviously a great planner, a great strategist. Knows how to play the game and set the right strategy for winning.
Look at that, race 34. Here he is passing some of the slower traffic. What a great shot. Tommy, we've got some pylon cams, out in the desert this morning, just getting some great video up close and personal for our viewers at home. And man, this is just incredible racing. You see that. It's the only place in the world we do closed course pylon racing here at Reno. And here he comes. This is Justin Metters, the new national champion in Formula One.
He was our champ in 2018, and unofficially he is our champ in 2021. Justin Metters, 34, and Limitless. Jim Jordan, 54, second place. In Miss Men, Justin Phillipson, 79. Kent Jackson in fourth, race 27. Race 81, Suede Ron, and the sleeper, Steve Temple. In race 52, Feisty. I Like Cake, and Justin Inman. And the fat, you know what, Cass. Sean Milkey, race 74. We're glad they all got a good race in. We're so thankful to get a fourth. We have a little bit of a wind hangover from yesterday. Some of that was lingering around this morning, but it's becoming obviously manageable enough to do a Formula One race, and we are elated about that.
Yeah, absolutely. There you see Justin Metters rolling out on runway 32 here at Reno Stead Airport, and we're landing on that runway with the wind today, Tommy, and a great job by Justin, but you see these very professional pilots doing a great job.
Well, the first gold medal awarded of the day there to Justin Metters, and more on the way. We'll be back. Like your parents tell you, it builds character to have a plane that's that basic, that difficult, yet powerful and unpredictable. And I've talked to some other of the commentators, some of the other pilots here, and they all say when these guys cross the start line, they get a little nervous because these planes can be a handful, and until they get stretched out just a little bit, everyone holds their breath.
Yeah, and we've heard from some of the earlier racers today, Tommy, that it's a little turbulent, especially on the outer corners of the course where the air is tumbling over some of the hills. And but we also heard from the jet class just a minute ago that one advantage that the wind, it has a good and a bad. A lot of times when you're following the aircraft in front of you on the course, you get turbulence from that aircraft, but the wind is blowing just enough that for the most part they're not flying through each other's wake, if you will. And so some cases it's a little smoother than a non-windy day. So good and bad to everything, but what's awesome is we'll see we saw the course earlier, the minimum altitude is 50 feet, and all of our pylons have a big metal can, about 55-gallon drum-ish size on top of them. That is at 50 feet, and the pilot knows if he can keep his helmet, as long as his helmet doesn't go, his head doesn't go below that can, then he or she's above the minimum altitude, and they're good to go.
They can avoid penalties that way. You talked about the wind here a little bit. We also had someone inform you and I a little bit earlier. So some exhibition planes were intending to come over here, over the Sierras to our west here, where the winds they reported to be over 100 miles an hour. So we're in the middle of a system here, and I think we're a little bit lucky today to get just enough cool down in that wind speed in order to get our races in.
Yeah, absolutely. And the officials here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races and Air Show, Tommy, have safety rules. It's all about safety, right? And there are wind levels that when it gets too high, we won't fly. And the wind levels that, fortunately, like you said, have stayed below the thresholds that we can operate safely. You saw our T6s take off. We're well within the wind limits. So we are so excited about that. Here you see them circling to their left, out to our west. And this is one of their final turns now that they've all gotten gathered up, and they will be headed inbound to us here shortly, Tommy. It's going to be very, very competitive racing here. You know, this doesn't happen anywhere else in the world, Tommy.
Absolutely not. And of course, our top two qualifiers here represent a lot of overachievement here in this class in recent years. The champion, the gold medalist from 2016 and 2019 is our pole position guy, Chris Rushing, in race 14. Right behind him, John Lomar, who won the national championship in 2017 and 2018.
Yeah, and Tommy, I just realized, I think I misspoke earlier. I think I said we were going to do 5 laps, and I was wrong. We are doing 6 laps here in the gold race. So my apologies for that, everybody. It is a 6-lap race. So if you were wondering what in the heck happened, that was my error. We are doing a 6-lap race, and I can see the racers just off to the west of us here in a great shot there. You can see them forming up on your left on the screen. That silver airplane is the pace plane, and they will be lining up here and headed our way. So they're making their final turn from heading south to back to come east and head back inbound to the course. They will enter the race for the fans here at Reno-Tahoe Airport. They will come from their left to their right as they overfly just to the north of runway 826 and head for the Stihl home pylon, Tommy, and we'll be on. Now, you can see the pace plane has the smoke on. That's so everybody can see it. And all the aircraft are beginning to form up, get side by side, line abreast, and it's going to be a great thing. That one aircraft that's down below is probably our other safety plane. In the T6 class, we have 2 safety planes that pull up and above, and one's the pace plane and the other's the safety observer. And then we have our 7 racers. We're getting close. Let's listen into the radio here, Tommy. What you're hearing here, ladies and gentlemen, the pace plane is actually lining up the racers. Tell them to scoot up, scoot back, get ready to go, and when they're ready to go, you'll hear that, gentlemen and ladies, you have a race. We'll listen for that here in just a second.
They drop down, and we are almost there, folks. Once they hit that start-finish pylon, and they're going by the crowd right now, west to east.
Tommy, here they come. They are coming in on the Stihl home start-finish pylon. Here they are. Wow, I told you about that engine sound. Is that spectacular or what? That group of 7, Tommy, you could throw a big tarp over all of them. This is amazing.
Out front, #1 qualifier, and has been first in all races this week. Chris Rushing, race 14, Baron's Revenge.
Right behind him, you see #2 qualifier, race 88, John Lomar in the blue and yellow aircraft.
There's Stinnett, race 43, coming up in 3rd place right now, just in the starting order.
Look at that group. There was all 7 airplanes on one screen at one time. This is very, very close. We told you it was going to be close head-to-head racing. There's our 2 leaders, race 14 and race 88. Now, folks, we have a couple cameras out at the pylons out in the desert. We're going to get some fantastic shots of these aircraft coming low over you. And I want you to listen for not only that throaty engine sound, but also those supersonic sonic booms from that Hamilton standard prop.
Chris Rushing in charge so far. John Lomar will not be shaken off. Listen.
You know, at the back of the pack there, you see on the right side of your screen is race 90, Greg McNeely. He's moved up at least, I believe it's into 5th position. He's passed a couple, if not 3 people already. And a lot of stuff moving. We're back to our leader here, Tommy, in race 14, Chris Rushing. Great shot of him as they head to the northernmost part of this course that is our T6 medium length course. Yeah, there you see McNeely, Tommy, in race 90. He's making a move on Vitaly Prochaski, race 50 in Abracadabra. And you can see McNeely's got some speed going down the back straightaway out there. We'll see if he can hold it. Now here at Reno, you have to pass on the outside. So the shorter trip around the course is closer to the pylon. And right now, race 50, and Prochaski has that shorter route, Tommy.
Prochaski and McNeely, both veterans of the racing here in Reno. Look in the middle of the pack there. Those three bunched up there, Stinnett, McMahon.
Here we get another good look at this race between Prochaski and McNeely. And as expected, the shorter course really did help Prochaski. But look, here's McNeely dives down.
Centennial Airport are proud supporters of the Reno Air Races. As one of the top general aviation airports in the country, Centennial Airport is located in the heart of the Denver Tech Center. With convenient access and 4 award-winning FBOs, Centennial Airport is the ideal location for your next corporate hangar. The National Aviation Heritage Invitational is extremely proud to announce that the Neil A. Armstrong Aviation Heritage Trophy will be presented to the grand champion of our 21st annual competition on Sunday morning at 11:15. Scheduled presenters include Aviation Hall of Fame enshrinees include Dick Rutan, Bud Anderson, and Sean Tucker, and Medal of Honor recipient Major General Patrick Brady. Again, that is taking place Sunday morning at 11:15. It flies higher than any aircraft in its class with a maximum altitude of 43,000 feet and is the most fuel efficient in its class. The Honda Jet Elite incorporates Honda aircraft's many technological innovations, including the unique over-the-wing engine mount configuration, natural laminar flow, nose and wing, and composite fuselage. The Honda Jet is built in the USA at Honda Aircraft Company in Greensboro, North Carolina. It's known for its ramp appeal and offers and often referred as a high-performance sports car of the skies. Make sure you stop by the exhibit for more information and a closer look at the beautiful Honda Jet Elite S. Sierra Office Solutions, serving Northern Nevada office technology needs for the past 25 years. Sierra Office Solutions is a Xerox company, providing market-leading Xerox office technology. We offer mobile, cloud, remote, worker solutions with the most up-to-date security and IT services available. Contact us at 775-828-2679 to arrange a no-cost evaluation and assessment, or visit sierraoffice.com. At Grocery Outlet Bargain Market, let's try that again. At Grocery Outlet Bargain, I haven't had lunch, okay? At Grocery Outlet Bargain Market, there we go, you can get otherworldly deals on incredible brand name items every day. It's what we call Bargain Bliss. Check out our amazing prices on produce, wine, meat, and organic items. With the bargains we offer, you'll be wondering if those deals are real. At Grocery Outlet, we can guarantee, yes, those deals are real. It's no wonder our customers end up feeling such bliss. Liberty Military Housing is here to serve those who serve our country by providing military families with comfortable, well-maintained homes in communities across the United States. We take pride in our highly trained team of professionals and strive to bring out the best in each other so we can do outstanding work to positively impact the lives of our military families. At LMH, we are an employee-owned company that offers excellent benefits, training, development, and opportunities for advancement. If you're ready to grow your career, visit joinlmh.com to check out our amazing job opportunities. JJ Sports and Spirits, proud sponsors of the Reno Air Races, are located at the corner of Pyramid and Holman Way in Sparks, and it's your football destination where you can place all your bets in our William Hill Sportsbook. Enter to win cash and prize giveaways and play the hottest games around. Enjoy daily happy hours and watch your favorite college and pro football games at JJ Sports and Spirits, next door to Scolari's, on the corner of Pyramid and Holman Way in Sparks. Heritage Bank of Nevada, a division of Glacial Bank, has been a proud sponsor of the Stihl National Championship Air Races since 2005 and has a long history of supporting the communities we serve in northern Nevada. Heritage Bank of Nevada was founded in 1995 and has 7 branches located throughout Reno, Spanish Springs, Carson City, and Carson Valley, where they strive to provide outstanding service to our customers. Please stop by one of our branches and see what Heritage Bank can do for you, your family, or your business's banking needs. You can also download our mobile banking app to see what offers we currently have for new accounts, products, and services.
Kit Fox, Ty Firkin from Caldwell, Idaho.
And number 48 in the black, Just Aircraft Highlander, the cleaner of the two Sanchez brothers, Eddie Sanchez.
That's right, number 84 in the green and white Cessna 182, Aaron Greer from Ellsworth, Washington.
At 63 in the Super Stole by Just Aircraft, that is Tony Sanchez.
Number 11 in the green Just Aircraft Highlander, David Curley from Texas.
And in the Cessna 182, yellow and black, there's a blended in number 45 in checkers. That's a little bit difficult to see. That is Andrew Patry.
In the silver and green Rans S20, Brent Womack, Denton, Texas, flying Happy Dog.
And in the number 53, yellow, last but not least, Joe Dory in the modified
Pacer.
Pacer.
Airplane, that's right.
He's got wings from one plane, a fuselage from another plane, and parts from who knows what.
You must be a pilot too. All right, so what we're gonna do today, because of the change in the weather, here at Stoll Drag Racing, we only have a weather limit of about 1 mile of visibility because we're not going very far with these airplanes. We're drag racing them. So let me give you the lay of the land of our Stoll Drag Racing course and the whole concept. Here on stage left, where the aircraft are taxiing to, is the start-finish line. 2,000 feet down to your right is the turnaround line. So the idea is to get two aircraft side by side, drag racing in 2 lanes. These lanes, by the way, are in the dirt between the taxiway and the runway. Each lane's about 75 feet wide. At the drop of the flag, go as fast as they can down to the turnaround line, 2,000 feet down to our right, land on or beyond the line, come to a complete stop with the tail wheel down, spin around and race back to the start-finish line, land on or beyond the start-finish line, come to a complete stop, and the first aircraft that stops wins the drag race. And we're going to be doing double eliminations all weekend long to determine our Stihl Stoll Drag Racer Reno National Championship Air Races for 2022.
And at the end of each one of those ends, both on the turnaround and the end, they have to stop within 10 degrees of their intended heading. Anything outside of that, they're disqualified. And we got to see a representation of that when Eddie Sanchez lost one of his brakes during that, and he kept his line the best he could and saved it, and everything is smooth.
Directional control is key on the racetrack. And another point at these lines, it's the main wheels that the judges are looking for. The main wheels need to be on or beyond the line. It's not the tail wheel that we're looking for.
And that applies to nose wheels as well, the traditional, or not traditional, but tricycle gear. It's also the main wheels. The nose wheel is allowed to go over that line or behind it, but the mains do have to land on that line as well. Everything's off the mains.
Okay, the number 1 lane is the lane closest to us, and it looks like we got Joe Dory in his Pacer, race 53, and in the number 2 lane in the
Brent Womack
Rans S20 from Denton, Texas.
38 minutes. Look at like a 145, 140 end time.
No, in 30 minutes, so end time would be 3:08.
3:08 is the end time, copy.
So we're working out how much time we have to be on the course.
To anybody who's behind the grandstands who can hear us, the grandstands are going to be the best place to watch this portion of the air show for competition, because they're generally not getting higher than about 30 feet off the ground. So if you want to see these planes, the best place to be is in the grandstands or in the seating in front of there. So come on in, and we're off.
Have some fun doing it, but keep her safe. Let's have some fun.
So these are our bronze brackets, our slower airplanes. But Joe Dory's got a lead in the modified Pacer with the extended wings, the PA-18 tail, and the big wheels. So he's chopped the power, he's throwing it in a full slip, he's slowing it down as quick as possible, hits the line, the mark, jumping on the brakes to a full stop, tail wheel down, then spins around as quick as they can and race back to the start-finish line.
Now Jeff Womack in lane 2 in the S21, the silver one, he's battling having spring gear of aluminum, and apparently these guys are really bouncy, and he's been bouncing all week.
Good turn, and look at this, neck and neck, side-by-side racing. Who's gonna get stopped first?
And
Full
Joe Dory
slip.
on the left, lane 1, is one of the most experienced pilots out there, so you gotta be on your game.
Who was it? Who got stopped first? Could you tell?
Brent, you got him by about a half.
Lane 1 or lane 2, what do you think, folks?
Clear to taxi. Follow Joe.
1?
Clear to taxi.
They're calling lane 1.
All right. Come on out.
What lane?
We're a little blind down here in our little pit. Apologize for that.
That was a great race, Joe. He got you by like a half second, literally. It was a great race.
So the Rams won it.
The Rams won it.
I think
oh,
so.
Wow.
He said.
How about that?
Yeah.
All right, lane 2, we got Andrew Patry in the Cessna 182, taking lane 2, which is the outside lane, for those of you who haven't joined us yet. And Dave Curley's taking lane 1 on the inside in a Just Aircraft Highlander.
All right, and we have, you guys asked for some background music. We have something we think is appropriate.
Oh, no, it better not be that dang clown music again, Danny. Something completely different. All new to Reno, Stihl drag racing.
Are you ready? Are you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
The big 182's got a MT reversible pitch prop. Let's see if he can get it engaged at the start-finish line. A lot of metal to move in the big 182.
A lot of weight and a lot of power to pull it. Takes less power to pull that Highlander. However, he can definitely outbrake. He is climbing. He hit a balloon. Something happened there. That was not generally intended. And he's not afraid to slam it into the ground.
Romping on the brakes to a full stop. Who's going to get the turnaround first? Looks like Dave Curley in the Just Aircraft Highlander, the lighter aircraft. Rotax powered. Flaps are up. Full steam ahead until right about there. They'll chop the power, throw it into a full slip, and decelerate as quick as possible.
Now it's not over yet because the 182 has beta. If he can engage it, look for a cloud of dust. He might be able to outbrake.
Ooh, that's a cloud of dust, all right.
On the radio while people are racing. It sucks when you're running the course and you hear people talking.
Clear to taxi. Curly, you got him by a hair.
Who got that one?
Follow Curly. I agree. No talking while people are racing on this radio, guys. Kevin, let us know out there who got that one. That went to Curly. David Curly got that one.
Dave Curley in the Just Aircraft Highlander got her stopped first. The lighter aircraft wins. And that's what we're doing. We're testing the whole end of the envelope out here, these aircraft. It's not like pylon racing where the fastest aircraft wins. Sometimes it's the slowest airplane wins.
And I asked you guys, you know, after the competition is over, what do you generally do?
That's right. That's when we review the tapes and see who really won. Because these races are so darn close, we can't tell with the naked human eye. We got to sit around the campfire with a few PBRs and review the cell phone video footage to see who won.
I need Stihl 5-3 to the front. Stihl 5-3 to the front.
So unlike the traditional races you've been seeing here at Reno, where oil temperatures are always an issue, engine temperatures are always an issue, we do have that as well, but in addition to that, we have brake temperatures. So if we have a pilot who has just went on a run, or had a plane that's just went on a run, they need time to cool their brakes, because their brakes will fade and stop working.
So they're working through the brackets to figure out who to put up next as they work our way through the bronze brackets. Double elimination. You lose twice, you're done. We've got 19 aircraft to go through over the whole weekend. And these toll drag racers are competing for a $30,000 prize.
It's very fortunate for all of us that we have the ability to have that low visibility requirement to be able to continue to fly, continue to complete, when otherwise we'd all just be sitting around here. This is fantastic. So thank you all the pilots for coming out.
Stihl drag racing is an offshoot of traditional Stihl, where you typically have a contest seeing who can take off and land in the shortest distance.
Lane 2, we have Aaron Greer in a Cessna 182, who's really evenly matched with Andrew Patry in his 182. So it'll be exciting when we get those two together, one with beta, one without beta. And he's on the outside lane in number 2, and lane 1 is Joe Dory.
And Aaron Greer in the green 182 is one of our newest pilots. He showed up last year with just 300 hours total time, flying time. He's doubled that this year, 600 hours.
And you can see that lighter plane on the inside just out accelerating that heavy 182. But it's not over until it's over.
Yeah, watch Aaron throw it into a slip and throw it over the turnaround line with that extra weight and energy. Boom, see, he catches right up to him.
If you see him bounce like that, he's probably going to be out of this. He does. If the wheels aren't on the ground, they're not braking. You may also think that the nose wheel is a great advantage over a tail wheel, but what happens is when you get on the brakes really hard, the weight shifts to the nose wheel, offloads the mains, and now you can't get the braking ability off of those onto those wheels. So it actually hurts you, especially on wet grass.
Big lead by Joe Dory. He's going to stay in the running for a bit. Power off, full slip, flaps down. Now watch, he'll dump the flaps as he throws it into the start-finish line, get that weight off the wings and on the wheels, lock up the wheels in a big cloud of dirt.
And it looks like Joe Dory just sailed to that win on that one.
Good job, you got him, Joe. Good job, Aaron. Great flying. Clear to taxi. Watch opposing traffic when we go through the K-rail. Clear to taxi. Next 2 racers, come on out.
Who's got lane choice?
Andrew, you have lane choice.
Inside.
Come on into the inside. And Tony, you're up with him. Correct. You're lane 2. Hold for 1 second, Andrew. Hold for 1 second. Let's get Tony behind you. Tony, come on out, and then you can back in, Andrew.
Yeah.
You're cleared. Let's watch that empty drop. I love that. I love it.
We need some more room at the end of the conga line. Can you guys move up?
Copy. Next race is Kaniva and Kathy. Clear from the judges. Clear to the west and east. Here we go. Are you ready, Andrew? Are you ready, Tony? Let's keep her safe, boys, on the arm draw. 3,
It's high versus something, so hard.
I might get the You going down or you staying up?
one confirmation, great turns, great race, guys. Clear to taxi, watch the blast, Andrew, great race. I think Tony got that.
Can we get clarification on what to our next?
Confirmed, Tony got that.
Copy and tie, copy and tie.
Does Ty have lane choice?
Ty does have lane choice.
Ty has lane choice. What? That's what I was told. Ty has lane choice. Copy, Brian confirms Ty has lane choice. Watch your blast.
Before they go, can I start over here? Yes, Colin.
45 and 84, the 182 battle can make your way up to the chute. The two 182s make your way up to the chute.
Colin, stay put.
We're clear to the west. We're clear to the east. Judges are ready. Are you ready? Are you ready? On the arc off. 3, 2, 1. See ya.
Jet Tower Coast Guard 6603, radio check. Calling solid on clear. All right, Colin, it'll be you and Kevin Palmer. Stay tight.
It's a good race, gang. Keep it safe. Keep it safe. Good race.
He did
Got her by hair. Great job.
Good job,
Great
and to
job,
add to the
clear
complication of the
taxi.
situation, a little bit of crosswind goes a long way in these light aircraft. Looking at these flags behind us, it looks like a direct crosswind from the south.
Now we have Colin Kaniva taking lane 2 from Wayne, Nebraska in his Scooters Carbon Cup.
Number 1 lane, a hometown favorite in the Red Rocket, Kevin Palmer in the Rotax powered Carbon Cub.
Now Colin Kaniva in the outside land is the star of the TV show Old Green Plane. You may see a lot of shirts of those around there at the Stoll Pits, and what that is on Carbon TV, this Old Green Plane television show. He inherited it, or he refound a plane that he grew up with that his dad had, restored it back to perfect condition, and goes around and flies around and interviews people in and out of aviation and kind of introduce them to that on Carbon TV. Go check that out.
We're clear to the west.
And all of this Stoll Drag racing action can be found on StollDrag.com. Tail up.
The big battle, boys. Keep it safe.
So twice in a row now we're seeing a Kit Fox race a Carbon Cub.
Colin with the Titan 370 engine in his Carbon Cub pulls out of the hole shot much quicker, but the lighter weight Kit Fox can slow down quicker. Boom. Lock him up.
Very close again. Turnaround and
Just
sink.
Identical. Oh, is the Red Rocket in the lead? Neck and neck. Watch
Brother
this.
Trent Palmer,
Kick it into a
also
full
local.
slip. All right, Kevin keeps going a little longer before he goes for the slip. That puts him at a good lead.
If Colin can make the line coming in slower, he might have an advantage.
Oh! Tail down, boys.
I do not know.
Kevin Palmer, you got him, buddy. Great job. Colin Kneva, scratch lane 2, short of the line.
Wow, scratch lane 2, and it looked like Kevin Palmer got him by a hair in the kit box. Good race. So that might be it for our brackets, but we got a few more races yet to run. When we run out of brackets, we start grudge matching, and the pilots call each other out. And here we go with the two 182s.
This is definitely the race to see. These guys are really close friends from the same airport out of Washington, fly down here together generally. One of the major, they're about the exact same weight. Andrew's a bolder gentleman than Aaron is, but he's got the titanium gear to help offset the extra weight, and so they end up being the same weight. The only advantage he's going to have on the outside lane is that reversible prop. So this is going to be a really good race.
Off they go. And this demonstrates that you can run what you brung in Stoll Drag Racing. And if you're interested in Stoll Drag Racing, come out and visit us at the High Sierra Fly-In this October.
They use that ramp like a motorcycle jump.
Aaron pulling out the whole shot.
Now Aaron has to pull sooner because he doesn't have the advantage of the beta.
Did he get it
It
to
looks
work?
like the beta might be being used.
They get them both stopped just about the same time. Well, here they come. I think Aaron got him in the turnaround. Yeah, look at that. Aaron's got the lead at the green 182 with a stop prop in the 0470.
There's the advantage to landing shorter.
Chop it and throw it into that slip. Here come the flaps. Flinging it into the start-finish line, locking up the brakes, dumping those flaps.
And they are running long because they are heavy planes. El Beta is initiated.
Wow.
I cannot tell.
Man, you guys are cleared to taxi. We're going to video on that one. It was dusty from my angle, but we got a lot of video. The brackets are done for the day. That one will be decided for review. We're going to have a fun race here. Steve Henry, once these two 182s clear, come on up with, I believe it was Hal that said he'd race you.
Steve was taking a head start, though.
Where do we want the 182s parked?
Okay, that should wrap up our brackets for the moment, but I think we're going to get our fastest airplane out here, race 44, Steve Henry, Nampa, Idaho.
And they're going to have to go to video replay on that last one just to see who took that one.
Too close to call.
And Coast Guard, just hold your position. We'll get you going here momentarily.
Oh, I can hear that Yamaha warming up already. Running up. So if you get a chance, you got to come down to see us all at the Stoll Corral on the right side of the airfield here, just beyond the jets. We've got a merchandise tent there. You can get all your Stoll Drag merchandise, t-shirts, hats, hoodies. And you can come down and visit all the pilots and see the airplanes and look at the very interesting experimentation that's going on with these experimental aircraft. All left only to your imagination.
Pulling out now is a yellow Highlander, number 44, Steve Henry.
It looks like
Wild
on the
West
Jumbotron
aircraft.
they're replaying that last race. J&M Productions, Airshow 360 doing a great job with the live feed down there. Just visited the trailer. What an impressive setup.
And Hal Stockman is taking number 2, lane 2. Now Hal, much lighter airplane than Steve Henry. Much lighter. Not as much power, but does have a reversible prop and the ability to really hard.
Now check out the engine in this race 44. You're going to hear it.
By 13-second count on this clock. I'll give you the standard off the clock. So it'll be the 13.
Okay, they're going to hold
13 seconds, did I hear?
Right?
I'm
Yeah.
starting at 9.
13-second head start.
13-second head start. We'll clear down the courses. Are you ready, Steve? Are you ready, Hal? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya!
Here comes your winners from the last race in the red fire truck.
It is Sports 2D with a time of 2:32.75. Lead all ring in race 101. Make some noise, Reno.
Now listen up, here comes that 10,000 RPM, 300 horsepower Yamaha Apex engine.
Look at Steve Henry as he screams by to catch up to Hal Stockman.
Throws it in a full slip.
Oh, this is going to be close.
Oh, just a little goose of power there, Steve. That wind. There you go.
Get on those brakes. This is going to be a tough one. Now this is Stoll drag. In traditional Stoll, these two aircraft are paired very closely. They wouldn't get a head start one or the other.
Here comes Steve just roaring up the midfield here, right past the steel home pylon.
Oh, this is going to be a tough one.
Who'll get stopped first? Steve's got a hair trigger on his flaps to dump him. What?
That was a gorgeous race, gang. Gorgeous taxi. Gorgeous race.
Perfectly timed finish.
Sanchez on lane 2 on the inside in the black one, and Dave Curley on the inside with the dark Just Aircraft Highlander.
All right. Curley gets a second start on you based on qual. Clear. Judges are ready. 8-second head start. I'll count it on the voice. So you ready? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1. See ya. 3, 4. 5, 3, 2, 1, see ya!
I count frontwards and backwards.
That is, I think, our number 3 qualifiers definitely needed to be held back. In his Rotax, it's an Edge Performance built in Norway, where they do increase the compression and the pistons. His is both is naturally aspirated. Pink.
Sounds good to me.
Maybe 2 more. 1 more for sure, potentially 2. Want to stick to our top.
All right, now pretty well evened up. There goes Eddie. Passing him up in lane 2. Devil Girl.
Keep it safe. This is awesome.
Everyone in the pits worked together to get the Black Thunder back service for this race. Together to continue that.
Johnny, just so we're ahead of the game, let's just make this the last one.
That's correct. We're just running the grudge matches at this time.
And Kaniva is lining up on lane 1 in a Cub Crafters, Scooters Cub Crafters. Is that an SS? Would you call that SS?
Brian Steck in lane 2 in the Legend Cub, Moac, mother of all Cubs.
A lot of people in the stands. Look at that, boys. Looking good.
These are 2 national Stoll competitors, so they do compete both in traditional Stoll. On the outside lane, the Legend Cup traditionally flies with blacks. He pulled his slats off before this, well, right at the middle of this event, just to see how he and he was reminded that the plane flies completely different without the slats on, so he's still adjusted. And they're off.
Colin getting the whole shot in the Carbon Cub. The Titan 370 engine. I think they're both running the same engine. Chopping it, throwing it in the slip, accounting for the winds. They need a little bump just to get over the line. Boom.
Nice landings by both of them.
Or as Pete says, kablamo. Looks like Colin's got him in the turnaround with a good lead.
He sure out-accelerated him on that turnaround.
The lighter weight Carbon Cub. Good turns from the judges. All Colin's got to do is get it over the line and get her stopped safely. Boom, tail down.
You got him, Colin, by just a tail down. Great job, clear to taxi. Johnny Walker, take us home, baby. That was a great round, everybody. Great job, great flying. Race control, Stoll Drag is clear of the course. Request clearance to taxi aircraft practice.
So that's a little taste of Stoll Drag racing here at the Stihl Reno National Championship Air Races 2022. Again, we'd like to thank our sponsors that are helping us out with this $30,000 purse. AOPA, Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association.
Cup Crafters.
Yakima, Washington. Airframes, Alaska.
Tempest Aero Group.
Flight Outfitters.
Wayland Aerospace.
Clemens Insurance.
McFarlane and MT Props.
Skyboy, Sky Cowboy Helmets.
And Behringer Brakes and Wheels.
My name's Juan Brown from the Blanco Lirio channel. It's been a gas. I think we'll see you tomorrow. And
I'm Josh Richling, and we will see you tomorrow as well. Come back early. That's when the Stoll is running usually.
Come on down to the Stoll pits. We'll see you there.
And we return the grounds back to your control. As you have been watching throughout the course of the day, the Jumbotrons picking up the action both to our left and to our right as we face the Stihl checker pylon. Follow that group down to their pit area and look at the different designs. All right, counting down for a commercial break. But get down to the pit area, see all the imagination that goes into these aircraft, the innovation, just pure adventure and fun. All right, now keep your eyes on the Jumbotron as we're counting down to a great message about the people that make this all possible.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say them, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Well, ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno Air Races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one, and then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future, and there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air, and that's what this scholarship program's all about.
I've always really liked things involving planes. Used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, and all that stuff, and it evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space, and it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year, and so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races presented by Reno-Tahoe.
It is going to be doing a bit of a search and rescue demonstration now. Don't pretend that it's such a beautiful, slightly smoky but sunny day here in Reno. We are out from various bases throughout the coast of the United States. And here it is over top of that vessel with our subject looking up in great joy to see this angel come from the sky. Now, my friends, I want you to watch closely what's going to happen next. As you watch, let me tell you about this amazing aircraft. The MH-65 Dolphin is a twin-engine helicopter operated by the United States Coast Guard for medevac capability and search and rescue. It's also used in the armed airborne use of force missions. It's a variant of the French-built Eurocopter AS365 Dolphin. You can see how the crew is just holding that helicopter perfectly still in the sky. Now doing a bit of a rudder turn to show you the side of the Dolphin helicopter. Notice the ducted tail fan in there, unlike a more traditional helicopter where the tail rotor is out in the open. Tail rotor is within the tail of the aircraft. As you can see, there's some movement in the doorway of the cabin of the helicopter. Let's watch closely, see what happens next. And there you can see our rescue swimmer has been attached to the hoist and ever so slowly will be lowered down to the water. Again, we're over the Pacific Ocean here right now. Our rescue swimmer today is AST3 Phil Morey. Now he's going to detach from the hoist. Oh, maybe not. Okay, change of plans. He's going to go back up into the helicopter. Normally he would have been administering first aid and getting the patient package and then bring the helicopter back in as the crew would and get the subject back on board and off to the medical facilities. At the controls and on board this aircraft, the aircraft commander is Lieutenant Ryan O'Neill. The pilot flying right now is Lieutenant Junior Grade Jonathan Thomas. The flight mechanic and the hoist operator is AMT-3 Ryan Shoemaker. And as mentioned, our rescue swimmer AST-3 Phil Morey. Got to be louder than that, folks, if you're going to applaud. That's a loud aircraft there. As I mentioned, has a crew of 2 pilots and 2 crew members, a length of 38 feet 1 inch, height of 13 feet 1 inch. I hope you're taking notes. Empty weight of 6,896 pounds and is powered by 2 Turbomeca Ariel 2C2 CG turboshaft engines, putting out 853 horsepower each. Maximum speed of 210 miles an hour, and it cruises at 150 miles an hour and a great range of 409 nautical miles. The aircraft can be equipped with armament, which is normally a 7.62 millimeter machine gun or a Barrett M10 precision rifle.
Roy, it's if I could enter in here about our branches of the service. The Coast Guard traces their heritage back to 1790. The Revenue Cutter Service is where they started, and it wasn't until 1915 that they adapted the name, the United States Coast Guard, so they have been around longer than any other branch of the service, about 107 years right now. Also, that swimmer is a very highly qualified and strong individual. You know, it's never ideal conditions, Roy, like we talked about. It's never warm. Angry seas, frigid cold water, and perhaps a person that's being rescued that's in shock and may want to fight you and actually try not to get rescued. The attrition rate of the swimmers' school that before Labor Day was in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, for some reason, I think it may have been health reasons, maybe something about the construction of the hangar, I got an email that they changed that location to Petaluma, California. Now, after the swimmer, if he survives training that may have an attrition rate of 90% of the class may, part of the equation, wash out, then it gets tough. Then it goes into phase 2 of the training and things really get tough. So that is a very rare individual to be qualified as a Coast Guard swimmer. That rotor blade in the back that Roy was telling you about is called a fenestron, and essentially it equates to language change or the translation of little window. Now the rotor blades can be a variable amount of blades from 8 to 11. And I think on this one, on this Coast Guard helicopter, there are about 10. Now you would think, Roy, that they are spaced evenly apart. No, they're not. And that keeps the noise down. You and I wouldn't think that, but that's the fact. Why is it enclosed? Because in congested areas, it keeps human beings and structures from damaging that tail rotor. You take a penalty for weight, but the safety factor, they say, is worth it.
And Danny, looks like they are heading back to their landing and parking area. Let's give a big round of applause to our friends from your United States Coast Guard and the MH-65E Dolphin.
We just watched the F-8 Bearcat taxiing in front of us from left to right. And as you watch that aircraft taking off, that should be Steve Hinton, the father of the two Steve Hintons, flying the Bearcat. Airplane that had a lot of history here at Reno and that took the checker flag on the gold race many, many times. If you have a program and you open it up to the gold race champions, starting from the beginning, you'll see that the Bearcat dominated and took home the gold many different times with a series of different pilots. The one maybe we remember the most is the late Lyle Shelton and the airplane that had a lot of names, but it was eventually called Rare Bear. And they raced that. They did well with it. Daryl Greenemeyer raced his, and I think that's in the museum, in the Haase Museum or the one downtown. No, it's in the Haase Museum.
Another one of those museums I need to get to. Now, as he's taxiing down, getting ready, you mentioned something yesterday that's very important to watch, how this aircraft takes off.
And lands.
And
yeah,
lands.
You're right.
Yeah.
You'll notice that it is a mandatory, and Roy was going to tell you this, a mandatory three-point takeoff and three-point landing. Because of the clearance of that big, wide diameter prop, you don't want it to hit the ground. So critical takeoff and critical landing. And by the way, when that tail is down on takeoff, guess what you can see?
Nothing.
Out to left, out to right, but nothing straight ahead except a big, powerful engine.
Now, it's interesting that Grumman built the aircraft like that, so the nose is so high, as opposed to the Corsair, where they went with a bent wing to help get the nose of the aircraft a little higher up off the ground, for the same reason, because it has such a large propeller.
That's right. That long diameter propeller is what you have to keep off of the ground. The engineering in both were just fantastic, but they did a great job of engineering on the Corsair. And we have one in the pits. If you go look at it, you'll see that the bent wing actually acts to allow for a short, stubby gear for the takeoff and landings aboard the deck of an aircraft carrier.
Friends, the aircraft that's out in front of us right now is not the Bearcat.
No, but it did a nice three-point landing.
There you go. Have to watch. We got a group here in our box seating area that have been grading a lot of the landings, but I guess they didn't notice this bunch coming in. And of course, there's a reason why Steve Hinton's taken to the skies here in a few moments with the Bearcat, because it's going to get very loud around here in a moment. If you have hearing protection, now's a good time to put the hearing protection on. If you have young people, put the hearing protection on them as well.
The F-8 Bearcat was an improvement over the World War II F-6 fighter, also built by Grumman. And what they did was try to make the most powerful yet lightest fighter that they could possibly make. So for that reason, they completely shortened the fuselage, and the pilots of a F-8 Bearcat will say that your toes are right in the accessory section of the engine. The engine firewall is right up where the pilot's feet are. Minimum weight and maximum performance. And a lot of the text on the F-8 Bearcat, which are very rare these days, by the way, is the fact that they were going to go out and chase the kamikaze fighters that were plaguing our naval ships. However, too late, the war ended, thank God. They were returned home, but they were used by the Free French in their Indochina War, it is said, and other nations as well. They went into civilian hands, went into closed course speed runs, which they broke and held for a long time to climb records, and victories around the pylons here at Reno. They also experimented, I had read in some of the research, with jettisoned wingtips to increase the speed in case of a dogfight, increase the dive speed or the performance. And I read between the lines it wasn't successful, and they terminated that idea, which means some test pilot got pretty scared.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And if you're wondering what the Bearcat is doing, if you look at the Jumbotrons, we got a great view, live view of the Bearcat that is just holding right now. And you'll be able to see when Steve Hinton from Plains of Fame, Chino, California, just over the hills, fantastic museum. My gosh, I went there a few years ago, and I was just amazed at what they had.
Looked like it had a belly landing. It's still a great movie based on a Joseph Heller book of the same name, Catch-22. A lot of great movie stars. It was what I call a dark comedy, but it had real flying. Frank Tolman was the chief motion picture stunt pilot on that from Orange County, California, Movie Land of the Air Museum. He was in many motion pictures doing a lot of those impossible stunts. And they shot down in Guaymas, Mexico, on the Gulf of California, just south of a resort town called Rocky Point. Good kickback place for college students coming out of Tucson and Phoenix. And it mimicked the Mediterranean. That's where the theater they were supposed to be in. They were in that in the book, and they substituted Mexico for the Mediterranean because of the topography and the water and whatnot. And as we're talking about the Bearcat, let's go into the fact that it was the second aircraft of choice by our United States Navy Blue Angels flight demonstration team.
And there's a lot of people that will disagree with you, but
yes,
you have the actual facts.
Yes, they can disagree all they want. You got to fight the history books, not me. Yeah, they used the F-6 initially when the team was conceived for about several months. Let me go from the beginning of the season. Some say the end of July, some say the beginning of August, and then they changed to the Bearcat. And talk to the U.S. Navy if you don't agree with me. I do not make this stuff up, I just translate it. Butch Forrest, the original leader of the Blue Angels, was a guest of ours at a winter air show convention. Boy, was he cool. He is one cool cat. He led the team. He went off to do other things for the Navy, and he was so much in demand, he came back and led the team again. Guy had so much sparkle in his eyes, so much life in him. He was a joy to be around. I could see where he'd be a great leader. There's also a great civilian pilot who was a military pilot, then went to the civilian world. He was Major Alfred Williams. And he taught dive bombing techniques in a Grumman biplane and then changed over to the F-8 Bearcat. He became a civilian. He was sponsored by Gulf Oil. And it was painted up, Roy, I love the civilian paint schemes on a military airplane, Gulf Oil Gold. And it was a very color of their gas station symbols, you know, the logo on their Gulf Oil gas stations. He was a tremendous study of aviation. He was an air racer, taught precision bombing, which a lot of people opposed. They said, you don't know what you're talking about. And he proved that he could do it, and he knew what he was talking about, and they changed their tune. A couple of years ago, a friend of ours from Southern California, if I remember right, restored a Bearcat and put it up in Major Alfred Williams colors, and it was absolutely fantastic.
ClickBond is a Nevada-born company celebrating over 35 years of innovation and is a proud sponsor of the Reno Air Races. A family-owned business founded in 1987, ClickBond designs and manufactures adhesive bonded fasteners, which are used on the F-16, the F-22, and the F-35, as well as Boeing, Airbus, the Predator drone, and many more. Stop by the ClickBond booth in the STEM drone zone and the pit area, or visit clickbond.com. Classic Adventures RV is the #1 rental company in Northern Nevada. Classic Adventures RV is your one-stop location when it comes to RV rentals and sales. They have a large inventory of motorhomes, travel trailers, fifth wheels, and utility trailers. Check them out at classicadventuresrv.com or give them a call at 775-825-1200. The City of Fallon is a proud sponsor of the Reno Air Races. Whether you're cruising down the dunes of Sand Mountain, exploring the city's vibrant art scene, or immersing yourself in the local agricultural scene at Latin Farms and Frey Ranch Distillery, you're bound to fall in love with the Oasis of Nevada. Learn more about the City of Fallon. Visit them online at fallonnevada.gov or social media, simply search City of Fallon. Well, my friends, look to your right if you're in the grandstand block seating area, because he's going to taxi by and then we're going to make some noise. Are you ready, Reno? 3 people cheered. Wow. Come on, you guys. Make a lot of noise. Your cheer has been graded a 10 by our judges out front here. Well done. Head to the Nugget Casino Resort for a great meal before or after the air races. Try the legendary Nugget Oyster Bar for the best seafood around, and check out dining at its finest in the new Anthony's Chop House. Rosie's Cafe offers a great variety of choices for any meal during the day, and Island Grill features quick, tasty meals Thursday through Sunday. This fall, don't miss top-notch entertainment in the Nugget Event Center, including Journey, Kid Rock, and more. Go to nuggetcasinoresort.com for more information. If you look to the right, on the roll from the Plains of Fame in Chino, California, Steve Hinton Sr. in the Bearcat.
Good afternoon, Reno. Thanks for coming out to the Reno Air Show and the races. My name is Lieutenant Bocart, call sign Tommy Boy from Orlando, Florida. And on behalf of the United States Navy, Naval Air Station Lemoore, Commander Strike Fighter Wing Pacific, and the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, we are proud to present the West Coast FA-18F Super Hornet flight demonstration. Intended to replace the retired F-14 Tomcat and aging Legacy Hornets, the Boeing built the F-18 Super Hornet, which is the Navy's frontline tactical aircraft. Known as the Rhino, the Super Hornet builds on the combat-proven design of the original Hornet with improvements such as 30% larger surface area, a larger payload, longer range capability, and increased weapons lethality. The aircraft performing for you today is the F model, which incorporates a two-place cockpit to accomplish the assigned mission. In today's demonstration, we have Lieutenant Garrett Sherwood, call sign Hannah from Las Vegas, Nevada, and Lieutenant Tom Huds Yu from Seattle, Washington. In today's demonstration, they will demonstrate the incredible flight characteristics of the Super Hornet
And both Hannah and Huds have extensive flight experience and have flown numerous sorties in support of multiple military operations around the globe. During this flight, Hannah and Huds will experience G-forces from -3 Gs and up to 8 times the normal force of gravity as they maneuver the aircraft to the edge of its operating envelope. Today's show will be performed at speeds as fast as 700 miles per hour and as slow as 100 miles per hour. Many of the maneuvers you will see here today demonstrate the aircraft's capabilities in the tactical arena and are employed during combat and training flights. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the left, where in a moment you will hear the Rhino's 2 GEF 414 turbofan engines spool up to their maximum power. And after a brief systems check, Hannah will release the brakes, allowing the 44,000 pounds of thrust to accelerate the aircraft to its takeoff speed of 130 miles per hour. On takeoff, they will perform a 360-degree roll while raising the landing gear, which we call the dirty roll, demonstrating the superior power and slow speed maneuverability of the Rhino.
Well, as we have the Rhino on a hold right now, Steve Hinton showing off the F8F Bearcat, just how fast this machine could fly back in the day. Of course, it just caught the tail end of World War II, and it never did go into combat with the forces of the United States. The Grumman F8F Bearcat was a United States Navy Marine Corps single-engine fighter aircraft introduced late in World War II as a carrier-based fighter. In replacing the obsolete F4F Wildcat and the F6F Hellcat, climb rate was an important design factor for the F8F, which was faster and lighter than the F6F carrier-based fighter. In late 1943, the Grumman design began development of the Bearcat. All right, looks like we are ready for some noise. Are you, Reno?
Apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. If you direct your attention to the left now, we should have the airspace, and the aircraft is going to execute the takeoff to dirty roll to the half Cuban 8. Now, after climbing through 3,000 feet, the aircrew will perform a 1/2 Cuban 8 maneuver, or half loop, roll upright, and then demonstrate the Super Hornet's incredible pitch authority by squatting the jet and stopping its descent in an instant. The Super Hornet is unique in its ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. The flight control computers allow the pilot to precisely position the aircraft when and where he needs to. Observe how the aircraft rotates 180 degrees while in a nearly flat attitude, aptly named the flat pirouette. The Super Hornet's engines produce over 44,000 pounds of thrust in full afterburner. This allows the aircraft to sustain 8 times the force of gravity in a very tight turn radius. Whether in a dogfight or avoiding surface-to-air missiles, the ability of the Super Hornet to turn in a very tight space gives it a tremendous tactical advantage. Are now setting up for a high-speed pass to an idle vertical climb. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach you at nearly the speed of sound, demonstrating the use of speed to surprise the enemy. You may notice white vapor coming off the jet, indicating that it is close to breaking the sound barrier. Keep in mind the speed at which they are flying is only half the aircraft's maximum speed. I now direct your attention to the right as the Super Hornet approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, the Super Hornet high-speed pass. Hannah will now pull the aircraft into the vertical and quickly point the jet back at the Earth to reorient for the next maneuver. Entering this next maneuver at over 350 miles per hour, Hannah will pull the jet into the vertical and roll the canopy towards the crowd. Selecting full afterburner, as airspeed slows to 220 miles per hour, they will perform a very enjoyable -3G pushover to set up for the vertical pirouette. As they pull the nose back up, watch as the aircraft swaps from nose high to nose low, rapidly pointing back towards the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the vertical pirouette. The aircraft is now setting up for a maneuver known as the square loop. Selecting afterburner as the jet approaches show center, Hannah and HUDs will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times while flying in a square path through the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, from the left to the right, the Super Hornet square loop. The next maneuver is an aircrew favorite, affectionately known as the Ricardo. As the Rhino approaches from the right to the left, Hannah will accelerate the aircraft to 450 miles per hour at a height of 500 feet. Approaching show center, he will roll the aircraft inverted, reduce power to idle, and hold a level attitude. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right to the left, the Super Hornet inverted whisper pass. Hannah and HUDs are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. In air-to-air combat, sometimes it is the aircraft with the ability to fly the slowest that will have the advantage, as the potential adversary may be forced to fly out in front of the fighter and thus become defensive. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt a maneuver at this slow speed and nose attitude. With 2 digital flight control computers aiding the aircrew, the 40,000... Ladies and gentlemen, from the left to the right, the Super Hornet High Alpha Pass. As Hannah exits the High Alpha Pass in a maximum afterburner, watch as they roll the jet inverted as they set up for the next maneuver in a split S. As the Rhino approaches from the right to the left, the aircrew will now demonstrate the incredible pitch authority of the Super Hornet. Approaching show center, they will roll the aircraft 90 degrees and abruptly pull away from the crowd, showcasing the Rhino's ability to change correction quickly. Hannah and HUDs are now setting up for a touch-and-go landing. As they circle to land, they'll ensure that the gear locks into the down position and the flaps extend to enhance lift at slower speeds required for landing. Once lined up with the runway, or as we like to call in the Navy, in the groove, the aircraft will slow to on-speed angle of attack, which is how Navy tailhook aircraft determine their landing speed. This on-speed angle of attack correctly positions the aircraft hook to engage a wire aboard an aircraft carrier at sea. Hannah is now throttling back up to get airborne again. Watch as the aircraft accelerates only a few feet above the ground to reach its minimum vertical airspeed. Whether to quickly climb out of a forward deployed airbase or to expeditiously get to altitude and out of surface-to-air missile threats, watch how Hannah points the aircraft in a nearly vertical attitude, executing a maximum performance climb and rapidly gaining altitude. Now, Commander of Naval Air Forces is proud to present the Tailhook Legacy Flight. Leading the two-ship formation is the F-88F Bearcat, flown by Steve Hinton. Flying in the Dash 2 of the, position of the formation is the F-18 Super Hornet, the preeminent strike fighter of today's carrier Navy. The Super Hornet, seen earlier performing its dynamic flight demonstration, is again flown by Lieutenant Garrett Sherwood, call sign Hannah, and Lieutenant Tom Yu, call sign HUDs. On the first pass, the formation will parade past show center for the photo pass. Get your cameras ready as more than 70 years of naval aviation history passes show center. the aircraft are repositioning for the flat pass. The flat pass showcases the size and structural differences between legacy and current platforms used in naval aviation. Observe how the shape and general composition of the aircraft have evolved to facilitate how their missions have changed. From the left to the right, the Super Hornet and F-8 Bearcat Legacy Flat Pass. The formation will now reposition for the head-on pass, which will give an outstanding view of the business end of the preeminent fighters of their respective generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Legacy head-on pass. On the final pass, the tailhook Legacy flight will pass show center and perform an opposing pitch-out maneuver for landing. After performing the pitch-out, our vintage warbirds will continue their downwind turn and reconfigure for landing. The FA-18 Super Hornet, which will initially pitch out in the opposite direction of its lead, will reverse while climbing in the vertical to achieve proper separation for a carrier brake and landing. We hope you have enjoyed today's Tailhook Legacy flight demonstration and have gained a better appreciation for and understanding of the rich heritage and ever-continuing development of Navy carrier aviation. For those of you in the crowd who represent America's leadership of tomorrow, we hope you have been inspired by what you've seen here this afternoon and will consider joining the Naval Aviation Team. On behalf of Strike Fighter Wing Pacific, VFA 122, and all of our maintainers that make this show possible, we thank you for coming out and supporting us for today, and please enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Navy F-18, well, they call it Super Hornet. It's the Rhino! All right, we're just going to come around and recover our aircraft, both the Rhino and our Bearcat, wherever they have gone. into the smoke that's holding off. Yes, I think that deserves a cheer, doesn't it? Oh, you guys are good.
Roy, you know, opportunities abound here at Reno. And while you were watching the F-A-18 Rhino and thinking about the Tom Cruise recent release, Top Gun Maverick, we have an F-A-18 in the military display area, a cockpit on a trailer. That's our buddy Dewey Larson. It is in the colors of Tom Cruise's aircraft that he used in the movie Top Gun Maverick, which came out on May 26th, and everybody has seen it so far. If you want your photograph taken in the cockpit of an F-A-18, professional style, to take home with you, head down to our right. In the middle of the military aircraft, the large transport aircraft, the helicopters, the Coast Guard helicopters, and many more. Right in the middle of that is the cockpit of an airplane like that one. And you can be a Top Gun pilot and have the photo to prove it.
Just like these guys.
Yes, just like that. And you won't get sick. With us on the road all the time. He's a great American. They do high quality photos. You'll be right in the cockpit. Hey, by the way, Roy, that cockpit that he has on the trailer is a former Blue Angel aircraft by serial number. And it's, again, painted up in the colors of Tom Cruise's aircraft in the movie Top Gun Maverick, breaking all box office records around the world. If you haven't seen it, it is a family film. Go see that film. It's got a great message. It's just absolutely fantastic. A lot of our air show buddies from Southern California and other parts had work in that movie to get the crew, the actors, to, oh, these are called zoomies as they come. It's a highly technical maneuver called a zoomie. To allow the airplane to make some noise and for you to get your photo opportunities. And if you haven't seen Top Gun Maverick, you may be the only ones. Folks, it's a great family movie. Take a whole group with you. There will be a lot to talk about after you view the movie.
My
and
friends,
I know personally some people who have seen it more than once.
Danny, while we have a quick moment, a big round of applause to Lieutenant Evan Bocart, who did a great job on the microphone describing the Rhino demonstration. Well done, sir.
And by the way, if we haven't mentioned it while you're in the applause mode, we are celebrating this year the 100th year of the Navy aircraft landing on the decks of aircraft.
All the racers now have at least some sort of electrical system. I see the green flag is up, the green flag is down, they're racing. Go ahead, Earl.
Okay, here comes Jeff Lowe headed for the Stihl home pylon. Al Hoover right behind him. Good start for Jeff. He got the whole start there. Jeff behind him. And Christian Eagle in third place. That Christian Eagle is piloted by Thunderbird 3.
Earl, I see Jeff has a really nice turn through 2 and 3. He's got half a backstretch almost on Al Hoover. We'll see how Al winds up. I know he changed his propeller yesterday to look for more top speed.
Yeah, he's actually closing on Jeff as they come around the number 4 pylon.
In the backstretch, you may see a pass happening coming into turn 4.
Okay, that little pass right we had in backstretch there was my old airplane passing the Christian Eagle. Here comes. In number 1, that number 1 biplane in our view here, the red pits, is the other woman.
Just past the checker pylon is the Kristen Eagle Big Cat piloted by Michael Brewer. Now we should have Andrew McVicker coming through the checker pylon.
Now, what
And
I want
Scott
you
McDonald.
two to do, if I could, I didn't mean to interrupt, go away from us being a spectator, put us in the cockpit. What are you seeing in this type of weather conditions with the desert and the pylons? How does it look to you guys?
Well, on a day like today, the most important thing is after takeoff is, of course, we go for the Stihl pylon and then the #1 pylon. Then we try and hold our steady turn, and the thing we come out looking for is actually the hangar doors at the guard hangars over there while we try and pick up #4 pylon. #4 pylon is probably the hardest to see as you come out of the turn and roll into the backstretch. So the other woman going by the Stihl pylon and Thunderbird 3 right behind them.
Earl, I don't know about you, but you've got a lot more experience in racing biplanes than I do, but you don't see much, Danny. That's the short answer to your question.
That's what I was getting.
With that top wing in the way, just finding the next pylon is a challenge. Going from 2 to 3, I find tough all the time. You're kind of doing it by feel for about 2 or 3 seconds while you're trying to keep an eye on where everyone else in the race is positioned. Right now, coming around turn 6, Earl, I see Al Hoover closing on Jeff Lowe and Miss Diane. There's going to be some good racing. Watch around turns 2 and 3. He's got a little bit of speed on him.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. It's really important for Jeff to stay in tight on that #1 pylon. There he's doing it too. So he's not giving Al any space. We'll see what they can do on the backstretch.
Reminding our spectators that that first lap didn't count. It was a shakeout lap. And on the official first lap, they did 180.
Okay.
Second lap, 181.
Take a look now. The Al is really pushing. It looks like he's going to get a pass here.
Can he make it stick?
Can he make
Has
it?
He made it stick.
What he's got to do is stay outside a little bit, give Jeff some room.
Right now, Jeff still has the inside line, but Al looks like he's found his speed. Maybe that new prop is doing it for him. Coming around turn 6.
Yeah, as they head for the Stihl pylon, Al, now he's really pressing it. Now you can see the speed difference between the two airplanes.
Numbers in the cockpit don't mean too much, but I've been told that in the T6s, you need, flying a perfect line, you need at least 7 miles an hour to make a pass, and it's probably true here. These planes are not much slower than the T6s.
What an advantage to have the pole, to be a pylon polisher. You have so much going for you. Due to safety rules, everybody has to pass them way on the outside, but look on the backstretch back there.
Yeah, watch along the backstretch going into turn 4. Lap traffic can be crucial in holding a position or losing a position, and Al Hoover is ready to pounce. His fangs
Look at that. They're just wing and wing as they come around the corner. This is Al's chance to turn that altitude into speed as he rolls out into the straight.
Now, for you guys who have raced there, you got airplanes all over the place. You're trying to pass an airplane. You're trying to hold off a Challenger. This is where it really gets really wild. And look for the pylon as well.
Right. So Jeff Lowe still has it, but Al Hoover closing on him. There's the lap traffic. Kristen coming through the steel checkered pylon into turn 1, 2, 3. This is where your big action is.
Give me your estimate of RPMs in both elite aircraft.
The RPM on the engine, he's turning about 3,200 RPM right now.
I know that if Jeff could find 3,200 RPM today, he'd be super happy. We've been seeing around 3,100 and change. He flies that airplane better than I do. The lap speed Danny mentioned a moment or so ago is about 3 or 4 miles an hour faster than my laps on heat 1.
As they make round forward pylon number 4, you can see Al's pushing it real hard. He's outside though, so that's a little bit of a disadvantage as they roll into the straight.
Tighter and tighter. Looks like he just found some dirty air.
Yeah, he just got some.
Yeah, that dirty air from previous traffic.
Okay, there's the white flag at the Stihl pylon. This is going to determine it. Al's got to really fly high. So he'll climb up on top of them a little bit and try and stay in as tight as he can. Now that little bit of altitude, he's going to try and convert to speed on the back stretch. So he's got...
You have to pay for the altitude, though, too. If you go up, you're going to lose speed. Yes, you could try to make an advantage later on, but it's going to cost you. You've got to have great tactics and know your capability in relation to the leader.
All right, this is the white flag. I see the white flag waving. So I guess that snuck up on us. This is the final lap. The white flag is out. That dirty air, man, it's a factor when the air is calm and smooth like today. The vortices and wake turbulence stays around for a whole lap or more through turn 6. All right, I guess they may have waved a white flag early. I still see a white flag. Here's a checker. Here's a checker. Photo finish. It's holy cow.
That was close.
Your unofficial winner is to be determined.
Yes, it will. I'm not going to call that.
1 and 2 unofficially are Al Hoover and Jeff Lowe.
Here's what I found out. Don't let the biplane racers sit down for an entire day because they're going to go fast.
That's
correct. They did not get a chance to fly yesterday, and now they're out for vengeance this morning. Aren't you glad you came out for this race early in the morning? Thank you. Wow. And 2 guys that put you in the cockpit who have been around the pylons. That is just great color. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Danny.
All right, the race is still going on. Sorry, we got a little, we don't want to neglect any of our racers.
I believe that's going to be, it should be Scott McDonald in 24/7. Kristen Eagle.
That's correct.
Well, while they're landing and while our folks may have to take a trip to the facilities or get something warm or cold to drink and a bite to eat while we land the aircraft, let's go back into the capability of any of our fans getting into biplane racing. First of all, you see that the majority of our aircraft are pit specials, single place pit specials, and one of the reasons that is so popular is because Curtis Pitts designed such a great airplane.
Welcome to the desert here. Welcome to one of the most unique events in the world of sports, the Stihl National Championship Air Race. It's our pleasure to bring you this stream coverage for you. Coming to you from live in the desert here. We just, if you've been with us or been on the stream already, you saw some Stoll drag racing, and here we go. We are starting a Formula One race. This is 3B Formula One Silver Class Racing, and we are underway. 5 planes out there.
Yeah, Tommy, they're already running, and out to a quick lead is race 74, Sean Milkey from Fairbanks, Alaska. He's got the early jump on him. Again, they depart all together. We've got 5 aircraft, like you said here, Tommy, that departed. And this first lap, is, as with all Formula One, is a oil warm-up or a starter lap. So they're 1 lap around our up-close and personal 3.5-mile course. They can jockey for position, but the laps start counting and the times start counting when they come back around and pass the Stihl home pylon here in just a second. So they're headed down the back stretch right now between pylons 3 and 4, and they are jockeying for position as we look there, Tommy. Great shot of our leaders from our pylon cams out in the desert. And here you see them coming around front there.
Carl Robertson, Sleeper is the name of the aircraft. It's white.
And he's followed by 74, Sean Milkey out of Fairbanks, Alaska, the red and white. And then right behind them in the Atomic Pumpkin, Blair Hamilton out of Alberta, Canada in race 48, sitting 3rd. Followed up with the 39, race 39 of Monkey Ninja, JP Odell. Bringing up the rear, looks like Scott Holmes in race 9. Outlaw.
Blair Hamilton in the Atomic Pumpkin, of course, came into this B class based on results from an A class race yesterday. So she'll be looking to move back up again. That's what's capable for all these pilots and teams. You can do well in one race, gain another class, maybe move from silver to gold, maybe maybe move from silver back to bronze. But
yeah, what a great story there, Tommy. You see a great shot of her coming around the final pylon, headed for the home stretch. She's down here from Canada and connected with a group that's doing an awful lot of outreach to young women to get them into aviation. And here she is setting the example for others as a race leader. And we're going to jump back to our leaders back up front.
81, Robinson.
Great shot. Beautiful paint scheme with that airplane with the green and the white on there. Aircraft will be continuing to maneuver back in the field, and our leader is jumped out front and has just stayed there. Tommy, we talked earlier about the fixed pitch prop in Formula One. The other aircraft jumped off the ground a little bit faster than him, but obviously his prop selection is gotten him out front. We jump back to see second and third there with race 74, Sean Milkey, followed by Atomic Pumpkin and Blair Hamilton we talked about just a minute ago. Tommy looks like she's making some ground on him there a little bit in straightaways.
We're going 8 laps around our 3 and change course here. So still second and third.
Yeah, you can see Blair, look at this as she descends now on the straightaway coming back to the Stihl home pylon. She's going to make some ground on him on race 74, and see, look from that angle, looks like she's almost caught him, but here at Reno, is in all cases with closed course pylon racing, you got to pass on the outside. So Milkey has the inside track, and she's got a little bit of work to do to get around him in these turns. Another good shot of them there. You can see her just gradually sneaking up on him in the straightaways. There you can see she's got some speed on him when she can go straight and level, but again, she's got to pass him on the outside. You can see him on the outside there as they're headed into that pylon number 4, which would be our 4, 5, and 6 around the west end of the course. And it looks like she's gotten out in front just a little bit, but again, she's high outside, taking the longer way around because she has to pass from the outside. And then, folks, if you think about it, you can't really see behind you from an airplane, so it's kind of hard to know when you get back around. And here you see Milkey has taken that shorter route and pulled back out in front. But Tommy, they are neck and neck coming to the home pylon right there.
Absolutely, yeah, flying level. The Blair Hamilton has the definite advantage there. So loses that advantage, but flying a longer race course every time they hit a pylon. Here's 4th and 5th.
See another good contest here, Tommy. They're coming around. See race, that's back to race 74 in third place and second. You can see continuing to battle with Blair Hamilton as they go down the backstretch. Then we're going to jump back to our leader who's got a sizable lead, Tommy, back there in race 81. That's Sleeper with Carl Robinson down here from Longview, Texas.
Carl Robinson, another plane which qualified this based on an A-class performance yesterday. So he's looking to bump back up again and making a good case for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now here you see Blair Hamilton. She's got a little bit more inched up, making her way around. Do they come out of that final turn right there and they're headed down the home stretch? She's got just about side by side. Now Tommy, going by our vantage point here, you can see in the camera she's pulling out front. Now I don't know if she'll get far enough to where she could cut in front around the corners or if she'll have to stay outside. So we'll just watch closely as they head into pylons 1, 2, and 3. Headed around the north side there. This is quite a race, Tommy. Yeah, really exciting.
This is the race within the race that is the most compelling at this point right now. 81, Carl Robinson and Sleeper still way out in front of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the yellow airplane there. And we're going to jump back to second and third. As they go down the backstretch, Blair Hamilton has sizably put the lead on over race 74 and Sean Milkey. It took her a while, but she got it. Now we're going to jump back to the leader out front, beginning to deal with some lap traffic here, Tommy.
Yep. That's not the clean air he wants, but it has to be endured if you're going to start lapping airplanes here, part of the system.
Yeah, just a beautiful shot of that airplane. He qualified at about 195 miles an hour initially, and so you can see the speed difference as he's beginning to encounter some of that lap traffic, who in some cases 20 to 30 knots slower in their qualifying speeds. So you see a little bit of speed difference there as he's moving around. So really this 5 airplane field now pretty much spread out around the course as we follow our leader coming through the final pylon here. Comes around pylon number 6 and headed for the Stihl home pylon. You can see he's just flying a nice tight course, and like you said, Tommy, this is currently a silver class grouping, and they're trying to bump up their times to get back into that gold class, as every class is here at Reno. The eyes are all on Sunday. It's about competing for that national championship.
And our 1 and 2 planes right now are both the ones who had bumped down from gold class here, so they are showing that they maybe have the capability to bump back up, and one of them will.
Right, and here we're going to jump back and look at Blair Hamilton in the Atomic Pumpkin. A great shot of that beautiful airplane. Fantastic paint scheme, and she has just done a masterful job of passing. We watched that race for so long with her and Milky, and now she's just flying a tight course, as is our leader, Carl Robinson, in race 81. And just both of them working on their times, because right now they're not necessarily competing with anybody for position, but they are competing against the entire field. It's all about Sunday, Tommy.
Getting the white flag will Carl Robinson with this pass of the Stihl start-finish pylon, so he'll be into his final lap there. Obviously getting a good time going here and a good average speed. We'll get that for you later if we can.
You know, Tommy, I'm noticing the line that he's flying is very tight against. He's being careful not to cut, because you cut a pylon and fly too close to it. You know, we have judges in every pylon, Tommy, that are looking up through those, what in essence are 55-gallon drum size containers on top of a 50-foot pole, and they're looking through that barrel. If they see any part of the plane, then you've cut the pylon. And so our leader, Robinson, is doing a great job of staying tight, flying fast and low. You know, here at Reno, they say fly low, fly fast, turn left, and that's what he's doing right here over the desert at just under 200 miles an hour.
In a lead like this, it gets a lot less complicated, and you can do exactly what you want to do. Don't stress anything. And he's headed for the checkered flag. He goes around number 6.
Yeah, coming out of that final turn, Tommy, wings level, nose down, throttles all the way forward, and there he is. That is the checkered flag. There's our unofficial winner. Coming around in second place, we've got finishing, you see that she's headed down the backstretch right at the moment. That's Blair Hamilton. And still some lap traffic between her and where Robinson finished, but she was a good more than a half a lap behind in second place. So you see her just now coming through pylons 4, 5, and 6 on the west end of the course. And great shot of her again, Tommy. The lighting here, the smoke, you can see a little bit of haze, but we've got a much better day than we've had all week, and Blair Hamilton's taking full advantage of that. Here she comes to the finish line to unofficial second place. Congratulations to her.
Race 48, Blair Hamilton, Cochrane, Alberta, Canada there in second place. Right behind, well, not right behind, but a bit behind Carl Robinson, our overwhelming leader here, an unofficial winner.
And here you see third place in number 70, race 74, Sean Milky. Had that great race with Blair all race long. You see him pull up at the end of the race and head into the traffic pattern to return to land, and the other competitors had already pulled up. So that's going to wrap this one, Tommy. What a great race. Man, we saw some competitive races in a couple places. The leader got out front, but then back in second and third, and then fourth and fifth, we saw some great competition on the first few laps, especially the first half of the race.
A lot of pent-up desire on the part of these pilots to get racing, to start competing. That's what they come to Reno for, and that's what we're finally getting to do here with some regularity. We're going to keep our fingers crossed and hope for this to continue all day long. Let's take a look at this race one more time, and there is your winner.
There it is, and you can see the line that Carl Robinson took, and early on he was the class of the field. But initially, Tommy, if you recall, we talked about those fixed pitch props. The other aircraft, 2 of them, in fact, got out faster than he did, but it didn't take him about halfway around the first time to start putting that speed to work. And he started overtaking people, jumped to the lead, and again finished out front with more than a half a lap. And here you see some of that great race between 74 and 48. Just a great race. Blair Hamilton worked really hard to get by, passing on that longer route on the outside.
See, that was early on in the race when 74 still had the lead over Blair Hamilton.
Yeah, we got to see a lot of good technique here where 74 Sean Milky was taking that inside route. He was flying tight to the pylons, and Blair had to really work. She had the speed advantage, but she could only really make ground in the straightaways, and taking that longer route around, often higher around the outside of the pylons, really held her up for a while, but she finally got it done. There's our checkered flag, I believe, with the, or there's one lap to go, I think, with our leader.
White flag. And just a perfect race for Carl Robinson. It was the way you want it to happen.
Yeah, you could see some of the great pylon cam shots that we have here with our crews out in the desert. The smoke getting a little bit better. Very good shot there from them on Sean Milky. Race 74. You can see Blair Hamilton still. Here's where she finally got him coming down the home stretch, Tommy. Look at that. Did you see the acceleration finally work? She gets around, and as she headed into turn 1, 2, and then you could see she finally got by him, and there's our leader passing some lap traffic in the final closing laps of the race.
So Carl Robinson never really challenged during the course of this. Obviously a ride prop choice for him. The perfect prop choice in Blair Hamilton. She won the battle between the North Country. She from Alberta, Canada, beat out Sean Mielke from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah, there it is. And there's our checkered flag. Tommy's our... That's the white flag. Sorry about that. My mistake there. Saw the flag flying, and I got excited, Tommy. So
well, we're going to give him his full due.
Yeah, there's
Take
the checkered flag right there. There's
everyone.
for Carl Robinson and airplane he affectionately calls Sleeper in race 81. What a great race. Man, it's so good to be racing. The smoke has cleared a little bit, and here now you see our leader coming in to land as he's rolling out here on the runway. Just what a great race that he flew all the way around. You saw him, as you talked about, Tommy, perfect choice on the prop. And the mixture and everything else that he had set up there. And we talked about these airplanes yesterday a little bit, but they're very small. It's like strapping on a flying go-kart, small weight. But this is our oldest class, Tommy, the only continuous racing class, and they trace his lineage back to the midget racing of the 30s and 40s. So what a great, fantastic class this is.
The gateway class for those looking to get into racing here in Reno and elsewhere. It's many of these planes built by the owners. Right there in their own garages, and there's your unofficial finish order right there. Carl Robinson 81. Sleeper, Blair Hamilton and the Atomic Pumpkin in second place. That's race 48. Sean Mielke and Fat Ass Cass. Race number 74. Scott Holmes, number 9. Outlaw in fourth, and J.P. Odell. J.P. Odell, the aerospace engineer from Tehachapi, California. Monkey Ninja, race 39 in fifth place.
Yeah, what a great race, Tommy. That was very exciting race, and what's good about today is we're going to get into some other classes here, Tommy. The visibility is cleared. We can see the north end of the course. So all
for our picture to clear up, and there they are. They are lined up. They're ready to race.
Yeah, they are on the course, Tommy. They're making the turn at the guide pylon. We're watching all 6 aircraft come around the corner, head down the north end of the course. They're going around pylons 4, 5, and 6. That's the farthest north on our biggest jet class course. As they circle around, you see a great shot there of the aircraft as we're talking about them diving into the Valley of Speed, and now they're headed southbound. They're all going to descend, they accelerate, and they're headed down, headed for pylons 7, 8, and 9 as they make their way back here towards the front.
Vicki Benzing, that's race 54. She started in the pole position, and she is holding on to that lead for now. Robin 1 is the name of that airplane.
Yeah, and they are just accelerating up to speed now, Tommy. They're really getting rolling. And we got quite a little gaggle back there for second, third, and fourth position. They're all jockeying again. Remember, they got to pass on the outside here, Tommy. So the aircraft are just now about one circuit around. They're getting to their fully accelerated speed. Qualifying speeds on this silver grouping about 430, 440 miles an hour. They can get them up close to 500, and there we get a great shot of Vicki coming back through the pylon near the pylon cams up there in the foothills, and you see her there on the north end of the course accelerating away. She seems to be pulling away from the field just a little bit. And there we got a great pack there at second, third, and fourth. You can see Jerry Kirby in race 11 and Ivan down there on the bottom. He looks to have the inside track, but we'll watch them, and here we get to see Vicki Benzing. She makes her way around the final pylons.
Vicki Benzing getting fly that clean air here. We got a good condition for racing right now, something we haven't had all week long. It is a thrill to watch these jet pilots, these jet airplanes in action here as she crosses from the Stihl start-finish line. The red and white airplane, Red Thunder, Alex Ekman from Brazil.
Yeah, Tommy, that's definitely quite a battle there for second, third, and fourth. It looks like second's kind of pulling it back out a little bit. We're going to jump back to Vicki Benzing in her yellow and blue. She calls it the Robin 1. It's an Reno-Tahoe L39. Great shot. I mean, folks, you can just see the junipers out there in the foothills, how low they are at just under 500 miles an hour as they're circling around. And Vicki's just doing a great job. She's flying a very tight course. Again, Tommy, just like the other classes, they're trying to bump up to get into the gold class. All the eyes are on Sunday, where the gold and national championship is. Vicki holds a very tight line as she makes her way down through the Valley of Speed.
Trying to complete lap number 3, which will mark the halfway point of this race. They go 6 laps, which go very, very quickly for 46 miles and change total.
Great shot of her. She comes back by the Stihl home pylon start-finish line. You can see second place there, third place, both our red and white airplanes. And then now the yellow and white Scott Gooskov 84, the Tumbling Goose, has passed Jive Kirby, who's made his way back into fifth place. There's a great shot here again back at the guide pylon area, Tommy, with Vicky Benzing in our leader.
Into her 4th lap right now. She's making quick work of this race here. Again, this is B-class racing. They qualify for the silver medal. Vicky, of course, looking to move up to gold class on the basis of her results here. We'll have that all sorted out later today after all the results are official.
Absolutely. Tommy, we're so excited that we are racing today with these faster classes, but you can still see some of the smoke in the air. So those aircraft are almost 6 miles north of us on the north end of the course. So that's why it's a little hazy on those long shots, but man, we're racing and we're getting to see it. So this is so exciting. Folks, we haven't been able to do this all week, so you can feel the electricity in the air. Here's a good battle for second here, Tommy. Look at this. Wow.
Race 7 and 8, Sterling and Ekman. Man, this is a good race here.
Yeah, it is. And again, he's trying to get him on the outside. Having that inside track down low is the place to be, and it's just hard to pass in the turns here, Tommy, unless you've got a lot of speed. But like we saw before, strategy comes into that when you accelerate off of the foothills there down around the north side, and then especially going down the valley of speed. Being able to get the nose down and throttle up, get some acceleration, they can make those passes. These jets going over 440 miles an hour, there's a lot of G being pulled as they go around those corners. G, like 3 to 4 times the force of gravity, if you will, Tommy. And but when they can unload it, that airplane can accelerate a little bit down the valley of speed. So we're getting to see a little bit of competition here between these two guys. They have been neck and neck all the way around.
Yeah, the race for second is on, that is for sure. David Sterling appears to have the lead right now. We won't know until they pass right in front of our position here and get a little bit.
Yeah, he had him going into those pylons, but that shorter turn with the underneath, he gained some back, but it looks now like he's made the pass, Tommy. We'll see as they go into pylon number 1 if he's going to get around him. Yes, it looks like the pass was made, and now we're going to jump back to Vicky Benzing, who, like you said, Tommy, she had the whole shot right off the guide pylon coming out down the chute, and she has held that all the way around today. Man, you gotta love that sound, don't you? That is so exciting. Man.
We wait all year for that. Finally, it is here.
Jet airplanes flying at 50 foot off the deck, Tommy. This is what we come for. What the fans are here for. And now, for those of you that are airplane junkies like me, you can smell that JP4 in the air as they're coming by. And there's nothing that smells like speed other than jet fuel. And here Vicky's coming around to the finish, Tommy.
Getting ready to take the checkered flag in the Robin 1, the L39C. Vicky Benzing from Monterey, California. No problem.
Here we come with second and third, Tommy. Look at that. Looks like David Sterling finished in third.
Yeah, Ekman was able to overtake there. Race number 7.
Race 84, Tumbling Goose looks like he's unofficially in fourth. And then coming around the final corner here, we'll see him come through the camera shot here in just a second, is race 11, Jerry Kirby. There it is right there.
One more jet on the course right now, the Honeywell, the L30, race 35, Michael McCauley from Boca Raton, Florida.
We'll see him zip through the camera shot. There he is right there on screen, Tommy. There we go. And that brings all 6 of them, and they all pull up to circle around to land. What an exciting race.
Oh, man.
Man, we saw Vicky Benzing pull out fairly early and hold the lead, but there were some battles going on back in the field in this race, Tommy.
Wow, second place was hotly contested there. A great battle between David Sterling and Alex Ekman, races 8 and 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was some great passing going on. And here you see our unofficial jet results. Tommy in first place, Vicky Benzing, and the Robin 1, as you said.
Yeah, Alexander Ekman, actually of Brazil, appeared to edge out with race number 7, the Red Thunder. Edge out David Sterling, race number 8. Right there, named race number 8. The Tumbling Goose, Scott Gustikoff in 4th place. Jerry Jive Kirby and Ivan in 11th. And Michael McCauley, Honeywell, race 35 in 6th place.
What an exciting race, Tommy. I mean, this is silver class racing, but that doesn't mean the adrenaline's not there and they're not trying to bump up into the gold. And it's all about competition here at Reno. And Tommy, nowhere else on the planet. I mean, truly, they say it's the fastest motorsport in the world. and truly is, and there is no place else on the planet that you can do closed course pylon racing like we do here in America at Reno at our national championship air races sponsored by Stihl.
And the jet category now entering into its third decade now. It seems like when it was always the new kid on the block for so many years. Now the Stihl drag racing is the new kid on the block, and jet is firmly established and certainly a crowd favorite, fan favorite. So tremendous to be able to share it with you live from our racing coverage here in the desert at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tommy, we saw 6 aircraft fly here, and there we are looking at the replay. There they come down the chute. They're headed for the guide pylon up there in the foothills, and you can see, and then they make that turn. And here you go, the first lap as they come around the final pylons headed for home. And here you can see that grouping that we had up front between second, third, and fourth place. Hotly contested for quite a few laps, Tommy.
First 3 laps was very tight among those 3 before it became a 2-plane race for second place. Vicky Benzing, I mean, with the #1 position, #1 qualifier, taking full advantage and a clean, flawless race run by her.
Absolutely. Like we said earlier, she got the whole shot. She jumped out front, stayed there, flew it very well. And there you see some of the passing. You see at that point, Jive Kirby was in the mix of the race for second and third. And there's Vicky again from our pylon cam up there in the foothills as she zips by. And folks, I hope you get an appreciation with these camera shots, how low and how fast this racing really is. I mean, this is full bore adrenaline type racing that goes on. Here you can see Vicky coming around the final pylon, headed for home as she comes back around, headed to the north. And just what a great race by Vicky and the whole field here. A lot of great competition. Like you said, Tommy, a lot of pent up. We got to get out there and do it, right?
Urge to race it has gotten out of hand. I mean, that's what these people are here for. That's what the fans are here for. Everybody's so happy that it's going on now. Congratulations again. Our 2 planes have battled it out so hard for second place. David Sterling in race 8, Alex Ekman in race number 7.
And here you see part of the race where they were getting really close, and Ekman really was able to finally get by him right here, Tommy, as they came up the home stretch past the Stihl home pylon, excuse me. And then when they made their way around that next time, he had it squarely in hand. There again, our leader, Vicky Benzing. So it ended up with her first, and Ekman second, and the rest of the field kind of following behind. But here you see Vicky coming back again past the Stihl home pylon there, and what a race. And there she is landing now, Tommy. They've circled around, and she's rolling out here on runway 26. Right in front of us in race 54.
Back live now with Vicky Benzing, as we say, and she has been a fixture around here for a long time, a very accomplished pilot in multiple classes through the year. She has proven that she can win just about any format.
Yeah, and that's true. And here you see the rest of the field beginning to land. And look at the great shot here of aerodynamic braking. You see the speed brakes out on the bottom, folding up on that airplane, but continuing to hold the nose off. And what that does, Tommy, is that allows the aircraft to slow, using the whole bottom of the wing and the bottom of the aircraft for drag to slow down, flaps deployed, and that just saves the brakes, right? You just kind of hold the nose off as long as you can. And in race 8 there in David Sterling out of San Diego.
our other rookie, Johnny Painter.
White flag, white flag. 777, 714, 744, 54 is on your right. You're clear at 744. Seven's on your right. Checkered flag, runway 8, wind 090 at 3. 4477's on your right. L44's off. 7's off. Alright, pace is over the approach into runway 8 at 7,500. Off and open. Last racer off course.
From here in Reno-Tahoe, our live coverage continues. Stihl National Championship air races here.
The defense of this nation represents your Air Force's dedication to aim high, fly, fight, and win, ensuring our ability to meet any challenge, under any conditions, anytime, anywhere in the world. As we kick off today's demonstration, you will see the Raptor execute a maximum power pull, producing 70,000 pounds of thrust from its powerful F-119 engines. At a safe altitude, Major Gunnison will quickly loop the aircraft, reversing its flight path, and then roll while diving straight down. So now, it's time to stand up, move forward, and get ready. The show is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the most feared aircraft in the world today, your United States Air Force's F-22 Raptor! The Raptor's advanced flight controls, combined with its powerful engines, allow the aircraft to pull more than 9 times the force of gravity. Watch from the right as the Raptor demonstrates its tight turn capability with a min-radius horizontal turn and the power straight up into the vertical. Then watch as Major Gunnison changes his direction with the amazing J-turn reposition. The firepower of the Raptor comes in any combination of 8 missiles and up to 8 precision satellite-guided bombs. The F-22 is the first supersonic, multi-role, and highly agile stealth fighter in the world with a fully internal combat weapons load. Ready your cameras as the Raptor banks in from the left and cycles its weapons bay doors. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to dedicate this pass to the men and women of the armed forces and their families who support them. We would also like to remember our wounded warriors and veterans in attendance and those who have given their lives defending this great nation. This will be your best photo opportunity, so get your cameras ready to capture this salute. Now, from behind and to the right, the F-22 Raptor proudly presents the Dedication Pass. The F-22 possesses the ability to point its nose at will, even at extremely low air speeds and high angles of attack. Watch closely as the aircraft pulls into the vertical and executes a full 360-degree aileron roll. At altitude, the jet will flip backwards and level off. Then, in less than 2,000 feet of altitude and under complete control, Major Gunderson will execute a full 360-degree flat turn. The Raptor will now quickly reposition and show you what the advanced flight controls and engines can do. As it executes the power loop, you will see why the aircraft is unmatched in a vertical flight, as it carves through a loop and doubles its altitude at the end. At the top of the loop, you will see the Raptor rotate around one spot in the sky, utilizing the vector thrust of two powerful F-119 engines, which literally flip the aircraft through the vertical and back to level flight. Following the power loop, you will see the Raptor perform Many jets can turn tight, many jets can roll quickly, and many jets can climb fast. But not many can slide. Watch now from behind as the Raptor flies over, pulls straight up in the vertical while bringing his throttles near idle. And then, under complete control, the F-22 Raptor will actually slide backwards. Raptor's slow speed handling characteristics are phenomenal. Watch now as Major Gerson repositions the aircraft to crowd right. Reducing the power while loading up on a high angle of attack, the Raptor will slow down to less than 86 miles per hour. After the pass, you'll once again feel the raw power of the jet as Major Gunnarsson lights those afterburners and climbs straight into the vertical. Ladies and gentlemen, from the right, the Raptors slow speed pass. The F-22 possesses the capability to reach speeds and altitudes that make it virtually untouchable, even without using its afterburners. Accelerating from 86 to nearly 700 miles per hour, Major Gunnarsson will now set up to perform a split S reposition and a high-speed pass, showcasing just a fraction of the aircraft's super cruise and full speed capability. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare for Freedom Thunder on the high-speed pass. The F-22 will now set up to perform a Hoover pitch. Named after the most beloved aviator of our time, this maneuver is a double knife edge, separated by an inverted tuck, followed by a pitch to line up in preparation for heritage flight. This will be another great opportunity to capture the Raptor on your camera during our demonstration. Ladies and gentlemen, named after the late legendary Bob Hoover, the Raptors Hoover pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take a moment to describe the unique history of what you were about to watch. In 1997, the leaders of Air Combat Command assembled a select group of retired military and civilian performers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the United States Air Force. In 2010, the Air Force Heritage Flight Foundation joined with the United States Air Force to keep this popular program flying. And from this gathering was born the Heritage Flight, a unique visual representation of Air Force history from the days of the Army Air Corps to the present. And what started out as a one-time event has grown in popularity and demand, and now Heritage Flights are performed at air shows and special events in the United States and around the world. Please turn with me now and watch as this rare formation approaches from behind and to the right. Flying in formation today is a World War II era P-51 Mustang piloted by Steve Hinton Jr. Your United States Air Force's F-22 Raptor piloted by Major Joshua Cabo Gunderson. We would like to dedicate today's Heritage Flight to all military veterans in attendance whose sacrifices over the years have helped preserve America's freedoms. We hope you enjoyed watching this rare formation of classic and current United States Air Force aircraft on our journey from heritage to horizons. Ladies and gentlemen, your United States Air Force Heritage Flight. We hope you've enjoyed watching and taking pride in this rare display of more than 70 years of air power heritage. Zoomy-san. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's have some fun. From the left, spam can with a barrel roll. You know what I want to know? I want to know how fast a Raptor can do this loop. Let's find out. Yeah, he's going pretty quick there, huh?
Right down the valley of speed. Here he comes. I think he just qualified for the jet class.
The guys on the ground are saying 37 seconds unofficial, Roy.
Yeah, that qualifies.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes today's Raptor demonstration. We hope you enjoyed this brief display of only a fraction of the F-22's full combat capability. As a key component of the most capable Air Force the world has ever known, your F-22 Raptors are ready to defend our nation's skies and dominate the battle space anywhere on the globe. Ready to aim high, fly, fight, and win, air power, anytime, anywhere. You can see us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at F-22 Demo Team. Once again, on behalf of the United States Air Force, the Commander of Air Combat Command, General Mark Kelly, and all the men and women of Air Combat Command, thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your patriotism, and thank you for your support.
And thank you for bringing the F-22 Raptor to the National Championship Air Races. Let's give it up for, come on everybody. This was fantastic. And thank you very much to Master Sergeant George Fagan for a great job narrating once again.
Five-minute warning. The aircraft you can see are starting their engines. Tommy, again, in this class, we do a standing horse rate Grand Prix type start. So we've got 8 competitors. They're on the runways. You can see the front row has 3 aircraft, 2 in the middle and 3 in the back. So a total of 8. We'll go through those competitors here in a minute, but let's talk a little bit about what this class is. We race on our up close and personal 3.5-mile course. We do 8 laps. Speeds get over 250, 270 miles an hour. And in this class, we've got our top competitors in Justin Metters and Limitless, and Steve Temple and Freydnot will be in this class. We'll get to see that. These racers trace their history all the way back to the midget racers back into the 30s and 40s. And on this 3.5-mile course, They're going to fly with a minimum of 5 gallons of fuel, and they're going to have the rules required. It's a monoplane that is a single wing, 666 square feet, fixed gear. They all have the same Continental O200 engine. And here, Tommy, you can see the course with the takeoff. Again, when they take off the first time around the course is what we call the oil warm-up or the starter lap. And then when they come back by the Stihl start-finish line that you see right there, the race is on. That's when we start counting laps. That's when we start counting time.
Well, it's been a great rivalry so far, Rob. We have been back and forth between two planes, Limitless, Justin Metters, and Afraid Not with Steve Temple. That's race 34 and 31. A terrific rivalry. They each have one win this week, so it's dead even right now. And we look very much forward to this rivalry continued and expect to fully continue all the way till Sunday in the race for the gold, but plenty of other contenders out there as well. And our field of 8 who are about to tee it up and get it going in this F1 3A race.
Absolutely, Tommy. We're going to see the top 8 out of the total of 17 racers that we have here this year in Formula One. And again, they're all running that same Continental O200 engine, same as you might see in a Cessna 150, Tommy. And then these have the fixed pitch prop that we've talked about all week. Again, the choice of that prop makes a big difference. Whether it's like starting at a bicycle with what gear you choose, get off fast, and we're going to get to see our lead competitor here, Justin Metters, I believe.
Yeah, Justin Metters before the race talking about this rivalry and what it means to him all week long to be here in Reno doing what he does best.
Race 31 is back, which is fast airplane, so he's our main competition right now. We're less than 1/10 of a second separating us right now, so we're really close. So it's probably going to come down to tactics and takeoff to see who's going to be in the front.
Justin Metters won the most recent race, the 2A race here. And before that, in the first race, Steve Temple with Afraid Not was the winner there. Both of them within 1 mile an hour as far as their race times, official times for those races. So it is just too close to call at this point. Who's got the best idea to deal with it this time around? We're about to find out.
Absolutely we are. Justin Metters, such a great story. The airplane called Limitless. Justin with a paraplegic flying with hand controls only. And here you see Justin Phillipson on the screen, race 79, no strings attached. He'll be in 3rd place. He's the 3rd aircraft there on the front row for us today, Tommy.
And we have 8 teams racing in this one right now. That's Steve Temple and Afraid Not. That's race number 2. We've been talking about Steve. Race 31, excuse me, that's in position number 2.
Position number 2. So that makes up our first row. We've got Justin in 34, in race 34, Steve Temple in race 31, and Justin Phillipson in race 79. And then we jump back to the next row where we've got race 99, Timothy Cohn, and I just love the name of this airplane. What airplane, honey? You know, that's awesome.
What airplane? Yeah, you love that name. You know, there's a story behind that. It's a very exciting plane to watch, as well as Casset 3s. Most of these airplanes in here are.
And then also on the middle row there, where we only have 2 aircraft, Tommy, is race 27. That's Kent Jackson out of Washington, D.C. He's in the Casset 3 as well. He calls it Once More. And sorry, there it is, the yellow and white Kent Jackson right there.
As soon as that green flag goes up, we are going to be racing out here today.
I believe that should be race 52, Trent
Feisty.
Woodworth and Feisty, you bet. And then the white and green race 21, known as Blackjack, piloted by Josh Watson out of Wilton, California. So we're keeping our eye on some of those flags. We see the flags in that shot there, or back a little farther. The big white Ford truck there near the front row is the flags that the pilots are watching. Those are the starter flags. And so the red flag has been up. Tommy, that goes up at 10 minutes and then at 5 minutes, and that gives them a warning. And I believe now it's going to be the red flag is coming down. So the next thing that's going to happen is when that green flag goes up, so does the power. The brake pressure goes up and the adrenaline in the cockpit goes by. And again, we're going to all depart at the same time. Here we go, Tommy, we're underway.
Watch this front row here, race 34, 31, and 79. Limitless, Afraid Not, and no strings attached.
It Don't forget, this first time around the course is a warm-up lap, but they can jockey for position, so that prop choice is all important here in how they get airborne. And you see our top two competitors right there. Afraid Not's getting the early jump, but he's done that every time, Tommy. And then what we've seen before is Justin Metters has been able to catch him a little bit, but we'll see how that goes. Not out of the race, race 79, Justin Phillipson right there with them as well.
Joining the fray right there, race 79.
Tommy, we're up and running. We're headed around pylon number 1 for the first time. Again, they can jockey for position on this
radius
first time
turn
around
to
the
tail
course.
stand, demonstrating its turning capabilities. The F-18 is now setting up for a high-speed pass to an idle vertical climb. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach you at nearly the speed of sound, demonstrating the use of speed to surprise an enemy. Keep in mind the speed at which they are flying as only half the aircraft's maximum speed. From the right, the high-speed pass. Entering the next maneuver, the vertical pirouette. The aircrew will pull the jet into the vertical and roll the canopy towards the crowd. And here we see the negative 3G pushover, which is very enjoyable. The aircraft is now setting up for a maneuver known as a square loop. Selecting full afterburner as the jet approaches show center, they will rapidly reposition the nose 4 times while flying a square path throughout the sky. From your left, the square loop. This maneuver is an air crew favorite, affectionately known as the Ricardo. As the Rhino approaches from the left, they will accelerate the aircraft to 450 miles per hour at a height of 500 feet. Approaching show center, they will roll the aircraft inverted, reduce power to idle, and hold a level attitude. From your left, the inverted whisper pass. The aircrew are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. In air-to-air combat, sometimes it is the aircraft with the ability to fly the slowest that will have the advantage, as the potential adversary may be forced to fly out in front of the fighter and thus become defensive. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt a maneuver at this slow speed and nose attitude. With 2 digital flight control computers aiding the aircrew, the 40,000-pound Super Hornet remains completely controllable at less than 100 miles per hour. From your right, the high alpha pass. As the Rhino approaches from the left, the aircrew now demonstrate the incredible pitch authority of the Super Hornet. The Rhino is now setting up for a touch and go landing. They'll go ahead and circle to land from your right. Ladies and gentlemen, have your cameras ready. In a few moments, the Rhino will approach from the right for a photo pass. They'll give you an up-close look at the aircraft flying today. From the right, the photo pass. The job of a naval aviator is not complete until their aircraft is back aboard is floating home. Landing aboard a tiny moving runway in the middle of the ocean is a skill that has been continuously perfected throughout naval aviation history. The approach to the carrier is often the most dangerous part of a naval aviator's mission. The Super Hornet you saw here today is that one actually used by VFA 122 to train pilots and weapons systems officer at Naval Air Station Lemoore, California. Today's air crew is pilot Lieutenant Ryan Thurman, call sign Jeeves from Seattle, Washington, and weapons systems officer Lieutenant Evan Bokar, call sign Tommy Boy from Orlando, Florida. They spend most of their time teaching new pilots and weapons systems officer how to employ the Super Hornet tactically. There are currently over 24 Super Hornets squadrons in the Navy, some of which are at this moment flying in support of combat operations overseas. Ladies and gentlemen, a special thank you goes out to the many maintenance and support crew members from Lemoore, California. Without their efforts, we would not be able to conduct the business we do on a daily basis. On behalf of the United States Navy and the VFA 122 West Coast Rhino demonstration team, I would like to thank you all for allowing us to be here to demonstrate the Rhino demonstration here at Reno. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Rhino. What'd you think of that? Oh man, Danny, incredible the amount of jet action we've had from the United States Navy, the United States Air Force. I mean, I got goosebumps. This is amazing.